Hello, hello. Oh god, I'm gonna sneeze. There's nothing more frustrating than getting almost to the point where you sneeze, but then you don't actually sneeze. It's horrible. Alright, how's everyone doing? I'm gonna prepare a little bit real quick. I just thought of something I wanted to... Oh yeah. What I want to prepare is a little Discord overlay. That's what I want. Let's see. Perfect. Browser source, that's the one. Add a new source. Cool. We got it. Yeah. That's pretty much gonna be it. Preparations complete. Now, just gotta stall for 10 minutes, which I have a plan for. Hey. Yeah, let me send you an invite to the Discord. Let's see, right here. Boom. And then if you join like any of the the general voice channel, I can drag you in. Oh shit, sign is streaming. Oh shit, his stream died. But so Chicken is streaming too. Everyone is streaming. Damn. CSS. Oh, alright, I see you. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. Just hanging out.
Just lounging.
Somewhere in Florida.
Nice.
with the boomers.
How's the gas prices? Isn't that what's going on in Florida right now?
Yeah, yeah. All you can get is the '93, the Primo stuff.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like the toilet paper crisis. I think everyone just stocked up on. But you can still get the good stuff for like 360 a gallon. I mean, it's still ridiculously cheap compared to Europe.
Oh yeah, for sure. I see people are getting really mad about it and
I'm
like
sure.
hoarding in plastic bags,
They took our gas.
setting fire to their cars because they leave like 10 plastic bags full of petroleum in the back. All
So
right.
yeah, I
Okay.
drove through the US, from New York down to Florida. It's really interesting to go and drive into Trump country. I know it's not the topic of discussion, but what a change once you get past the Mason-Dixon line,
Yeah.
into the Carolinas, Georgia. I saw a sign that said, "We were saved by Trump before in 20 and we'll be saved by him again in 2024," or something like that.
Nice.
So the Trump pump is still full on for 2024 apparently. You can't really it's like there's a blackout in the Northeast, but once you go
Mhm.
down south, there's all this Trump talk everywhere.
So, because I saw an article saying that there's like maybe the GOP will split up between the like traditional conservatives and then the Trump people. Do you think that
Mm.
will actually happen? Because if that happens, that means like the Democrat Party auto wins, right? Because then it splits the vote for conservatives, right?
Yeah. I mean, so far what I've been seeing from the Republican I'm gonna turn the TV off. From the Republican side is that everyone's just, getting on the Trump train again.
I see.
I mean, I don't know. There's only a couple of people that, and they're kind of canceled from the party, right? Like Mitt Romney,
Yeah,
the few people that like spoke up against the, you know, the election frauds scandal and all of that. What I'm seeing is people getting canceled out of the party, basically.
all right.
So I don't know.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
he took
it
over
would
the
be
party.
great if, yeah, it's still that way, it seems. It would be great if it happened otherwise. Basically, if somehow we had more than two parties.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, to get to the topic, I guess you could present yourself, like what your what you do, what's it got to do? I with the stock market and all that stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I've been trading for what, like 5 years now, 6 years? And just in the last couple of years have really started to do well. I think everybody has on some level. Um, I'm not really a day trader. Uh, more of like a like 3 to 6 month horizons for the most part. Still learning myself, especially since things are changing so much with crypto and all the noob money in the market. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's my job. I try to make it my job.
All right.
Um, I got no credentials. I got no degree in any of this, so
Yeah,
I
so
guess
self-taught.
take my crap with a grain of salt. I guess it's just some experience, nothing more. Yeah.
All right. So, like, what is it? You already touched on it. You like do the time frame of the investments you do. Do you specialize in like a field or?
Yeah, I mean, I was doing biotech a lot. I think largely I started in getting into biotech, like more on the experimental side, because there's a lot of, you know, risk reward is there. Uh, it's hard to pitch it to anybody, like even specific stocks, because what you're looking at most of the time is studies and no profitability, just data that would either allow for a company to get bought out by big pharma or some kind of best in class new drug or something that, that's the way that those stocks go up. So you're basically um, gambling on the studies. You read like phase 2 data, and if it's really good, you're hoping that they'll be able to replicate it in phase 3, which would lead to FDA approvals and such.
Is that something like anyone could do? Like understand the studies and as long as they put in the time?
Yeah, with some research, like understanding some statistics and what the numbers mean um, in the studies, like p-values and uh, ARR, which is like it's basically efficacy. You're looking at efficacy and you're looking at relative risk and uh, how little side effects there are for the amount of benefit. So then it starts to be like a quality of life thing.
Mhm.
If the benefits outweigh the side effects, then you can kind of turn a blind eye to certain things. Like recently, or I'm still invested in this company TGTX that's coming up with some new best-in-class drugs for um, cancer, and now they're getting approval for multiple sclerosis. I just lost my train of thought. Shit.
They're getting so TGTX is getting approval for cancer and now multiple sclerosis drugs. Earlier the question was I guess like can anyone like understand it? So you were talking about the specifics of like the relative risk and grokking like the side effects versus the benefits and what the numbers tell you about that, right?
Oh yes, right. Sorry.
No problem.
Like I said, I actually been on the road for the past 7 days, so today's
Yeah,
my second day here. I'm a little spacey, but yeah. Sorry, I should have been able to keep that train of thought.
no worries.
So basically, the medication is injection. So there's for higher efficacy. So for example, with the multiple sclerosis, it's relapsing multiple sclerosis. There's a new drug out on the market that's in pill form, but the efficacy is much lower versus something that's like a twice a year injection where you have to go to a clinic and you have to do an injection. And my point with the side effects is that um, if you do an injection, then there's a high risk of infection at the injection site and things like that.
Yeah.
So in one way, it's easier to say, here, take this pill. But if the efficacy is much lower and you're still, with like multiple sclerosis, still dealing with brain lesions and things like that, then, the risk of an infection at an injection site is much more manageable than having you know, brain lesions and scarring tissue and such. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's kind of what I was getting at. Because basically, whenever you read a study, there's always good data and there's bad data. There's all the adverse reactions and all of that. So you always have to balance that out.
Yeah, so obviously for a very serious disease like multiple sclerosis or cancer, where the existing treatments already have a lot of side effects too, even
Yeah.
something that has serious side effects can be a potentially really good treatment, right?
Hmm.
I
Yeah.
see.
Yeah.
Thanks for the like, Frank. All right, and do you have like so what you're doing is mostly based on the studies, the due
Yeah.
diligence in there.
In biotech for sure. You're oftentimes basically reading some stuff, reading the phase two, and then you have like a year and a half, and they'll probably, if there's good data, it'll spike up on phase two, and then it'll ride back down because it's like 18 to 24 months before you get phase three data.
Mhm.
And it's a gamble because they have to replicate the results and on a larger scale. So what you have in biotech is uh, overnight successes or overnight failures oftentimes. That's why I was saying it's not exactly a sector that I recommend unless you kind of want to gamble. It's certainly not like buying Microsoft. Basically, like if you get good phase three studies, a stock can double the next day. But if the data comes back insignificant, you could take a 50% haircut within a day.
So definitely
So
not the kind
I
of.
was
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I think I was doing that in the beginning more because I had a small account and was willing to risk more to build equity. I think it's also what a lot of people do with penny stocks. You're not really investing in the company. You're just trying to quick flip for some money to build a bankroll.
Yeah, that makes sense. So it's not the kind of investment where like you see people on Wall Street bets being like YOLOing their entire accounts into it. That's not what
Oh
you would
God,
recommend.
no, no, not on the high risk stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a high reward, and like people have made a ton of money recently on crazy stuff that I personally would just never recommend putting a ton of money into it, like Dogecoin or something,
Yeah.
Because I know a few people that bought some when it was 4 cents, but only like $40 worth, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, if only I bought 4,000. I'm like, why would you buy $4,000 worth
Because
of
of that.
Dogecoin now?
Yeah. It's like, and you see it now with Bitcoin too. Like the entire value, or well, not the entire value, but a lot of the value is just pinned on what Elon says about it.
Well, yeah, that's a really interesting thing in itself, actually, because what it turns out, looking at how Musk is talking about it now, is that he bought $2 billion or whatever of Bitcoin
Yeah.
without doing his due diligence. Because suddenly he's like, oh, the environment. It's like, you spent $2 billion on this without doing your DD. You should have known at least that the environmental impact and all that. Because he's now talking against it, right? And he pulled out you
Yeah.
can't buy Tesla with a Bitcoin anymore, and it's
I
making him look bad.
I think I don't know. Maybe I'm like reading too much into it, but I think he just it's maybe not even that he didn't do his due diligence or anything. It's just that now that everyone's talking about it, like you said, it makes him
Yeah,
look bad. So he probably felt the need to make some like public declaration, so people would
right.
stop like bitching him out about it.
Yeah, it's true. What it looks like is as if he didn't do his due diligence because he bought
Mhm.
it and now he's like, oh wait, actually, here's like the meat of the situation.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was just YOLOing, just like everybody else.
yeah, definitely. And it's crazy to see it happening with Dogecoin now. Like the Dogecoin subreddit is full of people being like, it's gonna reach $1. It's gonna reach $1, which would be a like a market cap of I don't remember how I don't remember the exact amount, but it would be something absolutely insane. Um, it's it's probably not gonna happen. Who the fuck knows? It's not acting rationally, anyways.
Yeah, the market cap's already 72 billion,
Yeah.
which, which is huge.
Like yeah. Hey, sorry. Go ahead.
I could see it go into $1. I don't
Yeah,
know. I
it's not
wouldn't
that
I wouldn't
far.
buy it. Yeah, I wouldn't buy it because now like this is just my strategy, I guess. I think it's important to do like a kind of a loss to win ratios. So if you're looking at Dogecoin at 50 cents, say, um, you have to look at like so, and it could go to $1. So okay, that's 100% gain. But then you have to look at how low it could go just as easily. So then you're comparing your risk versus reward. So say you think it could potentially go back to 10 cents. You're risking 40 cents to make 50 cents. So obviously what you're hoping for, and I'm not saying this happens, um, amount, you risk like say 50, but your upside is like 100, 150. So you're minimizing your potential loss, but there's a lot of opportunity for gain. That happens in more stable things, and over a longer period of time usually.
Oh shit, I'm gonna need you to take a break. My stream is dropping frames. Don't know why, but
Okay.
great. It's been it's been shitty.
Is
Oh
it on
no.
my end?
No, no, it's on my end. Okay, seems no, it's still dropping frames. Fuck. Yeah, no, it happens if there's a network problem between the like my computer and the streaming server, but I don't understand it. Like my internet is supposed to be really good. It usually passes after a short while, so gonna have to wait it out for a second. Hmm. Oh, I think it's
Hello.
yeah, I think it's done crapping out. All right. Yeah, no longer dropping frames. Awesome.
Cool.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to back up a little bit, I think there's a few different things, few different directions we could talk about investing. Basically,
Mhm.
from long-term investing, where you kind of just want to put your money away and not look at it every day, and you're looking at a couple years or more.
Mhm.
Then there's the mid, where you're looking at 6 months to a year or something like that. And then there's the day trading, which is either, really like in and out 20 minutes or holding overnight if something keeps running. You kind of have to have completely different strategies for each.
Right. Like that's something I feel like a lot of noobs in the investing world don't do. They don't have like a target price. They don't have strategies. They just follow a trend and don't really know what to do next or like what to stick to.
It's it's a FOMO market, sure. Fear of missing out, lots of chasing. you can take advantage of that, but normally in that situation, the smartest thing to do is to take your profits right away, because the moment that people stop FOMOing, it's going to be the opposite, which is everyone fearing the drop and creating the drop by selling.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's more like short-term stuff. I want to make a distinction, because really when you invest in something long-term,
Mhm.
you might not see any progress, or it might go down a little bit, and you can't check in on it every day
Yeah.
and read into it. And whereas if you're doing like penny stocks or altcoins or anything like that, you kind of want to be on it, because at any moment it could just shit the bed.
Mhm.
So like when I'm talking about this basically a different strategy. But yeah, I think with OTC or with like Dogecoin or something like that, you have to be okay with losing, like, say, 50% of your investment within a day or two.
Yeah.
And you're risking that because your potential gain is in the hundreds of percents. So it still makes sense to do that. You lose 50%, but you could gain 500%.
Yeah.
You wouldn't ever want to risk 50% to gain 50%.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
Basically, the bigger the upside, the more worth it is to risk something. But with all of that, I would also always say to invest small, not never all in. Um, if you have like $100,000 portfolio or something, then $1,000, 1 or 2% going into like Dogecoin or a penny stock or something like that is perfectly fine.
Mhm.
And if you make a 10 bagger, you make 1,000% on it, that's great. It's still a good amount of money.
Yeah, for sure. Do you feel like, because we've been in what was the term, bullish, when it's growing market for the past couple of years. A lot of people
Yeah,
think
for
that,
like 15 years or something.
well, apart from the 2008
Yeah.
recession, right? Um, People think that we are due for a big recession, especially because of the consequences of COVID and such. Do you think that's true? And if you think so, when would you time it approximately?
That's interesting. I mean, it's so funny because it's the question that's always there.
Yeah.
But everybody asks that. We would all love to know when the dip is. Um, in the longer term, there is this thing. There's this saying, "Sell in May and go away." So
Mhm.
partially, we might be. We're already kind of looking at that right now. We might be looking at a slowing down over the summer. And then if inflation starts to bump up, which seems like it will, it's tough to tell with these things because there's so much support and stimulus by the Fed and the manipulation of rates and stuff like that. So you're kind of, if you're long and bullish, you're kind of hoping for the Fed to keep propping everything up and compensating for the inflation rates.
Wouldn't um isn't the Fed propping things up part of what's causing inflation though? Like literally printing
Yes,
money?
yes, yes. But then uh, they can put in other, like, Janet Yellen or whatever, the Federal Reserve can put in some kind of easing or whatever to help curb inflation. But of course, it is. I believe it's inevitable. Um, I mean, if you take away the manipulation of the government out of the equation, and we're looking at a 25% increase, like a 25% dilution to the dollar. You should expect everything to be 25% more expensive.
Yeah. Wouldn't that keep stock prices rising numerically at least though? If they're
Yes,
25% more expensive?
yes. Like banks will do especially well, but it should. It's because it's each dollar is worth less. The thing with that with the stock market though is that valuations are really high right now.
Oh yeah.
So I think the interest rates make people higher interest rates make people worry about valuations contracting basically because we're at like an all-time high. Because that's the other thing for like, stock 101, say you're buying Apple shares, your Apple share is actually real time, boots to the ground, it's worth $5, but it's 130.
Yeah.
But what Apple makes is $5 per share. So you're attaching a 25 to 30 times multiple onto it. So multiples will go between bearish and bullish markets will go, between 10 and 30 times. So the contraction, regardless of how much money Apple is making, could happen where Apple could go down to, if it's a really bearish market and we go into a recession, Apple could go down to 50 and it's still a 10 times multiple from the $5 that it actually makes per share.
Yeah, I understand.
Because it's all forward. You're talking about what you're investing in Apple today based on what their possible earnings would be 10 years down the line.
Yeah, betting on the future.
Yeah.
Um,
So I
oh yeah,
think
go
I
ahead.
think multiples will contract. As going back to the dip and the inflation thing and all of that, I think there will be a moment where multiples will contract because there's just not going to be a lot of money flowing in. But you're right that it is the same as real estate or something like that, that it will account for inflation on some level long term. 10 years, 20 years down the line, of course. Sorry, I got some neighbor situation.
No problem. I wanted to go back also to earlier when you were talking about the how like a phase 2 or phase 3 trial can completely bump a stock a biotech stock up or down. It's kind of does it sometimes act? People often complain about um, how what's his name earnings. Like a company can post good earnings and the stock will go down because every not only were they priced in, but everyone was like speculating right up to the earnings, and then they're just selling off because they're like, does that happen with trials too, or is the process a bit more logical where the if the trial is good, it always goes up. If the trial is bad, it always goes down.
What's interesting with that, yeah, that's the sell then use effect, which
Yeah,
has been happening a ton lately. Like Microsoft had great earnings, and it was expected, like you said, it was expected. So it ran from 220 to 250. Earnings came out, they beat expectations, and yeah, the stock went down $15. What happens with biotech a lot is that the positive phase 3 trials usually pump the stock up, and then the sell the news event that you have to hold through for a long time is usually FDA approval, ironically. So once the drug that they have gets FDA approval, that's usually when the sell-off begins, and it's largely because then the speculation is, are they going to go it alone, which means they'll need to print more shares to create a marketing campaign and production and all of that? Or is it going to be a buyout? A buyout is very bullish, obviously, and a lot of people, I think what happens is when there's an FDA approval, a lot of people jump right in, hoping for a quick buyout, and when if the quick buyout doesn't happen, they start to sell.
I see.
I don't know. I personally, like, talking about TGTX that I brought up earlier, um, it tanked on best in class ever multiple sclerosis data, and I think it's largely because all signs from the company are that they're not looking to sell right now. They're not getting the right bids. They already have a drug approved for 2 applications for cancer, and now they're going to try to do approval for MS. It feels like a long hold, but it's down from 55 down to 35 now.
Yeah, I was
Granted, the
looking at it.
market's been brutal lately. It's it's tough moment to actually talk about the market because it's in this like it's in a strange place. A lot of stuff is going down and there's reevaluations. Meanwhile, all of crypto is running and all that.
No, except Bitcoin now. We'll see how far what happens to it with the Elon stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, I think basically with all of that, you just have to trust your own due diligence. If and go back to it if something's going down and see if anything's changed fundamentally. And if it hasn't, then you're just riding that wave. It's just like Microsoft is a perfect example. I mean, it's Microsoft's not going anywhere. They're killing it. Azure Cloud is doing great. So when it sells off after great earnings and a great conference call, it's just a buying opportunity, I think, for the most part. But that leads me to the other thing that I actually wanted to, the thing that I can kind of more talk about at this point with the stocks is the mental aspect of it. Like not panicking, not being emotional about it. So, and it works in both directions. When something starts going down, you start being fearful and want to sell. And then when something starts going up, you think it's just going to go up forever, and I don't know, want to buy more or want to hold it to the moon. And I think it's really important to, again, I don't have a perfect answer for this, how to sell the top, buy the bottoms, and all of that. I think it's important to figure out how you, where you feel comfortable, so that if something goes down, you're willing to hold through it and not be too influenced by your emotions. And I think that's why going all in and YOLOing is not a great, you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself, basically, to make the right decision. You're not giving yourself a lot of leeway.
Yeah,
I think it's a very important part because I think a lot of new investors um, see something going up and they jump in and then they get some profits, and they hold through, and then when it starts going down, they panic and sell like for a loss. It happens a lot. There's this meme with the euphoria and desperation, the wave. You're usually the most euphoric towards the top and the most desperate towards the bottom. And of course, sometimes your feeling, your emotion, your panic about it is right, and you should act on it. But oftentimes in the stock market, you're supposed to do the opposite of what you know your emotions are telling you to do, and it proves itself over and over again. Buy when you want to sell, and sell when you want to hold it and buy more. And
and
like I said,
yeah,
this doesn't apply to every single time because if material information comes out about a company and it's going down, there's probably a reason for it. There's going to be a reevaluation, and you should probably just get out with the most minimal losses. But if it's just manipulation, which happens, like Citadel manipulating stock, you just have to ride through it.
How do you deal with those emotions? What's your strategy for that you can like share with people?
Well, I do have a strategy going into something. So, based on some due diligence, I have price targets. Um, and I mean, if it's something really volatile, then yeah, a stop loss. That's not right in the channel that's trading, but below it, because you'll see in charts that it's in a channel, and if it breaks up above it, it'll break out. But if it breaks below it, it'll probably go much lower.
Mhm.
So yeah, compensating for that in a way, but generally going into it knowing exactly what you want to get out of it. And sometimes it happens in a day. Sometimes it takes a much longer, months or years or whatever, to reach your price target. So the reason why I'm saying that is, for example, say I invest in something that's $2 and my price target long term is $10, and it hits that $10 in a week. Obviously, I'll reevaluate a little bit and see if it has room to grow and if there's been material changes that really elevate the value. But I oftentimes just stick with my original plan and sell when it reaches that price target, rather than be influenced by, greed on
Yeah.
the upside or fear on the downside. Yeah. I think it's really important. I tell a lot of people, don't fall in love with the company, fall in love with your money, because that's what you're here for. You're here to make some money. And I think the same kind of effect that happens in the casino happens on the stock market, where you kind of have to like leave the casino before that money in your hand becomes material.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So it's funny because I'm not a diamond hands person for the most part. There's a couple things I will diamond hands because I believe in the companies. The DD is really strong, and it seems like they have a bright future. But I got weak hands. I take my profits. I think everybody in crypto right now that's 10, 20 bagging those things should be shaving, taking profits. Because that way, long term, you're going to make money. You don't have to be afraid that this is the only chance you have. Be the next thing that you can play next week.
You
I don't
mentioned
know. I also
oh, sorry.
encourage. No, go ahead. Sorry, I think there's a delay.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna bounce off of you mentioning Citadel earlier to ask you about GME, but if you still got stuff to say, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to finish up that I always encourage people to have some kind of liquidity. You don't want to be all in. You want to have some cash on the side to be able to, uh, you know, add a little bit if it dips, or just be flexible with. Because I see, on Twitter and all of that, I see a lot of people just going all in on one thing, and it's like, if this isn't doing its thing, nothing's happening for you. Whereas if you have some kind of diversified portfolio, you can withstand one thing in a bad day because something else will be, different sectors, etc. But yes, Citadel.
Yeah, because that like obviously touches on the GME stuff. What are your thoughts on because like on the one hand there's the this sort of conspiracy theory that like the Robinhood and all those other companies conspired to fuck over consumer investors trying to buy more GameStop. But then it seems that that the trading houses behind Robinhood just didn't have the liquidity to guarantee the trades, so that's why they were shutting down trades. All those trading websites, and those who had more robust like capital behind them were still allowing people to trade GameStop, and those are the ones who could do it. What are your thoughts on that? I guess let's start with like that like theory that there's a conspiracy or there isn't one, and it's just normal like capital flow issues, or
Yeah, it's a really interesting. I think Citadel right now makes between 25 and 30% of the market or something like that, which is crazy. Basically, if you go on level 2, which is real-time trading, you'll see Citadel on every single stock. And they're oftentimes one of the main on the bid and the ask. They'll be on both sides. So what market makers do generally is create a spread. So when Apple is at 122, then the bid will be 119.90 and the ask will be 120.190 and the ask will be 122.10 or something. So they're creating this. I mean, stuff like Apple actually doesn't even have a 10-cent spread. It's probably within 1 or 2 cents. But they're creating a spread so that they can always just make money back and forth, regardless of it going up or down.
Mhm.
With with Robinhood, so now that I definitely think there's a lot of conspiracy to go with CDEL, and I'll get into that. I think with Robinhood, it's just like you said, that they didn't have the liquidity, and what it exposed is that they're not a real broker dealer thing. They're like they're they couldn't handle that massive volume, and that was on them. And after that, I wouldn't ever invest my money, any kind of significant amount of money with Robinhood. It was always kind of sold as, and I see these ads on TV in the US. It's like, you have zero investing knowledge? Come to us. It's strange. What they're hoping is to get just 100 million people to put in $10 rather than, if you have $10,000, don't ever put it in Robinhood, because they have liquidity issues. But what they did that time, that moment that happened, they did get bailed out in the sense that before the market opened that morning, they got a huge loan. They got liquidity. Otherwise, there would have been a lot more serious issues because you wouldn't have been able to cover people selling.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have been able to pay them out. But yeah, I mean, that leads to a larger issue, which is that it takes a couple days for trades to settle. And this was the thing that I don't know if I'm sure you heard about it. There was the Senate hearings, and the CEO of Citadel was in the hearings, and what's her name? Barbara Waters or something like that. She was going hard, and it turns out that what Citadel is saying is kind of the classic thing that you heard Trump or anybody else say, is like, hey, we're following the rules. If you want us to do things differently, you have to change the rules. Because what they're talking about, since it takes a couple of days or at least overnight for trades to settle, then you don't have a real-time short report. Nobody is getting that kind of information. So then it creates a situation, it's not even much of a conspiracy. It creates a situation where Citadel has a lot better information about what's happening in the market than the retail trader does. So they can obviously manipulate the market. They know what the short positions are before anybody else does. I mean,
I
It
don't
takes.
remember. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was gonna ask. I remember there was a scandal a short while ago where it was discovered that Robinhood. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Turn it. That Robinhood sells the trade data to Citadel because like Robinhood as a trader isn't allowed to front run its clients, but they are
Mm,
allowed to sell the data to Citadel, who has their like high frequency trading algorithms and everything set up to front run
right.
the Robinhood clients before their transactions go through.
Oof.
And that's
Yeah.
legal, and that was shown to be what's
Yeah.
happening. Like that's why Robinhood is free because they're basically like indirectly front
Right.
running you.
Yep. 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 That makes sense. I mean, it's what they say that if you don't know what the product is, you are the product.
Yeah,
Like they're making money off of you. Yeah, I never had Robinhood, so I didn't. I kind of stopped paying attention. I didn't know that, but that makes complete sense. They have to. They're selling your data, yeah,
yeah.
to make money.
I just think it's
But yeah,
insane that like we have laws to prevent front running, but then allowing someone else to front run your clients and making money off of it, that's legal. It's like all those dumb loopholes everywhere.
hmm
Hey, sorry, go
yeah.
ahead.
No, I'm gonna have to look deeper into that.
Yeah, it was.
Um,
I think it was like 6 months ago that was revealed. Maybe I don't remember the exact timeline.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them, considering that Citadel has paid, I think it's Citadel, it might be some others too, paid to create a faster cable connection. So they get all the trades faster than anybody else does. So it's like you're able to, in a hundredth of a second or a tenth of a second before the trade, you get to see it. So you can buy something, it's all computers.
Yeah,
Buy something. So then you're selling it for that 0.001 higher because you got in just like the split second beforehand. And if they do it a million times a day, which they do, they're making money. They're taking their little percent off of everything. So of course I could see them doing, Robinhood steps in and it's like for the people and aside, yeah, that's a huge scandal because of the way that they've done their marketing.
yeah.
They're
I'm.
like, hey,
That's what I honestly was surprised when you're saying that they are like advertised on TV in the U.S. I didn't
uh-huh,
realize that they were like that mainstream.
mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a few. It's like, it's just trying to get everybody. It's the gamification of the stock market. It's
Yeah,
apps. There's a couple apps that are competing with each other, and they're like, get started with us. It only takes like $10 and fractional shares and things like that. Because they just want volume. They don't care how much you have. Um, but yeah, I don't know. That's rough because that just means that you're getting a worse price than you would be at other platforms.
yeah, absolutely. Like the probably for any real amount of money, it's better to be off, better to like pay the fees on a real brokerage, right?
hmm Which most of them nowadays for big boards are free anyways, unless you're doing options. I mean, I use TD Ameritrade and it's free as
How did
well.
they make money then?
Probably selling some data, but they have other. I'm sure
Yeah,
there's that. But they have, you make money. They make money off of option trading, and margin. That's the
oh
most
yeah,
important
margins.
thing,
That's
and
true.
that was why Robinhood started. Uh, that's the whole thing, Robinhood started giving away margin, and then that's when it became a business. They're like, hey, we need more people, give them margin, and then it's a credit card. You know, you're 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 making money off of borrowing money, lending money to other people. So that's how I thought that Robinhood was making its money, but yeah, selling
Yeah.
selling info to Citadel.
Yep. That's what's going on. And yeah, like manager say, I guess that's something that I hate with the present day, like the way tech companies make money off of data. It's just so much more profitable than anything else that you just have to assume everyone does it now whenever the service is free or even when you pay for it.
Yeah. Yeah. So Citadel is it's a big problem because they kind of monopolize the market, and they have so much liquidity that they can really um, it becomes this gauntlet. Basically, say you've done some good DD on the stock and it looks really promising, and you've done real due diligence. You've read into the financials. You've looked into their state filings. They got contracts, etc. And suddenly you're seeing the stock just go down. It's 25% down, and it's literally these market makers manipulating it to be able to buy shares lower because they have a completely different time horizon and they already have a grasp over what's going to happen long term. So they're just going to force retail to sell, and then it goes back up. It happens so often. It seems incredibly illegal to me. It's outright manipulation, trying to get people to panic sell. So this happens almost every time in a biotech stock before a buyout. Somehow, somewhere, the news is leaked, and if you look at like the charts of biotech stocks over the last few years that did have a buyout, they were in a severe downtrend, and then suddenly, poof, up like 150% because it got bought out. So somehow there's information that's behind the scenes that we just don't have any access to, and these market makers are playing with it. Not
Um,
only market makers, obviously, it's banks as well, because what you'll have is like hedge funds or whatever taking a long position, um, only to take a short position and use the long position to cover the short position. So they're never actually really long. They're only going long so that they have the shares to flip back to get out of their short position.
I want to play devil's advocate a little bit. Isn't it also true that if a company's stock is progressively going down, then a buyout is more and more interesting? Like the cause and consequences can also be reversed, right? The company could already be plummeting, and that makes it an interesting candidate for a buyout, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Especially if it's a distressed company.
What does that mean? Distressed?
That it could potentially go into bankruptcy, that it's folding, and then yeah, then there's an opportunity for a bigger company to step in and get and buy it out for pennies on the dollar of what it was worth, 6 months earlier or something like that. So then there's that kind of manipulation as well with if there is a buyout coming. I don't know. I mean, this goes into a bit of a conspiracy stuff, but say like a giant pharma company is making billions of dollars on a drug, and you just went through phase 3 trials and got FDA approval on a drug that's going to kill that drug's market. It's very likely that that company will either want that other drug to fail or will just buy it out themselves. So there's a lot of motivation to hit that company, make it make it cheaper in order for them to either not be able to continue or to buy it out at a better price. So if say TGTX is at 55 and we're looking at like 150% buyout, then it's like 150. If it's at 30, now suddenly we're like praying for $100 buyout. And I think there's a lot of that manipulation happening. There's no other way I can explain a lot of what I see in real-time trading, where you're
Uh,
just seeing great catalysts and stuff going down.
do you have an idea how it's done, like in the technical part of it? Because I imagine I know there's like often PR campaigns to either pump a stock or lower its price, but outside of that, is there it's an idea I've often seen on the internet that market makers have so much capital, so much influence on the market that they can drive prices up or down just by like manipulating orders. But in practice, I've never seen anyone explain how that would happen. There was this thing on Wall Street bets of, like when they were talking about GME of like ladder attacks. I still don't. Do you have? I imagine you know what I'm talking about, but what does that even mean? Is it a real thing or?
Like market makers being short squeezed. So
No, there basically was this idea on Wall Street bets. I'm pretty sure it's like insanity. But I didn't. There was this idea when the price of like GME was going down. There would be plenty of posts saying that it wasn't actually people selling the stock. It was market makers placing like lower and lower orders on level 2, driving the price down somehow, or like
mm,
trading between themselves to drive the price
yeah.
down. Is
Hmm.
and it's that seems like a pretty far-fetched conspiracy theory looking outside in. um I definitely believe in like PR campaigns and all that. That's like something that everyone does. But do like such direct market attacks, do you think those exist? And how would they work? Because there's
Um,
millions of people making decisions in the market at any given time. It's hard to imagine like a big company being able to have that much power, right?
well, yeah. Given that Citadel sees all the, it's tough. It's tough because it is like in the realm of conspiracy because Citadel doesn't have to be transparent about anything. You know, we don't really know what they're doing because they don't have to be. And in those Senate hearings, that's what they were saying. They're like, you know, as long as the expectations, the rules don't change, we're not going to do things differently. Um, but obviously, with hedge funds and stuff, that happens because there's motivation to. So you know, you say you spend $100,000 pushing something down, so that you can over time load a much bigger position than the $100,000. So you can push something down with a smaller amount of um, money to be able to load it up. With someone like Citadel doing something like that, I guess the question for me is like, what is their motivation? Are they looking to load a bunch of it, lowers, and then ride like because their whole motivation is to make money.
Yes.
So and they make money in both directions. So do market makers really need it to be lower? I'm not sure. But shorts do, you know.
Mhm.
And I don't know how much in cahoots hedge funds are with market makers. It's we saw with the GME thing where there is some interplay where Citadel bailed out some hedge funds, lent them money. So I'm not really sure because you're not really sure what fully to believe. But I will say I see weird things on level 2 a lot, and it's I think that commentary is on like really small cells. So what you'll see is consistent like 1 or 2 share blocks, or if it's something that's really cheap, like 1K blocks, and they're just like I don't think retail would sell like that. They sell in larger blocks. They're not selling like $50 worth. And when you see somebody like that, I don't know. I mean, because they put up walls and try to push things down. So I think more often than not, with market makers, they're not holding long positions. They're not holding short positions for a long period of time. It's mostly intraday, and that's why you see prints after hours sometimes, where they're just covering a block of shares. So most of that manipulation, I think, is intraday because they're covering most of their positions within a day or two, whereas hedge funds don't.
I'm just
So
gonna clarify.
there's a
Oh, sorry.
distinction there. No, go ahead.
I'm just going to clarify something for Magic Turtle in chat. He's saying the hedge funds are market makers. I'm pretty sure we're both going off of
No.
the SEC definition of market makers, which is a very specific thing.
Well, what I was actually
yeah.
trying to do is separate those two things
Yeah.
from market makers and hedge funds.
Yeah, like the technical definition, they're different things. Colloquially, like in everyday usage, people can conflate the two. But market makers, the SEC definition is, if I recall correctly, the companies that facilitate trading behind
Yes.
behind the brokerage firms. They're the middlemen between the brokerage firms and the actual stock market. They make
Yes.
the market in a literal sense, but they're not hedge
Yes.
funds.
No. No, no. They're not, you don't have like, can't invest in Citadel.
Yeah.
You can't put your money in with a market maker. So no, I was trying to more, rather than say they're the same thing, I was trying to distinguish the two because we were talking about like manipulation of the market, and I think both do manipulate the market just in a different way with different motivations.
Sure. Yeah, though
So
I
market
didn't think you were
makers,
conflating the two. I was responding to someone in chat, right?
yeah. So basically, what can happen is the market makers think that a stock is going to go down intraday, and they want to make some money off of it going down, and then suddenly some kind of material information or something comes up, and they get stuck. And it's not the same kind of short squeeze that a hedge fund would get stuck in, where they have 5 days to cover, and they're basically covering out of that position that day. And it's usually a much smaller amount of shares because they're just making a market. So they're putting up a bid and an ask. So if they're selling shares that they don't have on the ask, they're going to have to buy them back at some point because they're making a market.
Yep.
They don't always have all the shares that they're selling and buying while making that market. So that's where you can squeeze them. If something pops off and they're caught short, suddenly they're going to have to cover all of those positions because I don't. And this was the thing that they were talking with Senator Waters. Why she was asking, why do you not report the short positions and all of that on a daily basis? Because what it allows, by not having like real-time information, what it allows is for market makers to be able to much more easily manipulate their position for their own gain. I don't think in the end, unless they're stuck short, they really care whether something goes up or down, as long as they're on the right side of that trade.
Yeah, for sure.
Whereas hedge funds are money that's taken from the public, that's invested, and with some guaranteed returns. And that's why it's called a hedge fund, because it plays both sides. It's always hedging the bets. And then there's those recent ones, right? Like with GME, where they just took a really big short position. Doesn't mean that all they do is short, but they took a really big short position in GME and got stuck in it and couldn't sorry.
No problem.
I got some drilling here. It's really distracting me.
Yeah, I can hear it a little bit. It's not
Sorry.
too bad, but it's fine.
I'm also reading the yeah, I think I'm reading the chat. I think if you have big money, and a hedge fund is trying to get your money, I think there are some guarantees there. But obviously, if you're just a retail trader and you're looking at at buying some stonk, some ETF or something, of course there's no guaranteed returns. But I'm thinking about like what they build their money from is big investors that just give them uh, tens of millions of dollars based on a return that they agreed to, and then the hedge fund does whatever it wants, and if they make more money, they just pay whatever they agreed to. I don't
Have
know.
have you seen the controversy? Speaking of like hedge funds holding short positions, and have you seen the controversy around the fail to deliver mechanics? Because apparently hedge funds can I don't remember the exact time span. I should have prepared for the sign. I think it was 30 or 45 days that they can fail to deliver the underlying stock when a short contract expires, or they like need to file for an extension every week or something like that. But basically, they can. A lot of people who are hoping to do the short squeeze on GME were very very disappointed to learn that that those that like the big short positions can just file failure to deliver and postpone the covering their position, which seems like a very strange thing that you could do it in the first place. Um, oh,
Yeah, I'm reading up on it a little bit right now. Sorry, I'm muted
no,
because of
no
the
problem. Yeah, the
drilling.
drill, sure.
Jeez, it hasn't been happening until now. Um, yeah, that's 35 days to close out a fail to deliver.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
that's
have
a
to I'm gonna have
lot.
to read I'm gonna have to read a little bit more about that. I
Okay.
have to be honest that I'm not up on the Reddit stuff.
Yeah, no problem.
I purposely stay away from it because I don't like the influence it has on my strategies.
Mhm.
So I haven't really been looking deep into it because I'm reading it, and yeah, there's quite a bit on Reddit.
All right,
Yeah.
so
I see that that's the thesis on GME. That's why supposedly it hasn't been squoze yet.
mhm.
Um, I don't know. I imagine I'd have to read into this because I imagine there's penalties for doing such a thing. I don't think it's just a free pass. Because if it is, then the market's just completely broken towards the short side.
Yeah, which it does seem. I think that's the thesis, right? That it is broken in that way. That like a lot of the people who are hoping to apply the short squeeze felt very like appropriately cheated by the failure to deliver.
Yeah, I mean, the main company, the main hedge fund that was short GME, that caused the beginning of that squeeze, covered their position that same week. Uh, that's also why it hasn't. They covered it when it went to 400. That
Yeah.
was the squeeze. So with respect to that specifically, I'm not sure if that's if that's a problem, that there's hedge funds scrambling behind the scenes and still need to cover like a gajillion shares of GME. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it seems like
Um,
it's not very transparent either. Like how many contracts are outstanding. I know there's paid services you can subscribe to that are supposedly keep track of that, but
let's see. T plus 35 delivery only applies to certain classes of securities. Because, if that was the case every time, then wouldn't like a short squeeze not really happen? If you get a 35 trading days to correct the price. I don't know. I'm reading up on it. I
yeah.
guess I'm a noob about this.
No problem.
Because put it this way, this whole like short squeeze Reddit thing, like it's a new way of investing, and it's just not my way of investing. I'm not looking for companies that are depressed and have huge short positions. It hasn't been my approach,
Yeah.
so obviously you can't know everything about the market. So this is something I don't really know that much about, and that's why I say I haven't been reading up on the Reddit is because in the few years I've been up in this, it's only been since GME and the Reddit thing that this is the approach to investing. Let's look for a company that's cheap and has a huge short position, and we're all going to jump on it and create a giant squeeze. I mean, obviously squeezes happen, but it used to usually happen more so because of material information, not because a group of people got together and decided to buy shares all at the same time. This is a new
Mhm.
phenomenon
Yeah, absolutely.
that,
We can
where we as the public are kind of becoming a hedge fund in itself that's fighting against the hedge funds.
yeah, which is also hilarious. We've already talked about this in private, but it's hilarious how people make it an ideological thing when where they think like that there's also hedge funds who are on the side of longing GME and looking for the short squeeze who made a shit ton of money. It's not like the little people defeated the big hedge funds and
No, the
right.
hedge funds made the most money on that,
Yeah.
on the squeeze as well. It was it was fairly documented well, the hedge funds that made a ridiculous amount of money on that squeeze
Yeah.
because they got in, at 50 or whatever when it was already squeezed. Anyways, like I said, I don't I have to read a little bit more into this because I don't think it's a rule that is just across the board for everything all the time.
Hmm.
The 35 days to cover.
Yeah.
And that's why like even recently those funds, like it happened with Viacom more recently. I don't know if you saw what happened with
No, I didn't follow that. What happened?
there was a hedge fund buying going like really overweight, buying it long, and then let's see, I'm looking at the chart right now. They were just inflating the price. Anyways, should look into it because it's like Credit Suisse and
Oh
yeah,
shit.
so
Yeah, the spike in March.
December, yeah. From December to January, it went up a ton, and basically when it went down, they had to they couldn't. They were out of leverage. They had to sell to create liquidity again. Well, I'm looking for. Sorry, I'm doing multiple things at the same time. I'm also not as prepared as I would have liked to be because I did this trip.
No worries.
Send you some articles about it.
The failure to deliver stuff that doesn't matter. That was just like a connected question to the GME stuff, but it's fine that we can talk about Viacom here. Magic Trail is asking.
Archer goes.
Magic Trail is asking. Do you know who pumped this company? So you were saying Credit Suisse and.
Yeah, it's Archegos, Archegos Capital.
Mhm.
And it's so basically like Credit Suisse had its money tied up in it's Bill Huang, Archegos. So that's how it works, right? That the hedge funds have bigger money that they do their trading with. So of course they can be market makers as well because they have they can essentially make the market themselves. I mean, in a very very small. I'm because I'm reading the comments a little bit. In a very small market cap company, and you have a decent amount of money, and say it only trades like 10 or 20 to $100,000 worth of volume a day, and you want to enter, and you want to enter with like a $50,000 position, you put that stuff on the bid. You're essentially a market maker. You're making the market. You're giving somebody an opportunity to sell to you. So in that way, I could see how market makers basically are. I mean, hedge funds basically are market makers because they're providing a ton of liquidity into the market, which is what market makers are supposed to do. Hedge funds really do that as well. Anyways, I got off track.
It's fine.
What were we talking about? Oh yeah, Archegos.
Yeah, Viacom and the pump and dump that happened, I guess.
Yeah.
And now from 2 days ago, Yahoo finds Viacom CBS is probably the most undervalued streaming company.
Yeah. So Credit Suisse, it looks like an HBC, I think. I don't know. Another one. They're like looking at like $5 to $10 billion worth of losses because they had money tied up with this hedge fund, and they were inflating the price of Viacom, and then it started going down, and they had to. They're probably. I don't know. I have to read deeper into it. Because they were probably over leveraged and like options and derivatives and things like that. So sorry.
No problem.
Here's an article.
It's set to offer Viacom CBS VIP shops. Sells $2.3 billion of stocks tied to Archegos. More than a week after, some rivals dumped their shares and skirted losses. Ooh, they were late to the game.
But that actually, yeah, it's not necessarily a short thing. They were manipulating it the other direction.
Yeah.
With what happened with GME was, some young hedge fund guy who had too much money. Too many people trusted him with their money, and it's this. it's this approach that happens a lot on the market where there's just like shark piranha kind of hedge funds that are looking to destroy companies. They're just gonna push it down until the company can no longer find financing. They have to keep getting financing at a lower and lower price, dilute their stock, and the short will, you know, if the company goes bankrupt, then the short gets to make all the money. So they're willing to destroy companies. I think it's happening a little bit less now because it's becoming out of favor. Anyway, sorry, I'm all over the place.
No worries.
I'm talking about GME. What the GME one? It was just somebody betting that the company was going to go bankrupt. Essentially, they were short at like
Yeah.
$10 or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that was other people's money, right? So that's the same thing that happened with Archegos family, whatever, that they were playing with other people's money. And other people are taking hits.
Isn't that stuff insured in the US though? When you like if you have your money being managed by a hedge fund, isn't don't you have I forgot the name of that, but isn't there like insurance on it?
FDIC
Yeah,
to a
FDIC. That's
certain to a certain amount, I imagine. But
I
yeah,
know that
no.
applies when you like let the bank um handle your money, right? Let's see, FDIC insurance limit. $250,000 per depositor, but it's only for banks. So I imagine hedge funds don't apply to that, right? It's just deposit insurance for at a bank. Yeah, FDIC is not for hedge funds at all. That's why you have to be an accredited investor
Yeah,
for hedge funds.
yeah, they're not insured.
Yeah, that I guess that makes sense. That's also what they say at when you sign up for a brokerage, right? There's like a little disclaimer saying you're risking your money. We're not liable. Don't sue us.
Right,
You're gonna lose.
like mutual funds.
Yeah. Or like I had that you get that disclaimer too in banks when they have investment stuff. They're like your bank account is insured, but then you move that money into some form of investment, and there's like a disclaimer saying, "Hey, now this the value can go up and down. We're not liable for the market. Good luck."
Yeah, as well they shouldn't be.
Yeah, I mean that's the risk of investing.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be possible to set up like insurance schemes for investing? But I mean, in that case, the insurance would just invest their own money directly, right? Instead of setting up an indirect level of insurance. That doesn't really make sense. I wanted
Yeah,
to ask. Oh, sorry.
honestly,
Go ahead.
with all the, the this that's why I refer to Reddit. Right, I say Reddit because there's just there's this whole new school that's happened over the past year, and I started a bit earlier, so for better or for worse, my approach with the stock market has been learning how it works and making money off of that. I didn't go into it thinking how am I going to change this and looking at and looking at all the corruptions and trying to do the QAnon thing with GME or whatever. I've looked at it as analyzing how it works and trying to be one of the guppies that's attaching itself to a whale and getting off in time. And that's why I also say that I have fairly weak hands. I take my profits. I'm doing it that way. So sometimes I miss on large gains. Sometimes I miss very rarely, but sometimes there is the 100 bagger stock. I probably will never stick around that long. So, in what I'm saying is, my approach has been to um, just kind of take advantage of whatever the market is now, rather than looking at all the corruption and trying to change that. Obviously, I'm aware of it, and that's why I have weak hands. I don't fall for any of the hype and stuff like that, and sometimes I miss out, but I'm also not taking big losses and hodling something to the grave. So with respect to the reason why I'm saying is with respect to some of these things, I'm not as educated as I probably should be.
That's fine. And it's the like we said, we didn't necessarily like prepare questions beforehand and research them or whatnot. It's just talking
Yeah,
about
and it's
connected
it's and
stuff.
it's also more it's a lot more the thesis that's nowadays is the thesis. Whereas, like I said, for better or for worse, I think my approach to investing compared to the new thesis is kind of boomer. Like I got the boomer investing thing, where I'm just looking at what it is and trying to make it work for me, rather than trying to like revolutionize anything. I don't have money for that. I'm just trying to like scrape some change, and that's what I think what I can help more with in this type of conversation is about the mental game and how to make some money. How to come in, make some money. Like forget trying to change what Citadel is doing. It's definitely super important to be aware of that because they're going to try to play tricks on you. You know, but I haven't gotten bogged down in the whole Reddit of it all. If you know
So
what I mean.
yeah. So then going back to that, like, so earlier you said that your strategy is to have a strategy for like every asset you invest in. Have a clear idea of like when you're what's your target price, where you're getting off
Yeah.
at, what's your I guess keep it like having a vague idea of what material changes could prompt you to ditch it.
Yeah, and it's mixed in with technicals. That's the other thing that we haven't really talked about is charting. And the more that computer algorithms control the trading, the more actually technicals seem to run true. You know, just like Fibonacci retracements and VWAP, which is the volume weighted average price. If you watch intraday, you'll see that there's often big shifts if stock drops below the VWAP or pops up above it. So my strategies are often fundamentals with technicals. So if the technicals look really bad, I'm less willing to invest. So like accumulation versus distribution of the stock, for example, is a really nice one. Or the RSI being, you use these to see what the trend is. And obviously, it's only the trend until it isn't the trend. So it's not an all-encompassing thing. Because a fundamental can change, and then the technicals on the chart will change as well.
That makes sense. I imagine.
So my
Oh, sorry.
strategies are basically, yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead.
My strategies are often based on technicals as well. So looking for multi-year bottoms in the price or multi-year tops, seeing where resistance and support levels are, and creating like price ranges around that. So if like if I say and with fundamentals involved as well. But it's important to, for example, know what the market cap of a company is. Um, I noticed that in a lot of the new investors, for example, don't seem to comprehend that, where um, some stock is going, from $10 to 100, and it had $100 million market cap at $10. At $100, it's $1 billion market cap, and they're like, "Oh, it's going higher." And the question you have to ask is, what would justify it to have over $1 billion market cap? Because we're just, it can't just be technical like Momo charting. There's also this. It just really won't go higher than that because there's nothing that would justify that kind of market cap based on possible earnings in the future. So, for example, when I say like, oh yeah, I'm probably gonna sell at 10, or say sell 50% of my position at $10 on the stock that's like $2, it's based on the fact that with the amount of outstanding shares at $10, the market cap is going to be so high that they would have to. It happened with the weed. Yeah, it's a really good example with the weed boom that happened with like Tilray and these stocks that went from like $5 to $180, like in a matter of a month. And basically, what I'm getting at is there's a moment where you're like, okay, in order for this weed company to justify this market cap, they would need to sell an ounce of weed to every single person every single day.
Yeah.
Like there's a point where it's just saturated, and that's why, like some like Tilray or whatever that was selling THC beverages, CBD beverages. It's like, how many cans of this crap do you need everyone to buy and drink every day in order for you to make this much money?
That's a good way of looking at it. Yeah, like what the reality, you get a reality check on the market cap, right?
Yeah, it's a good indicator because it's very important to know how many shares are outstanding. And then, of course, it's very important to know how many shares are authorized, or what kind of financing they're doing, etc. But a lot of the high flying stuff, it just the market caps are not justifiable. So I look at going back to the creating strategies. It's tough. I should maybe write this stuff down a little bit before talking to you, because I am all over the place. Because the point is you have to take in multiple factors at the same time. It's like any kind of equation. You're taking in some fundamentals, some technicals, some some FOMO from the general public. All those things play into it together. So, for example, if something is FOMOing out a lot, then yeah, you can make some money, but then you check what the market cap is and you're like, oh, okay, this is crazy. And you want to sell it because there's no way it can go higher.
Yeah, you earn
So that's
yourself. Oh, sorry.
so that's how, like, because my question when you asked about strategies, I basically was thinking like, how do I come up with price targets?
Yeah.
And price targets are based on, yeah, earnings potential, market cap versus the amount of dilution, financing that the company is creating. Um, and that's where GME is completely just it's out of its mind. It has nothing to do with any of that.
Yeah.
It's all just about this thesis against the shorts and the T+35 and all of that, because there's no justification for it to have such a market cap at this point.
Yeah, I want to tell you, you're saying that it's like an old school approach to investing. You earn yourself a boomer emote from Turner for talking about PE ratios.
Yep.
That's
That's it. That's it.
yeah.
But that's just important, like I'm not discounting all the other stuff, and I like, it's really important to, and that's the thing where, yeah, like I think, Boomer Jim Cramer is on it right now and on Twitter and all of that, where he's like, look, all y'all aren't wrong about all this. But if you can it's like you can be a nice, you can jam as a musician, and then if you learn the actual fundamentals and theory, you can be a much better musician. But it doesn't mean you have to follow that theory and just play jazz theory things. You can do whatever you want. So talking about PE ratios and stuff like that, I think I'm bringing that up because there's not enough of that
Mhm.
nowadays. There's a lot of this FOMO. There's a lot of the going against the system and all of that. And if you take that and mix it in with the boomer PE ratios and EBITDA and stuff like that, you can become a really good trader if you have a grasp of both sides.
That makes sense. Well, the Roaring Kitty envisions the transformation of GameStop to a mainly online retailer. Yeah, that's what I've read too. Like the original back before it became a big hype train. The original thesis was that it would become an online retailer, and that it had a lot of potential in that.
Well,
Um,
so with
yeah,
go ahead, sorry.
but yeah, so like, but then like how much? Because back then it was trading at what, like under $10, I think. So like already at like 50, $80, yeah, like $4. Like when Roaring Kitty got in, that was what it was trading for, and it was definitely like he definitely got in with that thesis at a time where it does look very sensible. Like this new CEO comes in who has experience in online retailing. Um,
Oh, absolutely.
sure,
I,
that's not a stock that's worth $4, right? It has potential, but does it
yes.
have does it have potential for like over $100, over $200, which is the stuff we've been seeing is another question, right?
Yeah, well, because at $4 or whatever, the market cap was under a billion, which is kind of crazy considering how much brick and mortar they own.
Mhm.
So it creates this situation where it's almost trading under its book value, but that's because the thesis is that the company is going to go bankrupt and is going to be worth zero on the books.
Yeah.
So at that point, that was a great investment, absolutely. And I don't think Roaring Kitty ever thought it was going to go to 200 or 400. I think he probably went into it expecting 50 maybe, or 100, I don't know. I think what you have to do a lot of the time as well, like I'm talking about price targets, but if something takes off, then yeah, you shave some profits, but if it's got momentum, you kind of want to reevaluate your targets. And I think that's probably what happened with Roaring Kitty. I don't know if he was like, this is going to go to 1,000, and that's why I'm buying it at $4. I think he was just seeing an opportunity to make money and a good gain, like a 10 bagger going to 40. And then when it just kept going, it was a lot easier to hold and sell a smaller percentage for the same amount of money that you were hoping to get out of it in the first place. Because he took profits. I mean, he took about $10 million in profits around that 300 to 400 range. It just happened to only be like, 10% of his position because it ran so high.
Yeah. Turns saying the GameStop don't own the brick and mortar; they lease. So I guess
Oh, they lease
that's
it, yeah.
yeah,
Oh, jeez.
yeah.
Because a lot of retail does actually own it, and then you can kind of um, ascribe a value just based on the real estate. But yeah, but there is a lot of companies that, because there are big uh, real estate companies that own the malls, right? And they're just renting out the stores. So yeah, that makes sense.
Are there concerning the investment strategy stuff? Are there like for like someone who wants to learn about investing, what are the best resources that like how did you learn? Is there stuff you would recommend that would like save people from paying for expensive mistakes, like expensive lessons? Um, Are there good
It's
resources
interesting.
online that people can
Yeah,
access?
I mean, for like super basic stuff, there's like Investopedia, for example, which explains a lot of um, basic concepts. I think what a lot of people do nowadays is use social media, um, like StockTwits
Mhm.
or Twitter, to share due diligence. But with that, most of it is just people pumping their book, usually underwater, trying to get somebody to buy the crap that they bought too high or whatever. Um, but let's see. If you want to read about a company that outside of like the public stuff, then you can actually go into the Secretary of State's office of whatever state that the company is registered in, and you have direct access to filings there. So you can keep up to date with how many shares are outstanding, or if they're um, uh, trying to sell shares, putting a shelf offering up, and things like that. So you go directly to the SOS, Secretary of State's office. Those filings are public for everybody. Um, for like basic resources to find out like market caps and things like that, you can go to the Nasdaq.com site, Market Watch. Uh, is a decent one. This is like super basic stuff, obviously. It's not to help avoid, because as far as that is concerned, I haven't really seen anyone not lose money in the beginning. Like the market's this kind of thing where yep, I totally agree. I totally agree with Magic Turtle.
Yeah, Twitter stock advice.
Uh, yes. And by the time it's on Twitter, it's usually too late. That's why I'm saying it's usually people pumping their book that they're bag holding on. Um, yeah, I mean, generally, it's it's better to not pay attention to that, because I think there's also shorts there, and you could get emotionally influenced. So I'm just kind of going through the random resources that I think people use. Uh,
I like the Secretary of State suggestion. Like that's something I
yeah, well,
would
that's
never have
that's
thought
real
of.
due. That's doing real due diligence.
Like
Like
directly
actually
going,
looking
yeah.
up the company filings. Yeah. Uh, and when I say like Market Watch, that's like a quick thing. Somebody brings up a ticker, and you want to check out, like, get some quick info on the Market Watch is a decent one. The old school ones like Yahoo Finance. Then there's StockTwits, but it's most of this is crap. This is just like people. It's just crap and FOMO. For penny stocks, it's iHub, Investor Hub. It's also just like a bunch of trash talk. And absolutely right, you're usually too late on that. So the difficult part of investing and like being like, like let's say FOMO is bad, and uh, chasing social media pumps is bad. So what you're really hoping to do is to create a certain type of thesis for yourself and how to find undervalued stocks. So basic things would be um, the valuation being low, in the sense that it's only trading 1 to 2 or 3 times its book value or whatever. Um, then there's the thesis of short squeeze. Because we're what I'm trying to get at is, I'm trying to talk about something that's very difficult to do, which is get in the stock before a run. Get in the stock that nobody's talking about. There hasn't been any momentum in it, and you want to be that person that's buying it when nobody else is, so that when it runs and everyone's talking about it, you can sell into that hype because you're already there. Well, that's the most difficult thing. And obviously, if it was easy, we'd all be millionaires, you know. But
Yeah.
so you do digging, um, and that's where like price to earnings ratios and outstanding shares, authorized shares, and things like that come into play. You figure out what represents something undervalued, and you look for those variables to and ideally you're looking for that perfect storm where a company has a lot going for it, there's a lot of doubt, you feel quite confident about it, there isn't a bunch of dilution happening, and the market cap is small, and the price to earnings are quite low. The ratio is, 1 to 1 or whatever. You've got yourself a winner. Right now, there's very little of that because what's happened over the last year is it hasn't been just FOMO. It's been people doing that, scouring the whole market for undervalued plays that are essentially at the bottom, so you don't really have much of a downside. But at some point, looking through it, you could have a very large upside if people start to take interest and take notice. I mean, I had that happen recently in a penny stock. I told you recently. I'm kind of making fun of it because it's penny stocks and it's only a small amount of my portfolio. But I was kind of a market maker at one point in the stock. I liked the fundamentals of the company. They had a bunch of delays and everybody just lost faith. And I decided to start bidding in. And for a time, about a year ago, I was one of the only bidders, and I would just get, I think market makers or whatever would sell me small amounts of shares. And now, just a couple of weeks ago, it ran 10x. Now everybody's talking about it, and it's like, you know, my point is nobody wanted to buy it back then when it was really cheap. Nobody cared. Nobody wanted to buy it. By the time people want to buy it, it's already 8 times higher.
Yeah.
So that's another thing that has to do with the emotions of it. You have to, you figure out your fundamentals, and even if everyone's bashing it, nobody's buying it, nobody cares, there's no momentum in it, you're like, you know what? I trust my due diligence. I'm not going to be emotional about this. This isn't making me any money, or maybe I'm even losing. I'm down 10% or something. But you're not buying something that just ran a bunch. Like GME at $4 to $10 to $20 was an excellent investment. It's just fundamentally not at $200, because it's
Yeah.
already run. So your downside is huge. But again, I'm describing my own strategy, which I think is quite safe. I have weak hands. I'm like totally like the anti-Reddit type of person as far as that goes. I don't think you should ever just fall in love and with the thesis and ride it to the grave. But I'm also very well aware that I missed, I didn't, I missed stuff. I missed Bitcoin running to 50,000, because
I
when it was at 20, I thought it was overpriced.
I want to ask actually about it because earlier you were talking about the like how like wanting to be from the ground zero on that stock that's going to blow up, that's really undervalued, and so on and so forth. But most of investing seems to be like safe blue chip or maybe even indexes,
Hmm.
bonds, like all that boring boomer stuff, but that actually is
Yeah.
going to reliably make you money. Um,
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about like what's your strategy for that too?
Oh yeah, I would love to. I mean, I think the reason why we end up talking about the volatility stuff is because that's what's happening in the market right now
Yeah.
with GME and AMC and then Dogecoin and BNB and Ethereum, etc. So that's kind of what that's what the market is these days. So that's why I'm addressing that because it's much more cutthroat. You have to be quick in and out. You know, these pumps and then these dumps, they happen fairly quickly.
Yeah.
With the blue chip stuff, yeah, it's a completely different thing. Like that's why I say I separate those because if you try to apply the kind of methodology you would to momentum stocks, or like penny stocks or crypto, you apply that to big board, you're just going to be selling and buying way too much for pennies, you know, you because everything happens at a much slower pace. So you have a lot more time to decide whether you want to sell if something is going down, and the upside is very slow progress. Um, so then, yeah, then we're talking about time horizons, and with blue chip stuff, I think if you have a time horizon of like 5 years or something, then the day to day just doesn't really matter because you know if you look at a 5 to 10 year chart of any blue chip stocks, they've gone up. They had the little blip in 2008, a little blip in 2012, etc. But overall, um, most of that stuff has gone up, except for stuff that obviously just bankrupt because nobody uses it, like I don't know, Blockbuster Video or something. But yeah, I mean, I think in this conversation we're mostly talking about tech nowadays, or like infrastructure. I don't know, Caterpillar, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Um, so with that, it goes cyclical. There's cycles in the market, and there's a rotation to different things based on what everybody's doing. Again, I'm just following. So like, you know, with inflation rates going up and you seeing that coming, buying banks 6 months ago was a really good idea. So if you look at like JP Morgan, it was at $100 a share, $90 a share. It's 150, and that it's like the inflation is causing the banks to have a cycle now of a bullish cycle.
Yeah.
Infrastructure makes sense because of the Biden presidency and the Green
Yeah.
New
Public
Deal.
works, yeah.
Yeah,
Isn't that stuff already priced in though, to a certain extent? Or
it has been. It is from the past 6 months. Yeah,
yeah.
I mean Caterpillar has doubled. You know, it's a lot of these big companies have doubled recently. They've had gains that you normally have to wait like 5 years for. I mean, a bank going up 50% in 3 to 6 months is crazy.
Yeah. And so
Yeah,
like what's your
that's
port
the Caterpillar chart.
yeah. Yeah, it's
So
insane.
boomers have been making a ton of money. I mean, people who are investing, and I've been saying that to some of my friends who play mostly penny stocks.
Mhm.
You're looking for the quick 10 bagger or a quick 100% gain. And it's like, wow, look at these charts of these mega cap corporations. They've all been giving bags, like full 100% gains to people. Disney was under $100,
Oh yeah,
and it, like recently ran to 200.
because of their streaming service, right?
Or like Boeing, you know, it could. I'm trying to think of like the blue chips, the
Yeah.
giant market cap stocks. Boeing was also at like 100.
What's your strategy like portfolio wise? So between those like safer, more longer term investments and the risky, say like a biotech study play or a trial play rather, or some like random penny stocks that you did some DD on. What's the general percentage that you try to go for?
I should totally like I should like say some kind of disclosure statement thing.
Yeah,
Like
I'm not
this
a
is not
financial
this is
advisor.
not I'm not a financial advisor. This is not
Yeah,
investing advice.
you just like the
And
stocks.
but in general, like I mean, honestly, that's why I was saying like you have to figure out what you're comfortable with because I think it's really important to, and I will. I have no problem talking my book, but I think it's important to, like years ago, I was playing some poker and I was doing well in like $3 to $5 tournaments. And then when I stepped up my game to like $20 or $50 tournaments, I wasn't playing well. And it wasn't that the play was better. In fact, it wasn't. In fact, I think it was looser, like people who had more money, they weren't so tight with it. But it was my mental state because I was risking a bigger amount of money, so I wasn't making the optimal game theory call in any given situation because I was worried about something. And what you're trying to do is eliminate fear of losing money or whatever, and be in that place where it's comfortable for you and you're just using your logic and your rational thinking and the statistical analysis and the due diligence, and you're not emotionally influenced by it. So it takes a little while to figure out what that is for you specifically. And some people can hang on high volatility. Other people get really tripped up by that and sell something that then runs 50% the next day, and then they're like buying it after missing that 50, and then you're doing the whole opposite thing the whole time.
Yeah, buy high, sell
So
low.
but you yeah, and that happens a lot. So that's why I think for me most fundamental is everyone should figure out a place where they feel comfortable with what they're doing so that they're not influenced by emotions. So for me, what that is risking maybe 5 to 10% of my portfolio on just like really, really silly stuff. 5% maybe. And if something runs and it becomes a large part of my portfolio, I try to sell some because I just don't want it to. Nice. I
You were
saw
reading
that.
chat, yeah. Buy a high, sell low, transfer wealth to people less fortunate than me. It's charity, really. Yeah, it's even tax deductible, right?
um, so yeah, I think it's important to have some long-term positions. It's like approaching it more as money in the bank, like a savings account, but you're looking at like a dividend stock that will pay you 4% a year, regardless. This is outside of whether it's going up or down. So that's already, if it stays even, um, you're making way more than you would from a savings account on a dividend paying stock. But there's a chance, of course, there's a risk. It's not guaranteed money because it could go down. But as like Warren Buffett and all of that, it's just a patience game. So if you're invested in Microsoft, like it'll just keep going up slowly, incrementally, and quarterly they'll pay you some dividends. It's something that's on my book for a long time, and I don't see myself selling it anytime soon. Um, and then you're just checking in quarterly and seeing what the earnings guidance is and such. And if things have changed, then you might want to reevaluate your position. But so long-term stuff like that are really profitable companies. They're ever expanding. The the multiples are within line of the rest of the market. Unlike things like Tesla or whatever, um, that are just like 100 times what they make. Um, then that's a hold, and you know that over time, over a 10 to 20 year horizon, if the fundamentals don't change, it will go up no matter what. And in the meantime, you will be collecting some dividends. So I like to keep the majority of my money there because it's just like a savings account. And if I pop off on something that's risky, I'll take the profits and load it into something more stable.
Do you do
I like to play it safe because it's my job. That's the other thing too. There's a huge difference between somebody who has a regular job and is just doing this for fun and doesn't need to risk it, and somebody who's doing it more for work and is trying to create a regular income out of it. you know.
yeah? Do you also do like as far as the safer part, ETFs or bonds, or do you just stick to blue chips for your safer investment?
I like stock picking, um, but that's because I like to do due diligence. You have to do your own DD if you're going to pick a particular stock. Um, with ETFs, it's easier because it balances out. You're betting on a whole sector.
Yeah,
So if one company is blowing it, some other company will make up for that, and then you're hoping that the fund managers are doing that work for you. They're releasing positions that are going to go lower and raising their positions and stuff that will go higher and ensuring profits for you. It's harder to get rich doing that though. That's for sure. Like investing in ETFs. You're not going to get a double or a triple on anything like that.
yeah.
So that's again, it's about your investment thesis. How aggressive do you want to be? I think the reason why we were talking about GME and crypto and all of that, because to me, and putting that in a completely different realm, is because to me, it's as aggressive as you could possibly be. You're willing to basically lose all of your money. If you got a good job and you're just playing around, then yeah, go risk it. Because if you lose that money, you're still going to get the paycheck next week, and it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
So yeah, mostly good stuff for me, and a decent cash position for trading. Um, and then I personally in TGTX for a long time because it's just done really well, and I've been reevaluating my position as new uh, studies come out and they're progressing. So I feel confident about it. I think I think it could potentially be $150 stock
When's the
based on
next
their.
trials for TGTX on the multiple sclerosis and cancer stuff?
Well, they had a readout just 2 or 3 weeks ago. There's going to be some. There's a quiet period now before some presentations, and they're going to be filing for uh, FDA approval in the second half of this year.
Okay.
So it means that approval probably won't happen until the first half of 2022. In the meantime, you have to look at the pipeline. The reason why I like TGTX is because their pipeline is vast. It's not just like a one-hit wonder with one drug.
Yeah.
They have a lot going for them, which helps me hold it longer term.
I just put 15K
Honestly,
in TGTX. That's what I said.
oh shit. Well, the last thing I want to do too, it's interesting because I and this is a funny thing to bring up with the GME crowd and everything. I was sitting with a friend a couple of months ago who's very into GME, and his thesis on Ethereum was really good actually, and I got in. I bought Ethereum at 1800 because of him.
Nice.
Um, I'm really happy about it because it made a lot of sense what he was saying, but with GME it didn't, and that's fine. You just have to compare it to your own strategies and say, okay, does this fit my strategy? Do I feel comfortable with this? And if you don't, who cares? Don't worry about it. And be happy that other people made money. Like I don't, it doesn't bother me if I missed a run. There's so many things to run on, so it's okay. But what I wanted to say is I found it really interesting that most GME people are just like, buy GME. You should just buy it. Shut
Yeah.
up and buy it. And it's like I don't ever pitch my book like, and I'm like feeling, and I know it was a joke, and I appreciate that everybody knows where we're at because I don't want to tell anybody what to buy. I'll always just do your own DD, check it out, read up on it. If it feels, if it makes sense to you and you feel confident about it, then do it. Don't follow other people's advice because you're not going to long term feel confident about it because you haven't done your own research on it. So when it starts going down, you're not going to understand why.
Yeah.
You're more likely to panic. But so what I notice is with the GME people, it's just this, and I'm like, you're not. You're. This is making me definitely not want to invest in this because you're not giving me any information. You're just like, shut up and buy it, pump, pump, pump.
Yeah.
I'm quite the opposite of that. So that night, like we talked, and it was funny to see how he was like, yeah, 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 Jamie, 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 and I'm like, well, if you're interested, you should check out this stock TGTX, and do your own DD on it, and I don't know, like, see how you feel. It's very risky, etc. There's a big difference there. I think it's important. I think it's important to not to take when people are really pumping hard to take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, that makes sense. Especially what you were saying earlier and what Magic Troll was saying earlier. Like a lot of people are in it on social media to move their bags around, not to like educate anyone or help anyone.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's the same thing with like watching CNBC or something, and these pundits come on and they're just talking their own book. They already invested in it. They're telling you to go and buy Boeing when it's up 150%
Yeah.
because they're up 150% and they're looking to like unload some and they need the momentum to keep going. Just like Magic Turtle said, once you're hearing it there in the social media or in the TV, it's probably too late.
Yeah, we've talked about it with crypto too. When you're like parents who aren't really tech savvy are calling you to ask about Bitcoin or and stuff, then that's probably not the right moment to get in.
Yeah. On the other hand, the people who really had diamond hands and bought,
Yeah,
Bitcoin in 2017 and didn't sell it, they had to sit through a 75% loss for a couple of years. And if they were really confident and felt good about it and weren't influenced by some emotional thing, then yeah, now they're up.
yeah,
It's a very long cycle though. It's like a 4-year cycle.
yeah. Time to see how much it drops now. It's exactly the right moment because you can unload your shitcoin onto some unsuspecting boomers. Well, if you already own it, then yeah, that's the moment where you should sell. Like it's a great time to sell. And then if you believe in
Hmm.
it, how much do you do like even when you have strong DD on something, do you do like momentum trading too, where instead of just hodling, do you you see some like hype and you know its potential is higher and you like see the that hype cycle going on, so you know it's gonna crash right after, or you have a strong suspicion. Do you in those situations, like when it starts crashing, just like sell because you take profits, wait until it hits some kind of dip and then buy back in?
Uh, yeah, I mean, ideally, I'm not gonna sit here and claim that I'm like hella good at that, um, because it's really difficult.
Mm.
Um, it's really difficult to catch the top, and it's really difficult to buy the bottom, you know? So you're trying to get somewhere near there on both sides. And yeah, if you're a really good trader and it's a stock that you're really paying attention to on a daily basis, you know what channels it trades in, you know how it looks, then you can do that, and you can do it over and over again. Uh, I've seen even one of my friends ride a stock that was between $4 and $6, and he would just sell it around six, and then buy it back around four, and sell it around six again, because it was just going up and down this channel. At some point, if you really believe in the company, you may be afraid that you might get caught without shares when it runs. Um, so I guess you kind of want to hold a core position. I have a second account that's really small where I do just some day trading, so I don't fuck with my cost basis on long-term positions. Because if you hold something over a year, you hold it 12 months, and that influences once you're around 10 months, for example, and something's slipping, you could sell it and take the profits and pay your 25% or whatever the tax is, or you can hope that'll rebound after 12 months where the first $40,000 of your capital gains are tax free.
Yeah.
So that ends up actually influencing your decisions as well. Because you want to hold, sometimes, you just want to hold over a year, especially if you already took a gain on it. You have a gain on it. And if you have like a big gain on it, say you have like a $60,000 gain on something, if you sell it short term, it's going to be counted as your income. So you're going to pay the same amount of taxes you would on any other income that you have. Whereas if you hold it over a year, there's this other long-term capital gains bracket, which the first 40K is exempt, and then it scales up gradually up from there. So if you have a huge gain, say like $50,000, $60,000, you're going to pay $15,000 to sell it short term. So you're almost willing to ride it down $15,000, because if you sell it long term, you're kind of at the same place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just talking random crap now, though.
I have a question, but it's more like tangential to the whole investing stuff.
Hmm.
With the COVID vaccine, we've seen a lot of discussion about the uh, patents in the biotech industry. So notably, I don't know if you followed much about the controversy around the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, but originally the Oxford researchers had made a promise to open source their vaccine. They were then, I guess you could say, like lobbied by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to instead of making it open source, to broker a deal between them and a big pharmaceutical company. The arguments were to guarantee that it's produced safely, to protect against loss of confidence in the vaccines, and also to be able to ramp up trials and production as efficiently as possible. They didn't end up striking a deal with any of the companies that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation hooked them up with. But a couple of months later, AstraZeneca contacted them because they heard they were looking for a partner, and at that point they rescinded their promise to open source the vaccine, and that's how we ended up with the AstraZeneca vaccine. Um, a lot of people are mad about it. A lot
Hmm.
of people think, on the contrary, that it makes sense that There are reasonable arguments, at least as far as the production chains go, that open source or not open source, we would have the same issues with difficulties of producing the vaccine. There are specific steps in the mRNA vaccines that are novel and required completely like new labs, new equipment, and the production has supposedly been ramped up as much as it could have been in any scenario. So there's like those arguments, but in general, as someone who invests in those companies, what are your feelings about this idea that's often argued from like a leftist political perspective, that we end up subsidizing pharmaceutical research, but then privatizing the profits. A lot of the research is done publicly from like public funds and universities,
Right.
but the money you're investing in those companies, it also goes to research. Like, where do you stand on that whole discussion, if you have any stance on it?
It's interesting because I think that's for me personally, that's where like my investing thesis and my personal ideology split.
Mhm.
And it just brings me up to a quick point that I wanted to make is I personally don't invest on my ideology stuff. I invest where I think I can make money, you know. And that could sound really bad in the sense that maybe I shouldn't be like, putting money into big oil, but I guess there's always this thinking that, I personally am not influencing. It's, I'm just this little shrimp that's just trying to make a couple bucks off of whales doing their thing, like Harvard being invested in ExxonMobil or whatever. I can't compete with the money that Harvard is putting into big oil or whatever, which they're not anymore, I think. Anyways, that's getting off topic. Um, yeah, it's difficult because what's the counter argument is that without privatized research and money, we wouldn't have as many breakthroughs, right?
That's what a lot of people
Yes,
private
yes,
pharmaceuticals believe. Yes, that the
yes. That's the thesis. Yes.
yeah. Also, that
Um,
even if all that money, even if, let's say, the government was putting in the same amount of money, one argument I've heard recently from someone who's like from a more pro-capitalist perspective was that the governments are usually bad at picking like the winning horse out of a plethora of options. So
mhm.
it would be hard for a government system to follow through on the proper investment on the most promising drug. Yeah, that
Mhm.
that that is who had that take. So chicken, actually, you guessed right.
Mhm.
I don't necessarily agree, but I'm just like kind of playing the devil's advocate, or trying
What
to
take?
get. Sorry.
Which take?
Oh, that governments would not necessarily be
As efficient.
as efficient at selecting the right drug to
Okay.
promote
Yeah.
and push studies for in trials for out of all the drugs that you can research, as a like private market would be
Mhm,
efficient
mhm,
at.
mhm. Yeah, I mean that's interesting because it goes into then you're really talking. Then it goes into that other conversation about socialism versus capitalism, and you know
Yeah, like free market.
whether like free market checks itself, and but on the other end of that, and then the best in class will the best will always survive and will always be profitable, etc. The problem with that, and it happens in the real world, is that there's a lot of diseases, like since we're talking biotech,
Mhm.
that not many people have. So you're looking at your market basically.
Yeah.
So say you came up with like a great drug, but your market is like 10,000 people across the world. in the private in the private corporate world, the discussion is going to be, can we make any money off of this? Not, can we save these 10,000 people?
Hmm.
You know, and if there isn't any money to be made, things might not come to market, basically. Whereas I would think that ideologically, if it was public, then it would be more less a focus on profitability and more a focus on, you know, quality of life for our population.
Yeah.
So ideologically, I personally think that the subsidies should be paid back, and you know, if the government subsidizes and it's tax dollars, then we should have dividends on that,
Hmm.
which I don't think is the case.
Not at all. No.
Yeah.
I don't think that ever happened. Like
um,
I guess with the COVID vaccine, it's kind of funny too. That's also a reason people are butthurt about it here in Europe. Is the reason the deal was that the EU countries, and especially the UK, since we were talking about the Oxford research, put in a lot of money into that research, and the idea was that they would then get preferential prices on the vaccine, which they did. The contracts for the EU vaccines are really good, except that what then happened is that AstraZeneca has been selling the vaccine, like providing the vaccines in priority to the countries that paid more. So that's why the
yeah,
EU is behind on vaccination.
yes, and that's why in the U.S. right now they're like, you know, in New York, if you just look up like find a vaccine or whatever in New York, there's like 150 sites that are like, just walk in, please come, you know, because there's so much of it here.
Yeah,
Because the US paid the most money in the beginning to have it. Yeah, it was a bidding war right from the start.
yeah,
And that's why
absolutely.
you were hearing like, you know, like countries like Mexico where we're not even bidding for these, for the Pfizer one, for Moderna, whatever. They were going to like Novavax and other companies that are smaller that don't have the same pull, don't have a harder time finding buyers. But yeah, I mean that goes into the vaccine thing. I first of all, I have not invested in any
Mhm.
of the COVID stuff. I just stayed clear of it. I wish I hadn't because I remember NVAX was at $10 around April of last year, and it's gone to like 250 or something. I think it's gone low. I think it's only 120 or something now. But there's definitely
That's
a lot of
yeah,
money to be made there. But I just stayed away from it because it felt like a shot in the dark. Like because what they did, the warp speed or whatever, they just threw money at everybody.
yeah,
And some of the companies did well, and others didn't at all. But as far as it's an interesting conversation because as far as the subsidizing, because I fully don't agree with using public money to then create private corporate profits. That's crazy to me.
yeah. A lot of people feel like it's unfair. I personally agree with that. I'm even e- like what you said as well, that that like having it being driven only by market forces will always fuck over people suffering from rare diseases as far as the priority in research goes, which
Hmm.
in the grand scheme of things, it sucks to say it, but to a certain extent that might be okay as well. Obviously you want to research the medication that will help the most people as a priority. But there definitely is a problem there where the value of lives saved is something that far surpasses the market value of the transactions in the from like a macro society perspective, right? The having people alive is such a huge benefit for a society that it's probably not prioritized enough if we go just with market forces, right?
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's like the trolley dilemma.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of. Except that, like, ideally, that's also another argument I heard, that the like investing in a drug is risky. I brought up the Novavax chart, and it's like 2016 is $150, then it's $30, it's like $20, then it's $5, then it's 170, then it's 300.
Right.
Like I've heard that argument from the Destiny 2, that like governments, you don't want governments like taking those super risky investments. I disagree. I think if anything, a government has as much capacity as even more capacity than big corporations to take big risks, and accept the like 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000 payoff of the drug being really efficient, compared to obviously the market as a whole also has a great capacity to absorb those losses, but and governments have huge cash flow from taxation, so I don't feel like that should be an issue in the grand scheme of things. But I don't know. I guess the market cap on the pharmaceutical industry as a whole probably does surpass GDP of
It's
of any country. But hey, thanks for the follow, Real Madrid. But yeah, so I guess your stance is like hate the game, not the not the player. If I can sum it up.
It's tough, because I just the stock market is not a moral place, you know.
Yeah, money. Yeah, money doesn't. Money's the same wherever it comes from, right?
Yeah, I feel like, and again, maybe I'm a little bit too far in that direction. I because it becomes this discussion whether what you're doing yourself personally has any influence on the larger on the grand scheme of things, and whether like you investing in something that's not necessarily good for the world just for personal gain, what the ethics and morality of that is. And I guess I've just, in order to for like self-preservation, I don't do it that way.
Mhm.
But there's money to be made in, because there's nothing better than holding something that's doing really well that you like really believe in and think is going to change the world for the better. I mean, that's ideal, like the recent pump with electric, the EV market and solar power, alternative energy, etc. That all of that stuff ran really hard. Unfortunately, I hope, for a lot of people who were invested early, they took some profits, because a lot of that stuff has fallen off a cliff, like Plug Power, um, Clean Spark. A lot of these companies that ran really big, that it's, for you or for me or for anybody of similar minds, this is kind of what you want to invest in if you care about the future of the planet, not ExxonMobil or British Petrol. But yeah, like I said, I try to separate that a little bit, just to survive
Yeah,
in the market.
that makes sense. Yeah, I've seen a little bit of that like responsible investing type approach. When I was at the bank at some point, they showed me some of their like investment portfolio options, and there actually was like a green investment um, thing where you where they would like only choose renewable energies and companies adjacent to
Yeah,
that.
and that's excellent. And if you can, you can do well doing that as well.
Yeah.
Um, but with a lot of stuff like that, it's a longer term horizon because what you're doing is investing in technology that's just getting started, and you're hoping that it will become ubiquitous in the future.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like
Also,
ARK, right?
yeah. Uh,
ARKK.
oh, I'm not familiar with them.
Um, it's this woman's God, I can't remember her name right now. It's bad of me. She's like it's a new fund that invests in all of the new tech and the SPACs and is big on crypto and alternative energy and all of that. And the thesis is just this is the future, and we're just going to ride it into the future and see what happens. Um, my point is about the time horizon with that. This fund invests in technology that has not uh, that hasn't been market proven yet. You know, so there's a huge upside, but at the same time, you have to sit and wait through the troughs. You know, the
Yeah.
valleys.
Yeah, I just looked up the ARC Innovation ETF, and yeah, it seems like it's spiked up and it's down now. I guess the whole market is kind of down right now. Right? I've been reading
It
that
is. It
it's got
is.
a downturn.
Yes, it's a weird time right now. It's a weird time also to talk about uh, stocks.
Yeah.
Like if we talked about it 2 months ago, I think it would be a bit different energy because 3 months ago everything was oof. It was
Just
like
riding, yeah.
euphoria land. You know, everyone was like, "Oh yeah,"
It's never
everything was rebounding like crazy. But it
to the
was it was
moon.
meant, yeah, to the moon. It was bound to happen to have a correction like this. But yeah, I like so just to summarize, I think for in my opinion, the most important thing is your mental state and finding a comfortable place to be so that um, emotions aren't influencing your decisions because that's the most often what is going to cause you to make a bad decision. Um, And besides that, yeah, applying different strategies to different things. I mean, I do some penny stock stuff, right? And I'm very strict about my entries and price targets and stuff. And I sell very quickly because if you look at any of that kind of stuff, the really high momentum stuff, it tends to fall right back to where it came from.
Yeah.
So you have to be very strict with your selling and taking profits. Um, whereas with the big board stuff, you can't do that because it'll fluctuate a couple bucks here and there based on like some news or whatever. Um, anyways,
Yeah, is there yeah, I think we've been like around the block on the subjects. Is there like stuff you specifically wanna talk about that we haven't, or maybe if someone has questions in chat or anything?
yeah, I'm down for that. I mean, I'm down for questions, and like I was saying before, I'm not the most prepared. I was just gonna kind of wing it and see. And I'm talking about, what I've been talking about more is what I talk about with my friends who are starting to get into investing and they have their own thesis and they have their own ideas. And instead of trying to influence in any way their ideas or thesis, I talk about the emotional aspect of it more than anything.
Mm. I
just to
guess
be in a. Go ahead.
oh,
Sorry.
Rosaric has a question. Go ahead. Um, when you
You
talk about
still go.
the emotional aspect, I really think about the where can I contact his lawyers in case my 15K in TGTX falls through? I guess yeah. I
Yeah,
guess
I
you.
need to like
Oh,
put
sorry.
the disclosure statement.
Yeah. This is not financial advice. We're just talking about about stuff. Um,
Yeah, and literally for that, I often try to, in these conversations, try to stay away from specific tickers. But I got mine that I believe in, of course. But yeah, about the emotional stuff.
it reminds me a lot of gambling, and I've been thinking about a lot
Yes.
recently because I mentioned that at some point. I know you were watching the stream, the gambling stuff on Twitch, and I see it a lot in there too, where you see some people who like do it, and they set they set like hard limits to how they approach the game they're playing, and obviously and like that's they seem to be in a much healthier mindset in general. And then you see like big streamers go in there and just full on gambling fallacy, huge bets, keep dumping money. Where to the like sometimes you can see them lose if like 50K, then redump 100K, then lose another 50K. And then there's like a big win, and there you can like see the high, like the emotional up and down. But they
Mhm.
actually still lost 50K, even though they just won back half of their losses. And at the end of the day, isn't the emotional control very similar to the one that you should have to be able to gamble responsibly?
Yeah, it absolutely is like gambling in the emotional aspects of it, the rush and the euphoria, and then that deep depression if something goes wrong. You tend to, even more so, I think, with the stock market, you tend to take it personal. Like it's a you look inward. If you made a mistake and you lost money, it wasn't because you just played a game of chance. It was based on something that you thought, you know. So it can spiral out, and you can. But also, yeah, the chasing back to make up losses,
Mm.
and you end up risking even bigger, and you can really go the wrong way in that, and that's the problem of gambling. Oh, the
I
market
just
just
heard the
closed.
bell. Okay, yeah.
um, what I talk about a lot, and I like to talk about it because people don't think about gains. You know, like we can talk about losses and how to like curb your losses and things like that. But what I talk a lot about to my friends is how to manage gains, because what happens is something goes up and suddenly your mind really starts to create ideas of this money you could be making and all of these dreams.
Mhm.
And if you hold on too much to those dreams, you'll end up writing something back down and not having as much money that you could have because you're hoping that it would still go higher and still go higher. Maybe this one will be the $1 million one, you know. So what I tend to say a lot is one of the most important things is to know how to shit all over your own dreams. Meaning like it's so hard. It's so hard to take profits when you have start to have these ideas that it could be a zip code changing play and you know all this crap that people talk in the social media. Um, there comes a point where you have to be like, okay, I'm gonna like crap on my dream of you know the mansion and all of that just to actually make some money instead of like just living that euphoria and that dream and everything. And then when it goes all the way back down, you're like, well, you know, I didn't lose anything. That happens a lot. Whereas, um, whereas what I try to apply is just more incremental progress, like taking money, reinvesting, incremental progress and growth, rather than a moonshot. With what you're talking about with the gamers, what I'm hoping is that they're making money off of doing this and people watching them, so that they're not really taking that big of a loss. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're all like sponsored. I don't understand. I don't know like the specifics of the deals behind the scenes, but they all have like promo codes for the gambling sites, which opens a whole other like ethical can of worms of
Yeah, because they're
like
not losing their own money.
yeah, and they play with their own money, but then also the casino like gives them some extra money to play with because like it knows they're gonna lose money. Um, uh, Yeah, but I don't even know how much of that is like there's like a specific streamer that's been losing hundreds of thousands over the past few weeks, and it's gotten to the point where the casino just like gives him 15K every day to gamble with, so he can keep on playing because obviously it promotes the website. Um,
Wow.
but I also don't know how much of that is like I don't follow him. It kind of grosses me out too.
Oh
The
yeah.
whole scene. So like I haven't followed the specifics of it. So I don't know if it's because if the casino is giving it to him because he's sponsored, or if it's giving it to him because it's like a thing where if a big whale is lost like 500K in the casino, they're like, you know what, we can give him back like 100K 200K over a few weeks just to keep him playing because we know we're gonna make that money back and even more.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know which is what is the strategy there from the casino. I don't even know if I care. I don't like I don't know there's
I
been
could
two.
see it
Yeah,
being
sorry.
either way.
Yeah,
Either way.
both make sense. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because it's a comp thing. It's like when you actually go to a casino and you spend a lot of time there, uh, they're gonna give you a free room, they'll give you free dinner, etc. Anything to keep you there to keep playing.
Yeah.
Especially if you've won, then they want to have a chance to win that money back. But when they've lost, yeah, they've already made a bunch of money off this guy. They can give him a little bit back. I'm
Yeah.
sure within that whole world, the casino world, it's like that. You know, they're like, sure, yeah, take 100K back. We already got 500K from you, so
Yeah. Plus, like
we'll just
all the
make it
people
right back.
they yeah, like all the
Yeah,
people
and
they
then a
brought to the
promotion.
site. Yeah.
Hmm. But going back to what you were saying, it's another thing that like I tend to correlate poker with the stock market sometimes, and there's the people that are like, you know, if you ever watched uh, Rounders,
Yep.
uh, there's there's the guy that just grinds, right? And he never goes for the big shot, and he's like, this is a job. You know, it's John Turturro, I think, is the actor, and he's just a classic grinder. He never risks big to make the big score, but he's always ensuring that he comes out profitable. And I think that's it's a in the stock market. There's those strategies as well, where you can play it tight and minimize your risk, and you're also minimizing your gain. But the looser you play, you have an opportunity to make more money, but you also have the opportunity to lose money really fast. I prefer the grinder approach and incremental progress, and I've seen it work, but I've also seen people, you know, lose their butt on stuff for 5 years and then like get 150%, 1,500% profit on one thing and make back all their losses in one sitting, you know.
Yeah.
But that's just huge variance. So that's what we're talking about really is variance. And I don't really like that much variance. I don't want to swing that far.
Well, the problem there
up and
too
down.
is like on an emotional level, it's pleasing to think about that moonshot, but then in the reality of things, compounding interests mean that steady 10% or 20%, which is already huge. Like a steady 10% can earn you so much more money over the years as it keeps compounding rather than the one time big moonshot.
Yeah, and in that realm, looking back 5 years now and being just brutally honest with everything, um, I probably could have just held a few positions from 5 years ago and be exactly in the same place I am, where I did like 1,000 or more trades back and
Mhm.
forth and picking stuff up and selling and all of that. And it feels a bit like a zero sum game right now, but it's also because a lot of stuff has done really well. So, right, you could have just bought Microsoft and Google and Netflix in 2013 and just held those and made way more money than any trader is making by flipping things on a daily or whatever.
Yeah, I guess that
But yes,
goes also to something we haven't talked about, how rare it is for traders to actually beat the market.
yeah, I'm not a high frequency trader at all. I that it's strange because it's a very risky way of playing it because what you're doing is you have to put in a really large amount and you're not looking for 100 or a 50% gain. You're looking to shave 10% gains. So you want to make 500 bucks, you have to put up 5 grand and then sell it at 5,500
Mhm.
and you made your 500 bucks that day. And people have no problem doing that, like, having like 150% margin, for example. Some brokerages give you a really high margin, so you can put in 20K but you can actually be playing with 60K,
Yeah,
right? And then you're moving in on something with like 60K making 10%, and that's 6 grand. That's great, but
that must be so
you really
stressful
have to
though.
be on. Oh my God, yeah. And that's the thing is I talk about the emotional part of it also because if you want to use this as a source of income and all of that, you want to create a life work balance with it, as with anything. So you want to be in a situation where, when the market's closed and other things are going on, what's happening on the market isn't influencing everything else in your life.
Yeah,
It's very important because in the end, this is just money, and it can ruin your life if you think about it too much and put too much stock in it. Pardon the pun.
yeah, for sure. I
So that's why
guess
I say, if you're making gains, you're winning. That's it. Like it doesn't matter if it's only a couple $100. You didn't lose it. You didn't lose money. You're making money.
yeah, lose that fear of missing out on the even bigger gains.
I think it's very important. And be okay with once you sold that something goes higher to just be like, ah, it's okay. I made my money, and unless there's a really great opportunity still there, it's okay. Just forget about it.
Yeah,
Look for something new. Because if you don't forget about it, you might pick it up higher and then ride it back down, and then what's the point?
yeah,
It's tough. I think in general it's tough because it's, in our conversation, we're looking for this kind of conversation. We're looking for kind of blanket statements that can help people make money, but none of these statements will ever work for every single situation. It's very case specific, sector specific, etc.
Well, also a lot of the like truisms in the stock market seem to be rather like cautionary tales of how things can go tits up. So that like there's the markets can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvable, or past performance is not an indicator of future
Yeah.
yeah, like there's
Hmm.
all those like cautionary ones there is that everyone seems to accept as universal truths, but no like positive one that you can apply. Hey, thanks for the follow,
Yeah.
Thor Hammer.
Well, that's why I like to talk about gains.
Yeah,
Talk about taking gains. Not just how to handle losses and stuff, but how to handle gains, how to be a winner. Because it's like nothing, you haven't anything until you've sold. And you'll see that money, the numbers in your account go up and down and fluctuate. That doesn't matter until you've actually taken money off the table. Also, your losses aren't real until you've realized them.
true. That seems to be a misconception for a lot of people. They'll say like, I made this much money, I lost this much money,
Hmm.
but it's still just they still own the underlying assets. They haven't transacted anything.
Yes. Yeah. And yeah, and when we'll talk like with one of my good friends, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I just sold this and I made this much, but now it's like up another 50%." I'm like, "Man, there's nothing wrong with taking gains, you know?
Yeah.
There's you can't because people will feel stupid about themselves, like, "Oh, I could have made so much more money," you know? But you made money, and
Yeah.
people forget that. And that I think that's the deeper end of the emotional stuff is you start to disconnect from your reality, and you're living in this weird bubble of dreams and failures and all of that. And that's why in the beginning I was saying you kind of have to take that money out of the casino in order to for it to be real again, tangible. Especially if you're playing with amounts of money that if you had it in cash, you could buy a car or something, but in the market, it's just, you're buying some stonk. And it doesn't really have any, it's not tangible in any way.
Yeah.
I'm all for making it tangible, especially with the high running stuff. Like, man, if everybody that I know who bought Dogecoin at 4 cents, like, you got to be taking some off the table at 60 cents. At least your initial investment, but I would say probably at least 100% gain on it as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Dogecoin is a really weird one. Like, it's inflationary by a lot. What is it? The mining. There's a post from 3 months ago. The mining reward for Doge is 10,000 per minute. So 5,256,000,000 new Doge per year. How much money? So like at 60 cents per Doge. Let's break out the calculator.
With the trying to find the market cap.
No, like how many new buyers you need in the market just to sustain like a $0.6 per Doge price
Mm.
faced with the inflation. It's like this multiplied by, let me bring this up. 0.6 multiplied by 5,256. So you want 3,154,000,000 that's no million, yeah. 3,153,600,000 per year to be used only to buy new Doge, and with no one
Three
selling.
billion.
You need that like net positive inflow to maintain the price at $0.6.
Yeah, that's a lot. I
Yeah.
mean, the market cap is 75 billion. So in comparison, maybe it's not, but again, what's the intrinsic value of this thing?
Yeah,
You
well,
know, what's the bottom? What's the floor?
the problem I have with that is like the like function the reality of it, where you need you because that's not just like the amount of money that needs to be put into it. That's the amount of money that needs to be put into it, assuming no one sells.
Right. To make up for the dilution.
Yeah. So
Somebody
I
needs to keep picking up those new shares.
yeah. So like right now, I guess with the latest Elon tweets, that kind of money will be flowing in over the next few days. Not billions of dollars, but like more than the 10,000 per minute or whatever that's being minted probably is going to be being put in. But like how that's unsustainable. It's just unsustainable, and I think like you're saying, whether you believe or don't believe in crypto, Ethereum at least has smart contracts,
Yes.
that are like really interesting technology. Bitcoin has the enforced deflationary aspect, that Dogecoin doesn't have. The Monero has real anonymity if you want to launder money. There's all those technologies have actual real uses.
Hmm.
Dogecoin is just a meme. It's not an investment.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's why I got into Ethereum small, but I bought a couple because because so much is being built on that smart chain now.
Yeah,
So it functions as a skeleton for a lot of other things, whereas Bitcoin doesn't have that, right?
absolutely. I think I don't remember. Magic Churl is like really big into crypto, and we had I had those discussions with him. I think he mentioned something maybe coming from Bitcoin, or I might be misremembering. To be fair, probably nothing is going to change with the Bitcoin blockchain anymore, where because it's like it's like monolithic. The last time they
Right.
tried to change anything with it, it like split off. So like forked. No, okay, yeah. So I was misremembering. My bad. Doge is actual scamaz. Yes, it is. It's
It sure is. It's a game of hot potato.
yeah.
I mean,
Whoever's caught
somebody's going to be
holding.
left holding the bag, yeah,
Yeah. Did you see
and
those?
just getting diluted on.
It's so sad. I think it's turned who linked me that like a tweet response to Elon's. Oh yeah, there it is. I'm gonna like put it on screen. So Elon's statement: Tesla and Bitcoin. Tesla will not be selling any Bitcoin, and we intend to use it for transactions as soon as it transitions to more sustainable energy. But we're no longer using it. And the response on, why would you tweet this? Bitcoin has now gone down and I have lost $104,000. I put my life savings into it thinking it would make me rich. Crypto is a scam. I'm never buying Bitcoin or anything again. Thanks, Elon. Like someone who literally got into it just because Elon was
Can
tweeting about it.
I will say one thing
Yeah.
just to keep it real. That of course it could be a real person, but
Oh,
when I
yeah.
read a tweet like that, I think it's just a bear on crypto.
That's fair enough.
But
Yeah, there's a lot of
it could
this.
be true.
Yeah.
And I mean, and that doesn't discount the point you're making though, which is that like really Elon Musk should take account for his influence a little bit. But also these people, you know, if we're talking about somebody I put my life say, man, like what are you doing? What are you
Yeah, I
doing
know.
listening to Elon Musk and like putting your whole life savings on like
Like without knowing
oh
what you're doing.
yeah.
Like
I mean,
at least like
don't
if it was
blame
someone,
Elon.
yeah, if it was someone who like believes in the tech and all that, then he wouldn't even care what Elon's saying about it. He would be like, okay, in the next 10 years it's like my target price is 100K, 200K, something like that. But Yeah, that's like if that's real, but you're right to point it out. That could totally be like astroturfing. If that's
It could be fake, but
yeah,
I'm sure that there's real situations like that have happened. I'm just not
yeah.
sure if anybody who really went through that would broadcast it like that. Like, I just lost 100K because I'm a fucking donk, you know?
That's true. Yeah, that's not something you necessarily wanna broadcast.
I mean, there is some loss porn on Reddit though. People do
Oh
post their
yeah.
losses. So it could be real, and I'm sure situations like that have happened. I feel like both sides are responsible on some level, but
Mhm.
also I think I'm a little bit more towards the libertarian side of things with when it comes to this. It's like you had a choice. You didn't have to buy it. Nobody held a gun to your head, you know. So you kind of have to take you have to take responsibility for
So
those actions.
like because a while ago the SEC like wanted Elon to stop tweeting about Tesla, for example.
Uh-huh.
Um, the so you would rather he the like uh, from what you just said, you would rather he be allowed to say anything and just have people be take responsibility for their decisions
Oh,
of
yeah.
following him
See,
around.
that's tough because I don't want it. I certainly don't want it to be absolute
Okay,
either. You
yeah.
know, that's why I said it's like I feel like both sides have to take some blame there.
Hmm.
As far as far as like him tweeting about Tesla and like releasing material information, yeah, that's against SEC standards, and but it's really a gray area with the crypto stuff.
Definitely
You
is,
know,
yeah.
at this point, now that Tesla owns a bunch of Bitcoin, it's strange because it's like there could be conflict of interest there. I mean, at the same time, you can pump your book.
That's how I feel about it too. Where it's like on the one hand, him tweeting like Tesla changing their policy regarding Bitcoin, it's not even pumping or dumping, right? It's just the company making a decision on how they're handling
Hmm.
part of their assets. Like I
And that
can't
should
think.
be public information.
Yeah, absolutely. And like obviously the announcement is going to influence the asset that they're trading. So like I don't see a rational way of regulating that. But also then in general, like him pumping Doge, it's so dumb. Like I'm a really big Dogecoin skeptic. So, and I love the meme. I hate it as an investment,
Mhm.
um, and it just feels so irresponsible. But how do you then rule like what asset is responsible or irresponsible? What the fuck is a Dogecoin skeptic? Well, I mean, I just think it's what is there to be skeptic about? Like, it's just a matter of speaking, okay? Yeah, like I don't believe it's supposed to be an investment or a currency or a smart contract basis or any of those things, which it isn't. It's officially not supposed to be any of those things. But people are trying to make it those things. So like I'm skeptical of that amounting to anything. I guess is what I mean.
Well, in general, what you're like, it's kind of opening up a can of worms with basically this is going into like a larger conversation, which is just general regulation, um, free speech, and things like this. You know,
Yeah.
like I think a CEO of a company uh, shouldn't like pre-release or give out company information in strange social media things. It has to be, you know, there has to be press releases and like SEC compliance and all of that. But that's actually changed in recent time a little bit, where there's ways it's been working with the SEC's been working with Twitter, where
Oh.
they're allowing they're allowing companies like who don't have other forms of communicating to communicate material information through Twitter to a degree. You know, I don't know what all the regulations are, but I noticed that in recent times it's changed where a company can, for example, say, tomorrow we're putting out a PR about our new developments. As I think years ago, that wasn't something you could do.
I see.
So I think the thing that happened with Tesla and Elon Musk years ago with that, and he was fined by the SEC and he had to pay a bunch of money. And there was talk of him resigning as CEO and stuff like that
Yeah.
because what he was doing really looked like he was manipulating the price of Tesla. And it was at a time where he needed to make certain milestones in order to be able to cash in on options to, Tesla hit these milestones and suddenly Elon Musk became one of the richest people in the world just because with those milestones he was able to pay himself out like some huge amount of shares. And that looks kind of sketchy. Like you need to reach these milestones, so you're going to pump. And there was also a thing where, this is a few years ago now, but it was a thing where he put out some expectations and then the company didn't live up to them. So it was directly like him pumping, this is what's coming. And then the information that came out wasn't in line with what he said was coming.
Yeah.
So it looked very much like he was just trying to inflate the price because there was some, expiration on certain optional payments, etc., that he was going to receive personally for Tesla doing well. I don't know all the details of that because it was a few years ago. But it's a different thing than this weird Dogecoin pumping and Bitcoin pumping. I don't know how I feel about that. I wish he wouldn't because it's retarded and it feels like it feels super opportunistic and without any regard, accountability, and that's where it is. Like, where is that place where the accountability meets freedom of speech or whatever? I don't really know. I definitely don't. I don't want to say I'm not like full on libertarian that like he can just say and do whatever he wants. And if you invested based on that and didn't do your own due diligence, then it's your damn fault. I'm not all the way there, but I'm a little bit more in that direction than the whole kind of hand holding thing where it's like, oh, I made a bad decision and now I don't want to be held accountable for it. So I'm going to like sue somebody. I'm going to make it somebody else's problem.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I just think in general it's unpleasant to see people, I guess, in like public facing influential positions, whether they're actual influencers or CEOs and such, to not realize
like Mark
that
Cuban.
Yeah, for Mark Cuban, Elon Musk, if Jeff Bezos was tweeting all the time, that would apply to him too. All those people, they have I think I personally believe that they have a responsibility for to a certain extent. Obviously, you can't control like how people react to what you do, but to a certain extent, they do have a responsibility about what they communicate to the world, and that means that they do. You can't. Free speech stops applying to them to a certain extent, right? Because their speech does have weight in the world. It kind of reminds me of how, like in France, for example, libel laws, they basically don't apply to politicians. And it's a very clear choice by French lawmakers and judges that if they allow politicians to sue for libel, they make it harder to criticize politicians. So they'd rather allow some false information to go through rather than limiting political discourse in that side. But then for our current discussion, it's like kind of the opposite, where like those people have like with great power great power comes great responsibility, right? So those people have great power, but they're held to the same standard as you or me tweeting about like dumb shit to 5 people,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
which doesn't make sense. They should be held to a higher standard, a higher
Mm-hmm.
accountability, I think.
Yeah. It's just like a brand new, because I don't think I think it's because it's crypto. I wonder, like, I think there's some rules in place. Like, I don't know if Elon Musk could like pump stonks
Yeah, that's true.
that
The
way.
SEC doesn't seem to.
It's just not regulated yet, right?
Yeah,
On that level.
for sure.
But I agree. It's a really tough. It's really tough, and I say if you followed Elon Musk and invested in some shit because of that, then it is kind of on you. But at the same time, I also think that Elon Musk shouldn't be pumping crypto. It's strange. So I'm kind of like on both sides of it. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I like the free market, and I like people just taking responsibility. But that's also that's in a world where people aren't influenced by fame and fortune. Like people who have more money supposedly know better. They don't.
Yeah.
And just like I said, look at Elon Musk. He didn't do his DD on Bitcoin. Bought $2 billion worth of it. And now he's like, oh well, but yeah, like you said, he's also backtracking because of public scrutiny. I think Elon is just a fame whore. He just wants to be relevant, wants to be all up on it. I mean, he was on Saturday Night Live last weekend.
Yeah, he's definitely enjoying the spotlight. It
Absolutely.
disgusts me a lot how we've gotten into this culture of cult of personality around those like those businessmen. We had it 20 years ago with Steve Jobs. Well, maybe not 20, but like 10, 15 years ago with Steve Jobs. And since then, it's been like one after the other. Elon Musk, I guess Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates too, but they're already a little bit more secretive. Um,
Yeah.
but they kind of get pushed in the spotlight too.
Yeah, no, Jeff Bezos just does that like Silicon Valley talk where it's a lot of words that don't mean anything.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
uh, synchronicities and
Oh yeah,
you
Trump in
know.
the 80s, 90s was another one. Rich guy, total cult of personality, reality TV.
Mhm.
But yeah, the tech stuff, the tech talk stuff is hilarious. As a software
Uh,
developer, when I read like statements from those companies, they like land, I don't know, $500 million in funding, and you read the statement, and you have like I have no fucking clue what they're doing, what they're trying to sell.
mhm.
It's like, oh no, what is this?
Yeah, definitely. Like it's just keywords.
Yeah,
And I'm saying like Bezos just sticks to that. He's not trying to influence anything by what he says. He's uh he's paying other people to bash unions and stuff.
true. I guess at least
He's
he
not
doesn't.
coming out himself and saying like I'm against unions.
Yeah, at least he doesn't pretend to be a philanthropist like Musk seems to be embracing, right?
Yeah?
Well,
Is he? Well,
because
he
Musk,
definitely. I know he. Yeah.
he
Sorry. Go
he
ahead.
he says he like his the space exploration stuff and all that is like in
All
the
the
interest of
hyper.
humanity. And but then you talked about union bashing. Elon Musk is terrible on that. he's been he's been like doing anti-worker taking the anti-workers policies in all of his companies.
Yeah. It's interesting what's happened actually with regards to Silicon Valley because I believe that it started off as some kind of disruption, counterculture, and then what happened is these people made a bunch of money, and now it's opportunism. It's the boomer take. It's like you're you were anti-boomer because you didn't have any money, and now you have a bunch of money, so you're like a boomer. You know,
Yeah.
I'm very loosely using the boomer word just for fun's sake, but you know what I mean. Where they're like now that they have money, they're more like Republican. It's starting to happen. More self-interest and free market and all of that.
Yeah. Class consciousness,
Elon,
as the Marxist would say.
yeah, yeah.
But it's a true thing. Like
Yeah.
they're acting in their own interest of their class as immensely rich people.
Yeah, and I don't want to bash crypto too much because I'm not like that big of a hater, but there is something to be said that it kind of starting to look a bit like that as well, like opportunistic rather than changing the world for the better. It's more like ooh, money. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's becoming more of just like a self-gain wealth play rather than let's. And this is I'm talking about like when the big people get in, like Mark Cuban and all of that. He's just an opportunist.
yeah, I think that's fair to say. Like a lot of the value right now is definitely just pure speculation or investment or like whatever you want to call it, but it's not there because of a part of it is also there, like especially with stuff like Ethereum, because of belief in the technology and so on and so forth. But I think it's fair to say that a large part of it is just purely hoping that later on someone else buys it off of you for more, for whatever the reason.
Yeah, yeah. And then the environmental impact discussion and all of that obviously plays into that.
Yeah,
And again, I listened to the conversation you had with with the with the crypto bull,
yeah.
and
That was Magic Turtle, actually.
yeah,
Yeah,
and I mean I agree. With the comparison to gold mining and that infrastructure, sure. It's I mean, I wouldn't deny those arguments because they're true.
yeah.
It's and it makes sense, but when you see like 50 million different coins and these pumps on all this random stuff and stuff like Doge coming out, it 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 loses sight of anything good, and it's just this like opportunistic hustle of pump and dump kind of stuff.
Yeah,
That's
the
why.
I know you don't hang out like on Reddit, but the Reddit ads have been really obnoxious ever since Tesla bought that Bitcoin. Every single Reddit ad I get is just like well, I don't so know if I can find any right now. Oh, also I have like the ad blockers on, but like when I'm browsing it on my phone, it's all like some what's this trade like trading websites,
Mhm.
some like new coins all the time. There's always some new altcoin that's popping up. Get in
Like come
early,
rocket
yeah, or get in early in the
statement.
ICO. There's been some supposed alleged evidence a while ago. I saw a post on our cryptocurrency about it. Someone who was hanging out in a lot of the telegrams for those small altcoins that have been popping up recently, who was alleging with, and they had like screenshots and stuff that most of those altcoins they've been paying a lot of money to bot companies to pump up their posts to the top of Reddit. And I don't like this allegations. I don't like care that much that I like looked into it, but it's true that like my Reddit front page on my phone, uh, I don't know how much of it is the algorithm, because I like once or twice I like actually click on a crypto post, but I constantly am getting like Safe Moon and like all those new
Yes.
things that pop up, and it's
Yes.
like I don't care about them. I never cared about them. I never clicked on any Safe Moon post. It's just
Mm-hmm.
it's just purely getting pumped by either legitimate interest that's funded through marketing, or just pure bots, or both. And it's not that's not a healthy look for sure for any investment asset. That just looks like a scam at that point.
Yeah. SafeMoon is also like 1/10,000th of 1 cent or something. It's strange. But I noticed the same thing because it trends on StockTwits a lot. And that's
Really?
got to be just, yeah. It'll just pop up in the top 5 trending things. And I feel like it's part of it is bots. Not
Yeah, it's
sure
just,
that many people are like invested in it.
Safeman was definitely prominent in the botting allegations, so
Yeah, and I see it all the time. It's one of the only random stupid altcoins I even know about because it's constantly.
yeah. They definitely picked a good name, like putting Moon into the name. As dumb as it is, it actually matters, and if we're talking about hype.
Yeah, and it's some DeFi token. It's the idea is that the word safe in it. I actually did a little bit of DD on it because it kept popping up. Um, that it's like the concept is that you're getting paid back for your investment.
Hmm, I see.
Anyways, I don't know. But actually, I know this is a little bit backtracking way off topic,
Hmm.
but I wanted to ask, since this is the right place to ask this actually, about GME, wouldn't, wouldn't just Steam kind of make that,
That's who
like,
they're competing with as an online video
isn't
game.
isn't that already exists? Is right because like there's this pump that GME is going to be an online platform, and I'm like, oh, so you're talking about Steam?
Yeah, until now, no online platform has successfully competed with Steam for what is its market, which is current day PC gaming. Steam is the king,
Okay,
and
Steam's okay. It's PC.
yeah. So like GME can take over the console market, which is definitely
Right,
a big thing. Steam
I
has no
understand.
way of accessing the console market. The tech just isn't there. And no like Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, why would they want Steam to move in and start shaving off 30% off of every video game sale? That would be insane. There's no
Hmm.
interest. Like they already have the market, so like why would they wouldn't. I don't see what they would gain from a partnership with Steam. The other alt launchers all work off of either they have like a really popular game and they force people to use it to play their game. So, like Fortnite is a good example. The game is immensely popular, and you can't play it on Steam. You have to use the Epic Games launcher to play Fortnite. So that's one way
I
they're
see.
doing it. They still aren't very successful. Like Epic Games has that, and they also give a free like 1 or 2 free games every 2 weeks to every single user. Obviously, they're like cheap or old games, but there are some like really good games that they give you for free from time to time, as long as you just log into the launcher and click buy now for $0. And like even with all that promotion, they're still they have, I don't know what their market share is, but it's really small. GOG is a really big one because it's found a specific niche. So the website is called
Hmm.
Good Old Games. It's actually
Yeah,
a company started
I got
by,
Heroes on.
yeah, exactly. It's this
Hmm.
company started by CD Projekt, the people who did Witcher and Cyberpunk. And because they're like, and so they basically saw a niche in the market, which is retro gaming. So they like own the retro gaming market. They prepackage the software with often like with older games you need emulators or like patches, specific mods that have been developed by the community to make the games work with high resolution screens, all that kind of stuff. That when you are a retro gamer like 10 years ago, I don't know when GOG launched, but whatever. You would have to, like, whenever you want to play one of those games, you would download it, and then you would spend like anywhere from 1 to 10 hours just hacking at it to make it work on your new OS and your new computer. They like take care of that for you, and that's the market they have found. Also, obviously, like making deals with all the old IP, the video games that just don't sell anymore. There are no physical boxes to be sold anymore. They're like, hey, we can sell that shit for like €5. We're gonna take our cut off, obviously, but like you're not making money off it anyway. So come here. We got this like market for you. And they sell new games too, but they're a specific niche. Um, so yeah, like I don't see GME competing with any of those. Honestly, they don't have any. They don't have anything special to take away market share from Steam, from Epic Games, from GOG. There's the Origin launcher, yeah. Android Apple Store, obviously mobile gaming is a really important thing, and they have no way of getting into mobile game either. Android, Google, and Apple have it completely on lockdown for the most part. But console games, they could be.
Also, isn't it nowadays that your console just goes online and
Yeah,
you can purchase games directly?
yeah, they all have. They actually all have stores and hard drives, and like access to stores online and hard drives in it. So actually, that's a good point. I don't even see how they're going to penetrate like console market from that perspective.
Because if GME was to do what Steam does, you're not actually downloading the game. It's like in the cloud or whatever.
No, you download the game. They don't do any streaming service. And yeah, Turnit, you're right. Like that's the point Scripture just brought up. Like how could GameStop do anything digital with consoles? You're right. It's only for physical like box copies, which is a declining market. So
Right.
no, yeah, I don't. Actually, you're right. I don't see any growth for them in that aspect either.
Well, that's I mean that's the number one thing that kept me from outside of whatever short squeeze anything like that. It's like because I know it's the Chewy CEO and it's like can the Chewy CEO do that with GameStop when nobody wants physical games? I imagine the future of consoles is going to be no disk drive at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And same as like with Google or Apple with their mobile stores. There's no incentive for the console companies to give away access to their market. I don't
Mm-hmm.
see it.
Mm-hmm. Because they would have to they would lose money on it.
Yeah. Eventually, the only way I see it is for like cross-platform compatibility, but that stuff is usually. I mean that stuff is usually like negotiated by per game and handled by the game's infrastructure behind the scenes. That you don't go through. You don't need to deal with the stores for that. Mostly, I don't know. Even Google could make Stadia work. Yeah, video game streaming doesn't. Yeah, GME will never make that work. I agree. But GME has an esports team. I had to throw that one out there. Yeah. Looking at it this way, I don't see how GME is gonna accomplish anything either. Honestly, it's a rough one.
Like they sponsor a team.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. There, well, a lot of companies do that now. They like literally the same way you have like yeah, like Vodafone on like
Manchester United or something.
yeah, except that it goes to the extent of like literally owning the team. So they like buy teams out and stuff like that. I don't know where Jimmy's at. Like I'm someone who actually enjoys watching esports, and I've never seen a GameStop logo. Well, actually, no, no, I have maybe seen, but like phase that I don't like watch their suits for the logos. But I don't know. Some better examples are there's a French, for example, online computer parts store called LDLC, which is really a really big online retailer in France, and they've had one of the most successful Counter-Strike teams, for example. So what happened with Stadia? Google pulled the plug on Stadia for the most part. I don't they it like I think it still exists, but they decided to stop developing any new stuff. They like pulled any future development from it a while ago. Oh yeah, what Selga said. Yeah, it still exists, but the project lead left recently, and it's been struggling.
Are you logging into your Google Plus using your Google Glass?
Yeah, yeah. I don't see any. I don't see any future with the streaming thing for now at least. It's I've had that like argument a couple times with my old boss. He believed in Stadia. We argued about it, like not much, because he would always be like, well, we will see. And that's like his way of saying, you know what, I don't care. I have my opinion, and you'll I don't want to talk about it anymore. But like, he believed that Google was just gonna destroy the video game market with Stadia. That no one will ever buy consoles or gaming computers ever anymore. They'll just have their internet and like a Chromebook and stream their Witcher 3 in 4K directly to their computer and stuff. And it didn't work out. The infrastructure just isn't there. The enjoyability of the experience isn't there either. I mean, and the risk to benefit ratio isn't there either. You end up, people used to say that about Steam, so obviously you gotta have to take it with a grain of salt. But if the framework you're working in, that say Stadia, shuts down, you lose access to all the games you had on it. But that applies to Steam too. Devin Nash was also sure it was going to revolutionize everything. That doesn't surprise me. For context, I imagine you don't know him. Devin Nash is a popular Twitch streamer who's also the co-founder of one of the biggest like influencer talent agencies. They specialize in Twitch streamers and YouTubers. So like really big in that whole world. And his stream is mostly about the business side of things. So he likes to talk about different business stuff, and he also, like as anyone, he has opinions, and he has opinions on stuff that's outside of the scope of the influencer world. And outside the scope of the influencer world, he's been notoriously wrong on some things, notably this. I mean, he's a great reference for any like meta discussion on about Twitch or YouTube. He definitely knows his shit when it comes to that. I enjoy watching him. Anyways, any questions for Scoopsuru? So, now we have like twice as many viewers as we had earlier when I asked if anyone had anything to ask you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I generally think it's important to take all these, all the pumpers with a grain of salt. And like earlier, Magic Turtle wrote, it's a good idea. He wrote, what I do is I find investing groups I find to be very successful and articulate on their investment thesis and just buy whatever they buy, or at least research their. So I wouldn't just maybe go buy and just buy, but I do use people like that and groups like that to get put onto tickers because
Mm.
there's so many tickers, and once you find a ticker that somebody's saying something about and whatever, you can start going through your little DD tools and seeing if it fits for whatever your thesis is. And it's a good way to get put onto things at first, not to just maybe blindly follow, but you found people that already do a bit of DD on their own, so they're more reliable. And then before buying, you do some of your own DD and see if it fits into your own thesis. That happens a lot. And it's fine. It's just like when you're doing research, and what you do is you go into the back of the book and you use the works cited page. That's not a cheat.
Yeah.
You can go into the works cited page and find the research that they found that you may not yourself be able to find in the first place, and then you go dig deeper and deeper. So it's not a bad starting point. You just have to make sure that the people you're listening to have similar fundamental approaches to investing that you do, and then it can work really well. Sorry, I was just reading back on some of the chat.
Yeah, no problem. Roser still wants your lawyer's contact. Um, I'll,
I gotta get one
yeah,
after this.
yeah. SEC is gonna contact you after this 10 viewer
But
market
yeah, no,
influencing.
I could just keep saying IMO. Do your own
Yeah.
DD.
Hmm.
But yeah, in general, fundamentally, totally, it's important. PE ratios, all that kind of fundamental stuff. It's so good to look at that. Going back to like saying like how do you find things? I look at I read Qs,
Mhm.
quarterly reports. You'll find a lot of information there that isn't just released in press releases or in any kind of Twitter talk or whatever. You'll see. Also, you can look up on NASDAQ.com. You can look up institutional ownership and how much it even goes down the line of telling you how much each institution, how many shares they own, whether they're increasing or decreasing their positions, and things like that. That's readily available on NASDAQ.com. I think,
I
yeah. I emphasize. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna read Roser memeing. Go ahead.
um, yeah, no, I mean, I was saying like obviously social media and all of that is good, and you'll get an idea for what people are playing and what has liquidity in the market, and then you do your own little DD. Look up Nasdaq, look up some filings, read the 10Ks and the Qs to find out what like they're hiding stuff on page 8 of that Q, and you have to like dig it up. Or you can, if you have a good group that knows how to read filings, they'll do it for you.
Read the
You
Q
want
drops for your
the
TD.
Q drop. Yeah. But no, it's that's fundamental DD stuff is reading the filings that they have to file with the SEC and all of that. We'll get real information. And that's good as the second thing. You see something, someone says something good about it, you see a decent market cap, seems to be fairly undervalued, and then you go deeper and you make sure that they're not diluting too much, because there's usually some, um, and that their financial situation is good. So they have cash on hand and they're profitable. So that's EBITDA it's earnings before taxes, and it's like your net. Because a lot of companies have, the reason why EBITDA is important is because a lot of companies have debt. So it's whether or not they're making enough money in order to pay back the debt that they have. So it's talked in with like Apple because they carry like billions of dollars of debt.
Mm. I guess
So
there.
now for
Oh
fun,
yeah.
because I'm going back to something earlier that you're asking, like how do you find these things, and how do you, for a new investor, I would actually recommend, and I know this is very basic, but like if you open up a brokerage account in one of the bigger brokerages, they have a lot of educational tools, and they start off with the simplest stuff, like just I use TD Ameritrade just because I've been there for a while. And there's a plethora of information there for you. And they make it that if you want to like open up your account to, open up your margin, or be able to buy naked calls and stuff like that, you go through a process of education that uh, will, it kind of proves to them that you know what you're doing, and they'll open up your account further. There's multiple levels. They won't just give you an account that lets you like naked short and stuff,
Yeah.
until you've like, well, obviously there's a ton of information on YouTube, but there's so much. There's, you're gonna sit through a 20-minute video just to get like a minute and a half of real information, which gets boring.
Uh,
Education's a big deal for sure. You gotta learn how the system works, basically.
what about
And let
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry. No, no, no.
What about also investing in things you know?
Yeah, yeah. Well, that was the thing that I was saying to you some years back, that um, the smartest thing you can do is invest in a sector that somehow relates to your life, because you will just automatically have more due diligence on hand. That's why at different times in the past I've asked you about, like I remember like talking about Activision and asking you about Destiny, and what's the talk about Destiny, and is it going to be a successful game, and all of that, because you're so far ahead of the game from some like suit bald head guy. He doesn't know what Destiny is. He
Yeah.
doesn't play those games. So for example, like within the realm that we're talking right now with Twitch and all that, a lot of people here will know better than anyone on Wall Street what the future of a video game company is going to look like,
Yeah.
because you just know what's popular, what people are spending money in game on, etc.
Though it does seem to be very susceptible to hype too. I don't know. Did you follow anything about the Cyberpunk 2077 launch? Did you hear about it?
A little bit, but not much.
So basically, it's like the most hyped game that came out ever.
Yeah, it's
Had
like a Grand Theft Auto kind of game, right?
yeah, I think you saw me play it on stream a couple times. And it had basically the most successful marketing campaign ever, and then its release and because of all the hype, also its release was one of the most disastrous releases ever. The game is still is pretty buggy. The game's super buggy. A lot of features that people were looking forward to got cut out of the game or got implemented in very janky ways. Um, there's a lot of great stuff in it too, but it's I don't I wonder how many people had like a good enough bullshit detector to look at the all the press releases hyping up the game, the gameplay footage, the cinematic release, like the cutscene releases and all that stuff, and be like, you know what, this looks good, but they're promising too much. I actually
Hmm.
think this is gonna flop. I don't know how many people had like that good of a bullshit detector, for considering how much hype was building up for the game, how people really wanted it to work, right?
Hmm. Yeah,
CD Project. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
in that realm, like even that, like you're right that people within your sphere could fall for it, but think about the people who don't even know where the tech is for video games. They would even more so fall for that hype. So like
True.
Main Street, Wall Street will fall for it easier than someone that plays video games, knows where the technology's at, and would more likely be able to know, like, oh, that's not possible, and this is just another version of that.
Mhm. That's true.
Like you'll probably be able to see if something's really like breaking out and revolutionizing the whole sphere.
Yeah. Oh, apparently CD Projekt Red stock is at PE 15 now. Looking, I'll show the chart. Yeah, it's you can see it. So like 2018, it's trading around the 100 Polish zloty. Slowly rising up in 2020. Then like it peaks out at 400, like 400, 450 zloty around the time of the ramping up to the release of Cyberpunk, and it's been crashing down since then. It's back down to 160.
It's a Polish developer.
Yeah, yeah. CD Projekt is a Polish developer. Well, it's the same developer that did the Witcher series.
Oh.
I don't know if people in gaming can anticipate what games will be successful. To be honest, yeah, it's
Mm.
obviously no one can predict the future, but I think Scoopster makes a decent point that you're more equipped to know like what game has potential than like the Wall Street boomer in a suit. Not that obviously you're still gonna make mistakes, but you at least
Hmm.
have a little bit more of a feel or an understanding of what the market is like, right? From a consumer perspective. How many people
Yeah,
have called
exactly.
Fortnite
That's
or Roblox? Yeah.
That's it, from the consumer perspective. I think there's a huge divide between the investor and the consumer sometimes. Like I sit there and watch some of these pundits talk, and they're talking about like as if they know the consumer and what the consumer trends are. And to me, as a consumer, sometimes I'm like, no, no, that's like, like even like with the like something really stupid is, with the cruise ships, like, and cruising is just such a stupid thing anyways, but it's a good example. There's all these like pundits that are, invested in Carnival cruises, and they're more than happy to go on TV and be like, oh, people can't wait to get back on a cruise. And I'm like, really? I don't know about that. You know, like our consumers really just, it's like this investment thesis, like, oh, everyone's just going to go on a cruise.
Yeah.
And as a consumer, I'm like, I don't think that's the case. Like you're kind of delusional because you want it to work. Whereas if you're just a consumer, you're not invested in it in any way. You can more objectively be like, this sucks. Nobody's gonna like this.
Yeah.
But I agree. I agree that it's very hard to guess what's going to be successful, and it's funny because that's actually what the stock market is, right? You're kind of trying to guess what's going to be successful. Oh yeah, Roblox has been very successful on the stock market.
Oh, what was that space game? Roblox is on the stock market? Oh shit. Now I know what to
Yeah.
buy. What was that space game that was huge and open that failed? Are we talking about well, it still exists, right? Are we talking about oh shit. I can't remember the name now. Now that I have to. Now let's look up Roblox stock. I want to see it. Roblox is just funny to me because like now I'm the boomer. Like all the kids, they know Roblox. They've played Roblox. I've never touched that game.
It's just IPO'd recently.
Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. This is very okay. Yeah, this is very recent. Um, shit. Scam. Oh yeah, Scam Citizen, Star Citizen. So Star Citizen was that's also like actually even more than Cyberpunk 2077 was No Man's Sky. I think he's talking about Star Citizen. Can you confirm, J Pratt, which one you're talking about? Because Star Citizen was a huge Kickstarter, one of the biggest ones, and they were 100% the epitome of over promising and then like under delivering. That's why people also call it Scam Citizen, because it's supposed to be a massively multiplayer online like virtual space with all those spaceships, and you can do anything with them, and you can buy like spaceships for $1,000 in for like you give the developers like $1,000 and you get this one of the biggest, hugest, most amazing spaceships in the game right off the bat. um I don't know, it's still in development. It's when did they start this? It's a very polarizing game, because the people who are invested in it, they obviously want to see it get released someday in like a final form and accomplish something. Um, when did it start? 2012 was the 2012. Pre-production began in 2010, with production starting in 2011. It's still in development, basically, right to this day, and it's not close to release, from what I know. No Man's Sky was a big flop too. Definitely overpromised and under delivered, but No Man's Sky has managed to. They're pretty legit in the sense that the team has taken all the money they got from selling the game, and instead of like cashing out and moving on, they've been releasing free patches for the past, I don't remember when it got released. They've been releasing free patches for No Man's Sky all the time, and they ended up delivering like most of the stuff that they and most of the stuff that they had originally promised. You have to separate gamer backlash and financial success. Well, that's true, yeah. You had that weird phenomenon, like weird like Reddit, we're changing the world type thing, when EA had announced their loot boxes and their like pay to win stuff in Star Wars Battlegrounds 2, I think. There was a huge backlash, and even the stock dipped for like a week. And during that week, Reddit was full of posts of like, "Wow, we're gonna destroy EA, or we're bringing back games to the people," and all that bullshit, and like didn't amount to anything long term. Are games bad for society? Um, that's not the subject of this discussion. I don't know. I like if you want me to address that question seriously, then I would talk about how games are how we learn things on a very fundamental level. Um, obviously we can learn bad things or we can learn good things through games, but gaming as a concept is one of the most important things that human beings do. How much production would be saved if no one gamed? Not that much. You wouldn't be look at all the motor skills, all the spatial visualization skills, are all like those aren't you. Also, in general, I don't like evaluating things in society by pure like measurable metrics. A lot of things have intangible benefits, and if you only look at pure productivity, then you're baking in the assumption that we only exist to produce. that we only exist to make money, that we only exist to do things efficiently, which I think is a very, very, very unpleasant basis to work from as a human being. It's not the it's important to understand like how efficient you are, like what you're trying to accomplish in life, but you if you start measuring everything in your life by that metric, I think you're going to live a very, very unhappy life. Unless it, like that's what works for you. I can't understand someone being passionate like about money and then like structuring their entire life around how to make the most money, and like as long as they do it like at the very least morally neutrally, then I'm not gonna hate on it. If that's what makes you happy, then you know takes all sorts of people to make a society.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
like,
the important
oh,
thing
sorry.
there is that people need to be happy,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. If
Rather
you're
than just the most efficient. You have to like be inefficient sometimes just to like create some pleasure. I don't think pleasure is efficient.
there's also this idea that that we're capable of measuring what is the efficiency of a thing. I like to think back in biology class when we learned about um, when we were learning about alleles and genetics, there was something that really stuck with me, which is during the Industrial Revolution, there was a species of moths in the UK. They would use they had white pigmentation on their wings, so they would camouflage on the bark of birch trees that were white. But they had a rare a rare allele for the gene coding the color of their pigmentation that would make their pigmentation black. You would think that's very inefficient. Like what was like maybe 10% of their births would get eaten by birds really fast because they wouldn't camouflage on the bark on the white bark. Then the Industrial Revolution came in the UK. They started burning coal all across the country, and the soot was the pollution from the soot was enough to turn the birch tree bark black. And suddenly, so there was evolutionary pressure to select for the survival only of the moths that had the black pigmentation. They were the only ones who could camouflage on the bark. Imagine if that species didn't have that inefficient or useless mutation, they would have died out. And then, thankfully, for the same reasons, the white mutation persisted throughout the revolution. And when the UK moved out of the coal burning industry, the atmosphere cleaned up, and there was no longer soot on every birch tree. The evolutionary pressure would make the white pigmentation on their wings the dominant phenotype once again. And I think the moral of that story is that sometimes things that seem really bad don't have to be eradicated. On the contrary, maybe sure that you shouldn't be promoting them, but you want them somewhere on the side. You don't want to eradicate them from society, from maybe your behavior. An example on like a personal perspective, for example, we're taught as children that violence is bad. Every single children's show is about how violence is bad. It doesn't resolve anything. You can always resolve problems without conflict. But then if you have to defend yourself, you have to use the force that is at your disposal to defend yourself. If you can de-escalate, that's obviously better, but we can all imagine situations where violence is necessary, and yeah, it's just another one I think of is for a certain time there was a fad about how like all CEOs are sociopaths, and in France, I don't know how much there was that in other countries. There were all these articles about how maybe your partner is a sociopathic narcissist. So like everyone everyone would be talking about how, yeah, I dated a narcissist. Oh really? I think your boyfriend's a narcissist or your girlfriend's a narcissist, and all this like armchair psychology flying around and stuff. And it made me think about how, like, obviously we hanging out with a sociopath or a narcissist is probably not good for you, and it's not good for society. But if we want to think long term, if at some point we're post in the post apocalyptic society, they're probably the people who will survive because of those same traits. And if you want to think of like species survival metric, then suddenly maybe it's yikes. I maybe it's a trait that needs to exist in a species. No, you disagree, Turnit? That is wrong. I know it's there are situations where like acting egotistically is going to guarantee your survival in extreme situations. Obviously, if you can't afford to, cooperation will always be better. But there exist extreme situations. You don't want those situations to arise either, but they could. Sometimes things are out of your control. Anyways, I don't know. I'm ranting now. Do you want to say anything or have like do like a closing statement? Plug your social media. Do you have your own do you have your own pump and dump like Twitter account?
I do, but I don't use it, and I only was using it like a little bit here and there for like stupid stuff, like pump and dump. So no,
Okay.
I don't really have any of that, to be honest. I've
Oh,
stayed clear.
you have a Twitch channel, right? Have you been streaming more like chess or whatever?
No, I've been traveling around, but I am Scoopsteroo.
Yeah.
I don't have any streams. I'm gonna stream some chess. I've thought about streaming some stock stuff, but it's strange because I don't know. It's what I when I watch other people what they do. It's mostly like micro, like high frequency quick traders, and it's just not what I do. So what am I streaming? Like I just like talk about. Yep, I'm slowly entering this position today or something. So I haven't really been doing that either.
Have you
Um,
have you checked out the stock guy on Twitch? From what I've seen, I haven't followed him that much, but from what I've seen, he does more. He does like day trading stuff, but he does more of. He also has like long positions, and he talks. I've seen him talk quite a few times about like DD, more like your style of investing.
mhm.
Um,
Portuguese, but I'm guessing.
and where he will or like watching news, doing some research, analyzing charts, and like
Oh, that's cool.
so he in the scene before the GME stuff, and that's why he capitalized off of it. But he's the biggest like stock streamer on Twitch, and he exclusively does that. And yeah,
Cool.
he
Yeah,
just like
I'll
talks
definitely check
about
them out.
like investments and stuff. The stock guy isn't a good
Yeah.
channel for finance. The stock guy is the show. Wait, what do you mean, Winter? I guess you don't like him. I don't know. From what I've seen, like one thing I like. It's might seem dumb, but one thing I really like is he like always has the like trading rules in the bottom right. Have a stop loss. Don't chase plays. Never marry positions. You will make bad plays. Weak hands are green hands. There's always another play. Weeklies are
Damn,
only
that's
for
that's
day traders.
that's basically all I've been saying.
Yeah, yeah. I know. That's like
And that's good stuff if you want to be profitable, you know. All exactly those things. Exactly. Like when I say don't fall in love with the stock, fall in love with your money. It's very important.
The stock guy is nothing but a show. That's all it is. I mean, that's everything on Twitch, though. It's entertainment at the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not financial advice.
It's entertainment
But yeah, no,
with a
those
chart
those are
background. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
those those are good fundamental. That's the stuff that I've come to over the last few years as well. It's exactly the few things that he wrote. If you don't have a stop loss, at least have. If you don't have like a tight stop loss put in, at least have an idea of if you watch level 2 of a place where if it starts dipping below and it breaks support that you want to sell. Sometimes you don't want to have a stop loss because sometimes it'll dip underneath that just for like a few minutes just to wash out the stop losses and then go right back up, and that happens. But if you're not on the market all day and watching real-time trades, then yeah, have stop losses so you don't come back a couple of days later and instead of losing $200, you lost 2,000.
Yeah, like the healthy
And yes,
gamers.
weak hands are green hands
Yeah,
is, I mean, that's one of my number one rules. And the moment that all this diamond hand stuff started to pop up, I just started to own it and mock myself because it's fine. I'm happy with my weak hands. Mocking myself for having weak hands because I'm more of the always be selling kind of mentality rather than hodl gang. But things have changed. That's why it's a funny conversation. It's tough because I'm trying to merge what I've learned over a few years into a market that's rapidly changing, and we'll see long term overall if it's just a bubble and it goes back to normal and it is just another arc like that, or if the market is actually gonna fundamentally change where if something starts running, it's actually going to go much further than it normally does because that's what's been happening.
yeah. The
Taking
momentum.
profits, you're missing out a lot of profits. Whereas 2 years ago, taking profits would be going back 2 weeks later and seeing the stock lower and being like, I did a good job. Nowadays, it's like, oh crap, I could have made twice as much.
Yeah, I see.
So it's tough. It's because it's changing. That's why I say my take is very boomer because it's kind of old school compared to this new school FOMO thing. And the FOMO is working. I've made a few day trades that are ridiculous, where something's up 100%, and I'm like it looks strong, so I buy it, and it ends on the day 250%. But a year ago, I would think it's insanity to buy anything that's up like 50 to 100% on the day. So in all the fundamentals and the technicals, you got to make money and be quickly profitable. You have to pay attention to what all the people are doing.
Yeah.
Sometimes follow the herd as well. Yep.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, I hope it was somewhat educational, or if anything, just opening up the convo a little bit more. I don't know how many people that watched you are like investing on the market, anyways. That's why I also want to say, yeah, go ahead.
No, I don't know either. I saw I think Kartoffelkopf earlier was he was memeing a bit about it. It sounded like he like invests. I know a few people in streams chat do. Magic Turtle obviously does, mostly on the crypto side, but
yeah, and he seems to know what he's talking about, very much so. And I think that's the thing, bottom line is you have your own approach and do your DD and and educate yourself. You know, it's super important, because that's the main thing that I'm seeing nowadays is people just greedy and jumping all over things without knowing what they're doing, and hoping that'll just, you know, seeing other people with their gain porn, like, wow, I want to do that too.
Yeah.
It's so easy. But those rules, just like exactly all the ones that you wrote there from that other guy, great stuff. Great stuff to follow. You'll minimize your losses, and probably have a better quality of life. Not because of your gains, but because you're not freaking out about that stuff all the time. It's going back to your other just tangent just a minute ago about efficiency and all of that. You got to kind of give yourself a break, you know, in the sense, in the stock market as well. You can't always expect to be perfect. You can't always expect to make the utmost gains, catch the top, buy the bottom perfectly. If you made some gains, you're winning.
True. Oh shit, I'm dropping frames again. Oh no.
Well,
Oh,
can you
okay,
hear me?
we're back. Yeah, we're back. Hi.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm no expert. I'm happy to share the little bit I've learned and what works for me. And yeah, you know, and in other times, if there was somebody who wanted to talk or discuss, I would be open to it, because about any of my ideas, because I'm also looking to learn, you know, and be flexible with all this crap. Basically, I don't have the answer to any of this stuff. How to make money.
Cool. Yeah, and like I have a rule of thumb about that. People who like come up to you and say that they have the answers to like complicated questions, they're probably the last people to trust. They're playing some kind of game on you.
Yeah. Yeah, they have their own motivation.
Jeez, Fate just linked me this because I actually want to ask you what you think about it. This had nothing to do with stocks, but this is really weird. So there's this psychiatrist who's been streaming on Twitch for a while. Like his channel's called like Healthy Gamer GG or something like that. And so like talking about mental health, and he would already, one thing that I always thought was weird that was that he would do like consultations on stream with streamers, which is like pretty obviously something that's like, I don't know, like networking with the streamers, and I know it gets into a really weird place with how, considering how like a psychiatrist's work is supposed to happen. And I never knew he was doing this. Someone linked me this. He has a website where he sells for $20 like a depression module, holistic approaches, basically modules of videos to watch and follow to help you. There's a depression module, and an anxiety module, a meditation module. It just came out, damn, and a full bundle for with all the modules for $50, and included with coaching. Subscribe to a coaching program. What are? That's such a weird. I obviously when you go to consult a medical professional, you're paying them, but and this is cheaper than like, I don't know. Watch the trailer. Oh God.
So if you really want to take control of your life, the first thing that you have to understand is, how does my mind work? These modules are a distillation, the essence of my personal journey to understand myself over the last 2 decades. They're kind of like a choose-your-own adventure of understanding a particular topic. Because in my experience as a psychiatrist, the best outcomes come from educated patients, and you are ultimately going to be the most important part of your treatment. Okay, fine, I'm in this place, and this place sucks. What am I going to do about it now? Focus on building a healthy identity of yourself, where you can learn to unconditionally love yourself. If meditation has one good effect on the brain, it actually strengthens the hell out of your frontal lobes. You have to let go of the entire construction, right? Because what does it mean to have fallen behind? It's a construct of the mind. What does it mean to up? It's a construct of the mind. Because think what you're doing here, right? You're doing so much problem solving. There's a certain method, there's a certain secret, there's a certain technique to being able to find that peace in spite of the emotion.
I don't know.
Go to the birth of that spark,
Like the stuff he's saying here, and all the stuff I've seen from this guy.
Change our mind's conceptualization of the truths that we learned in the past that cause us suffering today.
At least, like most of what little I've seen of him, at least the advice generally seems to be good. Oh shit, I'm dropping frames again. No, okay. At least the advice seems to be good, but yeah, the way this is structured makes it really look like a self-help guru type thing.
I would have to watch a little bit deeper to figure out what the psychological theory behind it is, but it looks like it's cognitive behavioral, which could be very positive.
Yeah, I understand why people. Yeah, people in chat are being super skeptical of it. Oh God, was he always a self-help guru?
It does come off just like all those other people. That just like how the Silicon Valley has its keywords, so do all of the self-help people.
Yeah.
And he's using all of those.
Unfortunately, when I see that kind of a site with the layout of the packages, I instantly think scam. Yeah, same. We've all seen those websites that are trying to sell you, like, oh, we were talking about investment. This is the exact type of layout you would see on an investment strategy website that's like trying to sell you some book or some course. The monetization scheme is such a meme right now. Yeah. From what little I know, and I do know very little about what he like talks about, it seems like his advice is actually usually good, and he like knows what he's talking about. From what little I've seen, I haven't really followed what he does. But I already thought it was kind of a meme that he would do like consultations on live on Twitch. No, it's about a community, basically selling Discord membership. Sure, yeah, like it gets into this kind of like culty thing of you want to get closer to them and have contact with them and be part of their community. I like the Dr. K streams as well. Yeah, they seem to be.
Is there a ladder to climb?
Yeah, if there's no ladder to climb, then it's not that culty. I don't know. I don't understand like what the coaching part of it is. It says included with coaching. Oh no, if you subscribe to the coaching program, then he gives you the modules with the coaching program. I understand. And if you book coaching, let's see what that is about. You need to sign up on Discord, on his Discord, to book coaching with him. I see. I need mental health MMR. He also just formed a foundation that the money from this is going to. Oh, that's interesting. Do they
So
say?
the premise is it's in the it's a video game.
Um, I
Or
don't
am I
know if
wrong?
I don't think he gamifies it, right? Maybe a little
Okay,
bit with
so
like flowchart, but
I misunderstood. I thought what he was doing was creating video games for people to play that would also like function as therapy.
no, it's just like video courses.
I see.
Oh shit, an Elon Musk twat. To be clear, I strongly believe in crypto, but it can't drive a massive increase in fossil fuel use, especially coal. Response with crying emoji. Billy, when you made Dogecoin, did you try to consider energy usage, or was that not something you thought about? How can the dev community make Doge more efficient? Response, I made Doge in like 2 hours. I didn't consider anything. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to think about it. I'm not that skeptical as the rest of you guys, because like if this can help people, then it's not a huge amount of money either. I don't know. I like self-help is such a weird sphere. Like I do like naturally distrust anyone shilling self-help, but I also don't feel comfortable like de facto, like rather a priori discounting it automatically. He's calling the healthy gamer because he initially started out to help specifically gamers with life coaching, so he uses gaming analogies when explaining his thoughts. Okay.
See. Yeah, I mean, it depends on what his goal is. Because if he's more like Eckhart Tolle, for example, you know, like the guy who wrote The Power of Now,
Mhm.
it's more so trying to cut through bullshit rather than like feed you a bunch of it. It, you know, with self-help, just like you said, it could go so many ways, and it, you know, it's just one person's interpretation, and I think it always gets a little culty when people choose to like subscribe to one person. Like this guy has the answers. This lady knows what she's talking about.
Yeah.
It's just one person. They haven't got it all figured out, but they might know something that might help you as well.
Yeah. We will
She's
see.
definitely not Teal Swan.
Yeah.
I mean, he's definitely not Teal Swan.
Yeah, definitely not.
But who knows? We haven't listened to the rest of it. Maybe he will like claim that he's like some ninth generation alien brought down to Earth. You know.
Yeah, he'll go completely fucking crazy sometime down the road. All right. I think we can end it here. Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
Sure.
Cool. Well, thanks
It
for.
was fun.
I watched a couple of his videos too. I don't hate on the guy. I think he's genuine. But as you said, this being self-help stuff plus the way this looks like other scams, plus the money goes to a freshly formed foundation, and now his other stuff stretches that trust. If you don't like the coaching part, just get the meditation bundle. It's been shown that persistent meditation helps. Oh yeah, for sure. Meditation has been shown to be a positive effect on people's lives. Also, he's positioned to know more about being a clinical psychologist than your average life coach. Oh yeah, for sure. I subbed to Teal Swan. I watched the Manifest Money video. Oh no, because I've talked about her once
You
or
talked
twice on
about it,
stream.
yeah.
Yeah. Shit,
Because I did some deep digging and found some videos where she really goes hard on the I don't remember the words that she used, but this alien race. That's why she's the most. She says this about herself. It's why she's so beautiful and persuasive, because she's an alien being that owns all humans. But you have to dig deep to find her saying that. On the surface, it's all like fluff.
Yeah, it's like people who recorded their screen when they're in like a high tier personal consultation with her. That's when she drops the
Yeah.
the crazy stuff.
Yeah. Heavy sociopathic narcissist energy there.
Yeah, it just makes me think of Scientology, like having crazy alien myths and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but yeah.
So yeah, thanks for the talk. I don't
Thanks for
know.
coming.
I do wish I prepared a little bit better, but I think I hit the points I wanted to. Largely about the mental game, I think it's very important, especially when you're starting out.
Yeah.
But yeah. And
Cool.
PE ratios.
PE ratios, boomer. Yeah.
Yeah. Make sure the company is profitable or going to be profitable at some point.
Yeah, sounds like solid advice. And this is not investment advice.
Yes. No. I mean, I think as long as you stop short of calling out tickers, it's all good.
All right. Cool.
So don't invest in TGTX.
Yeah.
Or do, I don't know. Okay. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Thanks for the convo.
It was fun.
It was fun. See ya.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. All right. I'm gonna just take a short pee break. I really need one because I've been drinking tea. And then, yeah, I saw DK was lobbying me for some StarCraft Brood War. I feel like I'm slowly getting better at it. I'm down to like play a game. Oh, I have my new mouse pad too. I need to let me show it real quick. Dude, I actually have, look at this. I have a normal sized mouse pad now. I can actually move the mouse around. I'm gonna have to figure out like new sensitivities for the FPS games too. Based on this, I made some space on my desk. Got that dank mouse movement going on. All right, I need to go pee. I'll be right back. Is it Apex time? No. I can't play Apex. Yeah, those, like, sorry for the light glare. Those innocent juices are so fucking good. I'm not even sponsored. I wish I was. They could pay me just in, like, bottles of fruit juice, and I would accept that. Don't listen to these heretics. It's clearly Brood War time. Let's see. Yeah, I'll probably like do sensitivity figuring stuff out for like the FPS games by myself, or I don't know, I'll like do that as part of a stream when no one's watching or whatnot. But yeah, I'm down for some Brood War. Where are we at in the campaign? I kind of feel like once I'm done with the campaign, I'll actually be ready to play against like other human beings. Maybe. Well, like other human beings who are terrible at it. Wasn't innocent in some it's fake as fuck juice memes? I don't know. I mean, the thing is, it's like all of the. I used to drink that shit so much. The thing is, at least here in France, if a fruit juice says it's 100% fruit, that shit's like supposed to be regulated. I think it's the same in the US too, and in most countries. You can't. You can't like put that on your bottle and not have it be 100% fruit. So I don't know, how is it fake if it's actually 100% the juice of the fruits that are in it? Let's see. That shit makes you so fat. Doesn't make me fat. What do you mean? I mean, obviously it has a shit ton of sugar. Yeah. Fruit juice has a shit ton of sugar in it. Absolutely. It's healthier than like sugar water because it at least has vitamins. Yeah, here you have to call it a juice drink or something if it's not actual juice. Yeah. So like, it's healthier, but there's no way it's like, you probably can't even drink that if you're no. I don't know. I don't know anything about being diabetic, but basically, yeah, it's a shit ton of sugar for sure. You gotta be careful with those. Definitely can't. Maybe like with enough insulin you can. I have no fucking clue. Basically, name on its thumbnail.
But shortly before our forces were overwhelmed,
a 3D rendering of a skeleton showcasing bisexual lighting.
And came here to the planet Braxis.
Why would he abandon the battle on Ire?
That's a good one.
Has he come back to Braxis?
What is bisexual lighting?
No offense, Admiral, but
I don't even know if there's a sugarless juice. Is that even a thing? That doesn't exist. Fruits contain a shit ton of sugar. You need to realize that.
Alexei and I have been friends since long.
Bisexual lighting is the simultaneous use of pink, purple, and blue lighting to represent bisexual characters. It has been used in nightclubs as well as in studio lighting for film and television. Whether the technique exists as a general phenomenon in filmmaking is disputed.
On the planet's surface directly below our position. It would appear that the Vice Admiral did not destroy the Psi disruptor on Tarsonis
okay.
as was ordered.
I'd never heard about this before.
I warned you, Admiral. Stukov has betrayed you.
Alright.
Lieutenant, hang tight for a sec while we clear the entrance. They've locked the door.
They've locked the door. Hey, I can't control them.
Unauthorized entry detected.
Oh, now I can control
This
them.
room's clear.
You got it. Right away. You got it. How can I be of service?
Okay.
Of course.
Commander.
That's incredible. It's interesting. Do you guys have tang or like something similar? Should use to make juice by putting it on the water? Like concentrate, you mean? So much for for so much for subtly just made that wiki entry. That's a high effort meme. If he actually just made it.
Yes, Captain.
Okay, we got cloak and lockdown. We have control group 3. I guess I can scout out with the stealth or whatnot.
Of course.
Or I don't even need
Right
stealth
away.
here. No traps.
You
All right.
got it. I'll take care of it.
Oh, can
You
only
got
be
it.
operated by
How
you,
can I
the
be of
ones.
service?
Rock and
Yes,
roll.
Captain.
State the nature of your medical emergency.
Yes, Captain.
How do you work this damn thing? Computer, locate Admiral Stukov.
Access code denied.
Uh oh.
Standing by. I hate computers.
I hate computer. Oh my god.
Need medical attention?
Follow him.
What do you need?
Commander,
What do you need?
Where does it hurt?
standing by.
Need
Yes,
medical
Captain.
attention?
Standing by.
What do you
State
need?
the nature of your medical
How can I
emergency.
be of service? I'll take care
Did
of
someone
it.
page me? Stat.
Commander,
How can I be of
Did
service?
someone page me?
standing by.
Time to kill some civilians.
Go, go, go. What's up? Where's Stukov? Don't tell those
Oh, maybe not.
anything, Harry. Wax 'em, boys. Help! Rock and roll.
Did someone
What do
page
you
me?
need?
Where does it hurt?
Yes, Captain. I'll take care of it.
State the nature of your medical emergency.
Jacked up and good to go.
State
Outstanding.
the nature
How
of your
can I
medical
be of
emergency.
service? I'm here. You got it. Of course.
Did you play StarCraft 2 campaign? Dude, the Blizzard voice lines were so good. I played a little bit of it when I bought the game.
away.
Not much, honestly.
Of course.
I stopped.
Where does it hurt?
I don't know. I bought all of them, but I stopped really early.
Standing by.
How can I be of service?
I've always found
Where does it
until now I've always found playing
hurt? Did someone page me? Right away.
playing those kinds of games very frustrating.
Give me something to shoot.
Need medical attention?
What do you need?
Nice for actually killing all the civilians.
State the nature of your medical emergency.
Says hit any key. Which one's the any key?
Security cameras activated. Goliath repair bay located in Sector 4.
If we can get over there, we might be able to hijack those Goliaths.
Ooh, nice. I'll be like 7 years old and I'll still remember Warcraft 3 voice lines like Frostmourne Hungers. Can you play Warcraft 3 campaign next? If you didn't play it yet, it's pretty fucking good. I played it as a kid. Or not as a kid, but as
Did someone page me?
a teenager.
Yes, Captain.
Give me something to shoot.
State the nature of your medical
What do
emergency.
you need?
State the nature of your medical emergency.
Commander,
What do you need?
Where does it hurt?
So I could totally play that.
Did someone page me?
Yes, Captain.
jacked up and good to go.
Shit,
State the
heal.
nature of your medical
Heal people.
emergency.
I would really want to. I would definitely enjoy that, but
Outstanding.
Did someone page me?
How can I be of service?
Jacked up and
I
good
would
to go.
definitely enjoy playing it.
Access code denied.
Shit.
Hey, who's messing with the computer?
But
Give me the damn access codes before I blow an aggression inhibitor. I ain't telling you nothing. I'll tell you. It's Barnum.
Access code accepted.
Thanks. Oops.
Security cameras activated.
yeah, I would.
Vice Admiral Stukov
I don't know.
detected in Sector 8.
Oh shit, Stukov. Why are they ghosts? I guess there was no other model for like a special unit. The thing is, I want to actually like learn to play this game.
Yes, Captain.
Need medical attention?
Because I've been watching Artosis,
Medical attention?
play, and I've been.
We could sure use those Goliaths. Get over there and commandeer them. Let's move.
Yes, Captain.
Jacked up and good to go.
What do you need?
State the nature of your
What
medical
do you need?
emergency.
With
Stat.
the Goliath pilot. Standing by. Go, go, go. Let's move. Standing by.
I'm here.
Standing by.
So I've been really enjoying the watching Brood War and learning about it, and that's like kind of where I am. But I would definitely enjoy Warcraft as well.
Standing by.
State the nature of your medical emergency.
Of course. You got it. Of course. Yes, Captain.
Do you know all the Bonjour tricks? No. The Star 2 missions are pretty chill as long as you're not trying to do achievements at once. I'll just say that. I was a mega artist when I did 100% on Brutal. I got like the 3 achievements on one try. That shit was so fucking annoying to do. Oh yeah, I imagine that's just pretty hard.
Outstanding.
How can I be of
Give me
service?
something to shoot.
Did someone page me?
I don't know.
Commander.
There's nothing up here, is there?
Rock in.
I wanna. But yeah, the Warcraft 3 is a fun game. I would be down to play it too.
On my way.
Standing by. Give me something to shoot.
I'm here.
Need medical attention?
Standing by. Go, go, go.
Yes, Captain.
State the nature of your medical emergency.
Standing by.
Yes, Captain.
Jacked up and good to
State
go.
the nature of your medical emergency.
Standing by.
There's a random SCV in here? Okay. I just wouldn't know what to do with the... Oh shit, I lost a Marine. Oh crap.
Outstanding.
What do you need?
Did someone page me?
Jacked up and good to go. Let's move. Commander.
Stim is actually kind of dangerous in this mission.
Go, go, go. Outstanding. Let's move.
But
Outstanding.
it's really strong.
I'm here. How can
Did
I be
someone
of
page me?
service?
Something to shoot.
Did someone page me?
Outstanding.
Yes, Captain.
Give me something to shoot. Go, go, go. Let's move.
Need medical attention?
Rock
Yes,
and
Captain.
roll. Give me something to shoot. Go, go, go. Let's move.
Yeah, I know. It's
Hurt?
so hard for me to talk while playing this, even if I only have like 3 units to
Someone
control.
page me?
Jacked up and good to go.
What do you need?
Where does
Should
it hurt?
come back here.
State the nature of your medical emergency. Stat.
Standing by.
Stop.
Yes, Captain.
Commander. Outstanding.
I'm never getting those Goliaths, am I? Like here I'm already going towards Stukov.
Outstanding.
Kind of wanted to get them. That's
Yes,
okay.
Captain.
Like, for example, you can ignore pathing with workers by clicking on the mineral. It removes the hitbox. Oh yeah, I know that. I know that trick.
Something to
How
shoot.
can I be
Did
of
someone
service?
page me?
You
Oh,
got
and
it.
there's nothing up here, of course.
Outstanding.
Time to fight with the ramp.
What do you need?
Where does it hurt?
Oh wow, they all went. No, never mind.
Jacked up and
I was like, wow, they all went down the ramp by themselves.
State the
First
nature of
try.
your medical
Nope.
What do you
emergency.
need? Of course.
Need medical attention?
Commander. Rock
What
and
do you
roll.
need?
Need medical attention? Right away. Stat.
Jacked up and good to go. Outstanding. Rock and roll.
I'm on
Shit.
the job.
Heal.
Yes, Captain.
Okay, it's okay.
Of course.
Jacked up and good to go.
Did someone page me?
Yeah.
On my way. Stat.
So like,
What do you need?
Commander. Go, go,
I don't think I'm gonna ever learn Warcraft 3 the way
Where does it
I'm.
hurt?
I want to learn StarCraft
I'll
Brood War.
take care of it.
Standing by. Outstanding.
I also don't mind those kinds of missions that much.
Commander. Rock and
State the
roll.
nature of your medical
I should
emergency.
medics weren't here. That explains a lot. No,
Where does
just
it
stay
hurt?
here.
State the
Can
nature
you
of your medical emergency.
Not, please. Okay, never mind.
Need medical attention?
I'm here.
Yeah, I don't need to for campaign. There's not much micro on Warcraft 3. There is
Got it.
a lot of micro with the
Someone to shoot.
what's their name?
Need medical attention?
Someone to shoot.
I'm here.
Give me someone to shoot.
The troops and the heroes and everything.
I'll take care of it.
Jacked up and good to go.
What do you need?
Where does it hurt?
Commander.
How can I be of service?
Jacked up and good to
Where
go.
does it hurt?
I'm here.
Need medical attention? State the nature of your medical
Give me
emergency.
someone to shoot. We'll need Duran to open this door. Commander.
Oh yeah, I guess there are like less units.
Vice Admiral
Oh, shit.
Stukov. I am here under orders to terminate your command.
Lieutenant Duran, I'm not surprised. We both know exactly what it is that you're here to terminate. Get on with it.
Say goodnight, Stukov.
To hell with you.
Lieutenant Duran, report your situation immediately.
Gerard, old friend, you do indeed have a traitor in your midst. But it's not me.
It's more similar to Blue War because there's a max unit group select as well. Okay.
Both from the start. He convinced you to destroy the
Now, if there's
Sun
another
Disruptor,
strategy game,
even though it was our best
I'll try to
chance at
learn.
defeating the Zerg.
I want to pay attention to the dialogue a little bit.
He allowed the Zerg to overrun us even as we had the
It would be
fugitives
Age of
in our
Empires too.
grasp. I came here to activate the one hope we have of defeating them. And you killed me for it. Duran is your enemy, Gerard. I suspect that he may even be infested as well. Use the disruptor, Gerard. Finish our operation. Let my death have at least some meaning.
He's still talking in the corner.
Alexei! Oh, what have I done? What have I done? Computer, where the hell is Lieutenant Duran?
The lieutenant no longer registers on my
Uh-oh.
sensors, Admiral.
What a surprise.
He appears to have vanished.
Please do play that.
Oh,
I think I will. Uh-oh.
Self-destruct sequence initiated.
Uh-oh.
Sir, the disruptor's power core has just been set to overload. In order to prevent meltdown, you will need to reach the manual override terminal and shut the reactor core down.
it must have been Duran. You men serve the Vice Admiral loyally. I ask that you continue to serve his memory by keeping this disruptor in one piece. Now get going and find that override terminal.
Let's move. Outstanding.
Need medical
Give me
attention?
someone to shoot. Go, go, go. Let's move.
Security cameras
Rock and
activated.
roll.
That's where I'm
Go,
going.
go,
Okay.
go.
State the nature of your medical emergency.
Outer installation walls have been breached, tracking multiple Zerg signals throughout the side disruptor's interior.
What the hell? How did Zerg get in here? Captain, we may have a huge infestation problem.
This proves that Duran's working with the Zerg. Captain, don't let a single Zerg stand in your way. We need this disruptor now more than ever.
Where does it hurt?
Standing by.
State the nature of your
Give me
medical
someone to
emergency.
shoot. Let's move. Jacked up and good to go. Give me someone to shoot.
Did someone page me?
You playing the French campaign? Yeah, exactly. This is French, can't you
Need
tell?
medical attention?
Jacked up and good to go. Let's move. Go, go, go. Let's move.
Ramps, my greatest
Medical
enemy.
attention?
No.
Jacked up and good to go.
Need medical attention?
I wonder how people like. Imagine it's your first time playing this game, and you have to deal with this horrible AI,
I'm on the job.
like pathing.
Outstanding.
Where does it hurt?
Commander.
Where does it hurt?
Commander.
Did someone page me?
Give me someone to shoot.
Where does it hurt?
Security cameras activated.
Oh, man. How How the hell are we gonna get by all them Zerglings?
That's a good question.
Give me something to shoot. Go, go, go.
I guess then.
State the nature of your medical emergency.
Go, go, go. Let's move.
State the nature of your medical emergency.
Give me something to shoot.
Did someone page me?
Checked up and good to go.
State the nature of your
Give me
medical
something to
emergency.
shoot. Let's move. Commander.
Prepped and ready. State the nature of your medical emergency. Right away. Did someone page me?
Checked up and good to go.
Need medical attention? I'm on the job. Right away.
Checked up and good to go.
Where does it hurt?
Standing by.
Did someone page me?
Check that out. They're trapped.
State the nature of your medical emergency.
Checked up and good to go.
Trapped just like us.
Where does it hurt?
Standing by.
Where does it hurt?
Give me something to shoot. Outstanding.
Where does it hurt? I'm on the job.
Give me something to shoot.
But yeah, I would love to play.
Did someone page me?
Sir, it looks like this corridor has been lined with defensive autoguns.
I would love to play the Age of Empires 2 campaign.
Standing by.
Okay, I guess we have a plan now.
State the nature of your medical emergency.
Checked up and good to go. Go, go, go. Let's move.
Right away.
Give me something to shoot. Checked up and good to go. I love the smell of toasted Zerglings in the morning.
On my way.
Commander.
Shit, that was a mistake.
Where does it hurt?
Ah, I shouldn't have stemmed there.
Checked up and good to go. Give me something to shoot. Let's move.
Where does it hurt?
Big mistake.
Need medical attention? On my way.
Checked up and good to
For the time it was the same as everything else, there's so much campaign content for Age of Empires 2. Yeah, for sure. Uh-oh.
roll. Let's move.
Fuck me.
Outstanding. Let's move.
Fucking up.
Medical attention?
Commander. Go, go, go. Checked up.
I should've just shot at them.
Commander.
State the nature of your medical emergency.
Let's move. Outstanding.
I feel like stem preemptively so they have time to heal up as well.
Did someone page me?
Checked up.
Like here it's working out great.
Did someone page me?
Oh shit. Oh, crap. Come.
On my way. I'm on the job. On my way.
Give me something to shoot. Let's move.
I fucked up the control there so bad.
Go, go, go.
Yikes.
Rock and roll. Let's move.
Did someone page me?
Oh, man. Poor Johnny.
Poor Johnny.
I'm on the job. Right away.
Checked up and good to go.
Where does it hurt?
Commander. Let's move. Outstanding. Rock and
Did someone
roll.
page me?
Standing by.
Yeah, like that's one situation. If I had stemmed preemptively, I wouldn't have lost that one Marine.
Commander. Outstanding. Rock and roll.
State the nature of your medical emergency. I'm on the job.
Standing by. Let's move.
I'm gonna do it. Heal up a bit.
Outstanding. Let's move.
State the nature of your
Give me
medical
something to
emergency.
shoot. Let's move.
State the nature of your medical
Good
emergency.
to go. Outstanding.
Heal him.
Medic.
This is gonna like use up all the medic's mana, is it?
Jacked up and good to
Where
go.
does it hurt?
Commander, give me something to shoot.
Jesus. Just use the medics to tank. Well, the thing is the AI just auto attack moves, so it doesn't matter.
Commander, let's move.
Did someone page me?
Jacked up and good to go. Outstanding.
Fuck, not this guy in front. Fuck me.
Need medical attention? Right away.
Standing by. Rock and roll. Give me something to shoot. Commander,
State the nature of your medical emergency.
jacked up and good to go.
State the nature of your medical
Give me
emergency.
something to shoot. Let's move.
Shit. I'm messing up the control really bad here. I keep wanting to micro the guy getting attacked to the back, but shit.
Outstanding.
Where does it
Give me
hurt?
something to shoot.
State the nature of your medical emergency.
Well, good enough.
Let's move.
State the nature of your medical emergency.
Reactor core shutdown sequence initiated.
Good work, Captain. I want the side disruptor kept.
They ain't gonna die, wait for it to wear off. Yeah, yeah. I'm on the timer, but this is good enough.
Prepare the fleet to move out.
I guess if I was speedrunning, I would have put them in the back and then it kept advancing.
And may heaven help your ram for what he has done this day.
Cool. Wait, so because Stukov is a character in Heroes of the Storm, 70 APM, that's 10 more than I usually have. Wow.
Captain, with the psi disruptor's signal hampering the Zerg's communications to one another, the swarms over Char have scattered in disarray, allowing the fleet to penetrate to the planet's surface. However, there is still a considerable number of defenders nestled around the fledgling Overmind.
Alexei was right. The disruptor is the key to victory here. If I had destroyed the machine as Duran suggested, we would never have made it this far. Nevertheless, the time is upon us, Captain, to do what we came here for. We will claim the Overmind in the name of humanity.
That's not gonna backfire at all.
Captain, our sensors have identified 3 Cerebrats who constitute the core of the Overmind's defenses. Each Cerebrat's distinct capabilities are still unknown, so proceed with extreme caution.
Launch your forces, and let not a Zerg survive. Once you have reached the Overmind and crushed its defenders, you are to send in specially trained medics who will pacify the creature with potent neurostim drugs. Only then will our victory be assured. And Captain, remember that Duran is still out there somewhere. I'd venture a guess that his treachery has only just begun. Be careful, and good luck. I am sure that this will be our finest hour.
Cool. Yes.
Reporting for duty. Orders
Base is
received.
under attack.
Sir, these sunken colonies
Stop.
are being affected by anything we hit them with. I'll bet there's one of those cerebrant critters pumping up full of energy nearby. Jacked up and good to go. Standing by.
Shit.
Jacked up and good to go. Jacked up and good to go. Go, go, go. Good to go, sir. Give me something to shoot. Rock and roll.
I can't attack?
Rock and roll.
What?
Go, go, go. Rock and roll.
Did I accidentally change? Oh no, no, okay, my keyboard's... What was that about?
I read you. Reporting for duty. Orders received.
The heck?
SCV good to go, sir.
The heck was that about?
SCV good to go, sir.
I'm very confused. NA aim, they don't even know how to pull the trigger? Yeah, what the fuck?
Piece of me, boy.
Base is under attack.
Oh, come on.
Good to go, sir. Jacked up and good to go.
Where does it hurt?
Commander,
Did
outstanding.
someone page me?
Jacked up and good to go.
I lost that power for nothing. That's fine.
Where does it hurt?
SCV, good to go, sir. Good to go. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Roger that. Yes, sir. Orders received. You want a piece of me, boy? I read you. Roger that. Jacked up and good to go. Outstanding. SCV, good to go, sir. Roger that. Piece of me, boy. Sir. Let's move.
Did someone page me?
Standing by. Standing by. SCV, good to go, sir. Roger that. Right away, sir. You want a piece of me, boy? Let's move.
State
Outstanding.
the nature of your medical emergency.
SCV, good to go, sir. Roger that.
His name on offline? Oh no.
You want
Shit.
a piece of me, boy?
Did my... I fucking dropped a bunch of frames again.
SCV, good to go, sir. Orders received.
Where does it hurt? Right away.
Reporting for duty. You want a piece of me, boy? SCV, good to go, sir. I can't build there. Yes, sir. Affirmative. SCV, good to go, sir.
I don't know. Today I've been having connection issues today. I don't know how much of it is like dumb
SCV, good to go, sir. You want a piece of me, boy?
okay, it's gonna be time to build supply depots. I genuinely don't know how much of it is dumb
Jacked up and good to go, sir. You want a piece of me, boy? I read you.
is like the restream server having problems, or how much of it is like other issues.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Upgrade
Probably.
complete.
Where does it hurt?
Jacked up and good to go. SCV, good to go.
Okay, we have one full control group already. Let's throw in some fire bats. We got extra gas.
Reporting for duty. I read you. SCV, good to go, sir. Orders, Captain. Job finished. Right away, sir.
Need a light?
Do I need an armory? Oh, I need a Stargate. That's what I need.
Base
That's like gonna block shit. Is it?
research complete.
Need a light?
Insufficient phosphine gas.
Affirmative. Job finished. Orders, Captain. Yes, sir. I can't build it. Roger that. Away. Reporting for duty. Ready to roll out. Right away, sir.
The Citadel is trying to shut me down, exactly.
Jacked up and good to go.
Got my attention.
Where does it hurt?
Yes, sir. Move it. SCV, good to go, sir. Job's finished. Reporting for duty. Affirmative.
Friend Decoy entered a single-player game. Oh shit.
Go, sir.
I can research Stimpack. I'm not researching this crap though. Okay, I could expand here as well, which I should be doing. So that's my priority, right? Destroying all this crap.
SCV, good to go, sir.
Which I can start... I can already be doing. I need to move out with my tank, actually.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Ready to roll out. SCV, good to go, sir. Orders, sir. You want a piece of me, boy?
Why can't I target structures? What is going on in this game?
Reporting for duty. Right away, sir.
Like, how am I supposed to win if I can't target structures? This is very, very confusing to me.
Orders received.
Research complete.
Reporting for duty. You want a piece of me, boy?
Add-on complete.
Reporting for duty. I read you. Reporting for duty.
Base is under attack.
Commander, go, go, go.
Oh, never mind.
Rock and roll. Let's move. Outstanding. Yes, you got it.
SCV good to
Oh,
go,
wait.
sir.
Standing by. You got my attention. Good to go.
Base is under attack.
Let's give me something to shoot. Outstanding.
Did someone page me?
Go, go, go. Reporting for duty.
Commander, you got my
Did someone
attention.
page me? Right away.
Oh man.
Give me something to shoot. Jacked up and good to go.
Oh no, it
Yes,
burned
sir.
down.
Captain Red.
Okay.
Orders received.
Give me something to shoot.
Unable to target structure. Read the objectives maybe. Bring a medic to each of the beacons surrounding the overmine. That's right here. Kill Zerg Cerebrates to weaken the overmine's defenses. Oh, okay. We got one Cerebrate here, surrounded by infested centers. This is the overmine, I think. This is, no, it's like 3 different okay, yeah. One Cerebrate here, one Cerebrate here, and one Cerebrate here.
Job's finished.
I guess,
I read you.
I don't know, I could like do an Air Force strat. Maybe.
Yes, sir.
Need medical attention? Did someone page me?
Orders, Captain. I read you. Orders received. Reporting for duty.
Piece of me, boy.
Orders, Captain. Affirmative.
You
Right
want
away,
a piece
sir.
of me, boy?
Roger that. Orders, Captain. Affirmative.
You want a piece of me,
Job
boy?
finished.
You want a piece of me, boy?
I have no clue.
Job finished.
Upgrade
Job
complete.
finished. Job finished. Job finished.
You want a piece of me, boy? You want a piece of me, boy?
Insufficient Vespine gas.
Maybe dropships are the solution here? I have no idea.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Roll out.
I'm gonna need more gas anyways.
Add-on complete.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Like,
You want a piece of me, boy?
oh yeah, those are actually like immortal colony. I guess dropships are the solution. Huh.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Ready to roll out.
Base is under attack.
Wait, where? Oh.
Give me something to shoot.
Upgrade
Jacked up and
complete.
good to go. Let's move. Yes,
Job's finished.
Commander. Jacked up and good
State
to
the
go.
nature of your medical emergency. On my way.
Jacked up and good to go. Standing by.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Hmm.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Yes, sir. Orders received.
You want a piece of me, boy?
I'm gonna lose all the supply depots later on.
Commander, you got my attention. Want a piece of me, boy?
Did someone page me? Did someone page me? Did someone page me?
I probably should have stemmed, by the way, and used my entire army. I like how Jesus just one-shotting everything. Fuck me.
Right away.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, medic's just like, yeah.
Into a new strain of Ultralisk, and it took a lot of pepper to bring it down. To top it all off, our recon squad reports that the critter's been reincarnated by a nearby Cerebrid, and it's on its way back for more.
Base is under attack. Upgrade complete.
Let's get like 4 Valks for air defense.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Base is under attack.
Alright, this place is just fucked. I can't do. I'm not gonna be dropping shit.
Right away.
My macro there was abysmal, but holy shit, that was also just horrible.
Valkyrie, prepare. Need something destroyed?
You want a piece of me, boy?
Okay.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Pro group 6.
Jacked up and good to go. Rock and roll. Commander. Standing by. You want a piece of me, boy?
You want a piece of me, boy?
Let's move.
Destination?
Commander. Go, go,
Valkyrie,
go.
prepared. Where does
You want a piece of
it
me, boy? You want a piece of me, boy?
Porsche Grar. That's the reincarnation of the thingy, is it? It's okay.
Give me something to shoot. Rock and roll. Standing by. Give me something to shoot.
Oh.
Commander. Standing by.
Valkyrie, prepare. Don't keep me waiting.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Need medical attention?
Standing by. Commander. Standing by. Give me something to shoot. Commander. Outstanding. Rock and roll. Let's move.
Yeah, let's see what we can do with
Input coordinates. Buckle up.
the dropship full of what's their name?
In transit HQ.
Marines.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Valkyrie,
In the
prepare.
bye. Hang on,
Your
we're in for
forces
some
are
trouble.
under
Piece of
attack.
me, boy. Rock and roll. Let's move.
I'm on the job.
5.
This is just great.
5. In
Your
transit
forces are under attack.
I copy that. In the 5.
This is just
Strap
awesome.
yourself in, boy. I copy that. In
Fuck.
the 5.
No!
Hang on, we're in for some job.
Piece of me, boy.
Shit.
Base is under attack.
to roll out. Destination.
Shit! The fuck are they doing?
Give me something to shoot.
Base is under attack. Insufficient rescue gas. Base is under attack.
6 armor and it's... Okay. We need a different strategy.
Orders, Captain?
Base is under attack.
Stop.
These sunken
Fuck off.
colonies aren't being affected by anything we hit them with. I'll bet there's one of those Cerebrid critters pumping it full of energy nearby. Standing by. Give me something to shoot. Commander.
SCV good to go, sir. I read you.
Okay, so what we need, I think, is mech. Like, our Marines do fuck all to those guys. I'm not even gonna bother with the upgrades, because we have only one gas. Let's get mining on gas early, as well. Yeah. I'm gonna need some Marines for the start. Yeah, let's make, like, the full queue.
Jacked up and good to go.
Did someone page me?
I read you.
But we're gonna be all set on that.
SCV good to go, sir.
You want a piece of me, boy? Commander.
SCV good to go, sir. Roger that. I read you.
No.
Base is under attack.
Hey, thanks for the follow. How are you doing?
SCV good to go, sir.
Sonia van Vick Allen. That sounds...
Standing by. Jacked up and good to go. Let's move.
Where does it hurt?
Standing by. Go, go, go. Outstanding.
That sounds... Oh, shit. That's
Base
where
is
we are.
under attack.
Where does it hurt? On my way.
Give me some of this shoe. Rock
Shit.
and roll. You want a piece of me?
And the medics just do fuck all.
SCV good to go, sir.
Where does it hurt?
That sounds Dutch. Am I correct?
Orders, Captain.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Okay, 31 out of 42. Let's get more gas.
Orders, Captain.
Let's get a second factory up right away.
Good to go, sir. Job's finished.
We can build it here.
Reporting for duty. Orders received. Affirmative.
Let's start on a supply
SCV good to
depot
go, sir. Right away, sir.
and an armory.
Reporting for duty. Right away, sir.
And a starport. Definitely gonna need that.
Jacked up and good to go. Go, go, go.
Need medical attention?
Reporting for duty.
Okay, I think
Job's finished. I read you.
we're gonna be fine. Just finished. Where was that?
Jacked up and good to go.
Add-on complete.
Add-on complete.
Good to go, sir.
How many attempts this is gonna take? I don't know. Genuinely. Have no clue.
Orders received. SCV
It's
good to go, sir.
gonna be rough. That's for
Piece
sure.
of me, boy.
Job's finished. I can't build it. Something's in the way.
Ah, come on.
I read you. Job's finished. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Orders received.
You want a piece of me, boy?
I wanna get like more factories out.
Reporting for duty.
Commander, standing by.
Okay,
Let's move.
Need medical attention?
Orders, Captain.
should be fine
Research complete.
Roger that.
for like what we're doing here. Let's get some turrets up.
Reporting for duty.
Add-on complete.
Add-on complete. Alright, what we're gonna need now? We're gonna need a pair of dropships.
Outstanding. Go, go, go.
Reporting for duty. Right away, sir.
Give me some
SCV
of
good
this
to go,
shoe.
sir. Job's finished. Orders, Captain.
How am I gonna get more gas?
Affirmative.
Unless I can like ferry troops over here, which I can.
Can I
That
take
would
your order?
that would legit be a good idea, honestly. I'm gonna need like a second starport.
Buckle up. SCV good to go, sir. Roger that. Reporting for duty.
Go ahead, HQ. In transit, HQ.
Ready to roll
Add-on
We're in for some
complete.
chops.
SCV good to go, sir.
Yes, sir.
Orders, Captain. I read you.
Can I take
Good to
your
go,
order?
sir. Affirmative.
Go ahead, HQ.
Shit. At least I'm spending my resources, right?
Input coordinates.
SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain? Reporting for duty. Yes, sir. Job's finished. I read you. SCV good to go, sir. Yes, sir. Orders, Captain? Yes, sir. Orders received. SCV good to go, sir.
That sounds good
Yes,
to
sir. Orders
me.
received. Right away, sir.
Okay,
Input
we're producing.
SCV good to go, sir.
Standing by.
Job's finished. Job's finished. Affirmative. Job's finished. Reporting for duty. Orders, Captain?
Your forces are under attack.
Oh my fucking god, what an idiot.
Reporting for duty.
That's not what I needed.
Affirmative. Roger that. Affirmative.
Okay, now how?
Outstanding.
Right away, sir.
Your forces are under attack.
Shit. I don't have enough anti-air. That's not what I needed. But it is what I have.
I read you. Orders received.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Cool. Alright, let's get a couple of Goliaths out.
Goliath online.
Valkyrie, prepare.
And some more, another Valkyrie.
Insufficient phosphate
No,
gas.
those cost shit in the gas,
I
never
read
mind.
you. I can't build there.
Goliath online.
Orders, Captain?
State the nature of your medical emergency. Stat.
Reporting for duty.
Goliath
Upgrade
online.
complete.
Channel open.
Okay,
Acknowledged, HQ.
now,
I'm listening.
Channel open.
I think
Comlink online.
something that I could do...
Job's finished.
Where's my other dropship? It's like over here.
Sir? I read you. Orders, Captain? SCV good to go, sir.
Did it die? No, it's here.
Destination
Okay,
in transit, HQ.
that's fine.
SCV good to go, sir.
Destination. Identify target. Go ahead.
SCV good to go, sir.
Input coordinates.
Insufficient phosphate
Destination.
gas.
SCV
In
good to go,
transit,
sir.
HQ. Buckle up. I'm listening.
Job
Strap
finished.
yourself in,
SCV
boys.
good to go, sir.
In transit, HQ.
Insufficient
SCV good to go,
phosphate
sir.
gas.
Can I take your order?
I read you. SCV good to go, sir. Ready to roll
Goliath online.
Base is under attack.
Destination. Absolutely. Moving.
Fuck me.
Go ahead, Capcom. System social.
SCV good to go, sir.
Target designated.
I'm being so fucking wasteful.
Systems functional.
SCV good to go, sir.
Input coordinates.
SCV good to go, sir.
Buckle up.
Orders, Captain? Orders received.
Shit.
Reporting for duty. SCV good to go, sir.
Destination?
Goliath
In the
online.
5x5.
Destination. Goliath online.
SCV good to go, sir.
Go ahead, TACOM. Target designated.
Go ahead, HQ. I'm listening.
SCV good to go,
Hang
sir.
on, we're in for some chop.
Goliath
Additional
online.
supply depots
Ah, come on.
required.
Reporting for duty.
Goliath
Additional
online.
supply depots.
Acknowledged, HQ.
We've just had a whole cargo ship full of whoop-ass dumped on us. We ran into a new strain of
Your
ultralisks,
forces are
and it took
under
a lot of
attack.
pepper to bring it down. To top it all off, our recon squad reports that the critter's been reincarnated by a nearby cerebrate, and it's on its way back for more.
Okay, that doesn't really work. Shit, man. I don't know. Battle cruisers, maybe? If I get the resources up for that shit.
Base is under attack.
Where does it hurt?
Channel open. Comlink online.
I need like one more of
Systems
those.
functional.
Orders, Captain? Affirmative.
Upgrade complete.
Am I dead again? Not yet.
Reporting for
It's
duty.
probably gonna happen soon though.
Yes, sir. Roger that. Job's finished.
I'm doing better, for what it's worth.
Job's finished.
Valkyrie, prepared. Don't keep me waiting. It's showtime.
SCV good to go,
Add-on
sir.
complete.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Orders received.
Roll out.
Job's finished.
I don't know. Oh, the stream? Is it dying? What the fuck? No, it seems to be working. I've been dropping frames
Destination.
at regular intervals for some reason
Identify target.
this whole time. It's very frustrating.
SCV good to go, sir.
Ready to roll out.
Job's finished. I read you. Yes, sir. Reporting for duty. Right away, sir. Yes, sir. Roger that.
Ready to roll out. Yes, sir. Ready to roll out.
Job's finished. SCV good to go, sir.
Okay, siege tanks
Reporting for duty.
work a lot better.
Base is under attack.
Moving.
Shit, stop blocking me.
Yes, sir. Moving. Channel open. Destination ready to roll out.
Yes, sir. Orders received.
Destination, yes, sir. Destination proceeding. Delighted to, sir.
But I have no clue how I'm gonna push out either at this rate.
Ready to roll out.
Orders, Captain. Roger that.
Maybe I can like mass battle cruisers or something.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Roger that.
Battle cruiser
Right
operational.
away, sir. Reporting for duty. Orders received. Affirmative.
I think I'm roughly saturated here.
All crews reporting.
Yeah,
Identify target.
I'm pretty much like turtled up here. So I don't know what else I can do. Get a second armory, I guess. That's actually not a bad idea. Get those air, that air research up as well.
Add-on complete.
Get some more meat shields.
Base is under attack.
Shit, I don't think they have any way of dealing with this crap.
Hailing frequencies open.
Insufficient phosphine gas. Upgrade complete. Research complete.
Hailing frequencies open.
At least it's bugged. This is actually great. It's trying to attack this guy. And it's really fucking with the AI here.
Not enough energy.
Good day, Commander.
This is awesome for me. Oh, it's ship. Wait, I've been upgrading ship weapons? I'm so fucking dumb. And in the end, it actually works out, but that was not what I was planning on doing originally. Oops.
Right away, sir. Affirmative.
Good day, Commander. Make it happen.
Yeah, I don't have enough gas to sustain this, actually. This third starport is too much. I should be doing it off of only one starport.
Base is under attack.
Which is sort of fine, I think.
Battle cruiser operation.
Yes, sir.
Battle cruiser operational.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
He's stuck.
Roger that. Orders received.
That's okay.
Destination? Strap yourselves in, boys. I copy that.
Hailing frequencies open. Hailing frequencies open.
Yes, sir. Orders, Captain.
Go ahead, HQ. In transit, HQ.
I read you. Affirmative.
And I'm gonna run out of minerals, by the way. So, yeah, there's that as well. At least I'm properly turtled up.
Base is under attack.
Job, I read you. Roger that. Job finished. Yes, sir.
Hailing frequencies open.
Yes, sir. Orders, Captain. Right away, sir.
Shit.
Input coordinates. In transit, HQ.
Orders, Captain.
Battle cruiser operational.
Input coordinates. Buckle up.
Receiving transmission.
Destination?
Receiving transmission.
This is gonna work out, actually.
Upgrade complete. Insufficient phosphine gas complete.
All crews reporting.
Orders, Captain. Right away, sir.
All crews reporting.
Fuck it, I'm doing it.
All crews reporting.
Insufficient phosphine gas. Your forces.
Neyman, is there any interest on those minerals? Look, the problem, I'm on a very weird mission. My land army, like, look at all those crawlers. I can't... Okay, let me show you. They don't have HP. They're untargetable. I can't attack any... sunken colony, sorry. I can't attack any of them. So I'm just making mass battlecruisers so I can fly over and do shit. Because I literally can't do anything else. I'm banking minerals like crazy, but otherwise I need to make like 50... Yeah, I'm slapping down supply depots, but I'm like 30 supply ahead. I'm alright. I'm limited by my gas, is what I'm saying.
Healing frequencies open. Good day, Commander.
Alright, this is gonna be enough. I'm researching this, perfect. Oh wait, let's wait until the Trask comes back.
Set a course.
Maybe we can intercept it actually, so it does like no damage.
Healing frequencies open.
That would be pretty dank.
Set a course. All crews reporting. Set a course. Battle cruiser operational.
Good.
Take it slow. Make it happen. Set a course.
Upgrade complete.
Engage.
I wish I knew from which angle the Trask was going to attack.
Engage. Take it slow.
I mean, I could do, yeah, I know. I could do, mass dropships.
Engage.
Shit, this is
Your forces are under attack.
What is it? Oh, it's already dead. Perfect. I could do, mass dropships, but, like, that's harder to control. Let's be real.
Hailing frequencies.
I do need some medics on the... Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir. Orders received.
I need an academy.
Orders, Captain? Right away, sir. Affirmative. Roger that. Right away, sir.
Let's get some repairs up. Yeah, I need an academy, and I'm out of minerals here.
All crews reporting.
Okay. I could do stuff with the minerals, but they are literally not gonna have any use. Where's the other battle cruiser? There it is.
Frequencies open.
I should be doing my research though. Yeah, let's do ship plating actually.
Hailing frequencies open.
Since I'm going to be doing an air army.
Engage. Set a course. Take it slow. Make it happen. Set a course. Make it happen. Engage. Make it happen.
So I'm going to kill this Cerebrate first.
Battle cruiser operational.
Should be pretty smooth. Tarrasque's respawn.
Set a course. Take it slow. Engage. All crews reporting.
It's a bit of a waste. It's okay. Pew 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 pew.
Your forces are under attack.
This Cerebrant's been winged.
Base is under attack.
Cool. So what that means
Receiving transmission.
is now those red sunken colonies don't do anything. That's awesome. Now we can expand.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Roger that. Yes, sir. Reporting for duty. Affirmative.
Hailing frequencies open. Good day, Commander. Take it slow.
Just gotta make sure I take out
Engage.
Sunkens along the way. I actually can destroy.
Good day, Commander.
Oh wait, they don't matter anymore. Never mind.
Take
Oh, they
it
do matter
slow.
because they like limit how much I can build.
Set a
Cool.
course.
Roger that. Orders received. Roger that. Right away, sir. Roger that. Right away, sir. Roger that. Did I read you? Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Battle cruiser operational.
Did I read you?
All right.
Right away, sir. Orders received. Did I read you? Orders, Captain? Did I read you? Reporting for duty. Did I read you? Roger that. Did I read you? I can't build it. Something's in the way.
Upgrade complete.
Job's finished. Job's finished.
Additional supply depots required.
Orders, Captain? I can't build there. Did I read you? Job's finished.
Insufficient Vespine gas. Additional supply depots required.
Reporting for duty. Job's finished.
Hailing frequencies open.
Job's finished.
Cool. How are we gonna defend this, by the way, from the Tarask?
Receiving transmission.
I guess I could rally my battlecruisers over there.
All crews reporting.
Yeah, let's do that.
Your forces are under
Or I
attack.
need to bring like some siege tanks. Is what I need to do.
All crews reporting.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Orders, Captain? Right away, sir.
Yeah, I'll just bring a couple of siege tanks.
Input coordinates.
Insufficient Vespine gas. Your forces are under attack. Insufficient
Battle
Vespine gas.
cruiser operational. Set a course. Make it slow. Engage.
What the fuck is this? A devourer? Crap.
Good day, Commander. Take it
Your
slow.
forces are under attack.
Set a course. Good day, Commander.
Reporting for duty.
All crews reporting. Hailing frequencies open.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Receiving transmission.
No.
All crews reporting. Battle cruiser operation. Receiving transmission.
Your forces are under attack.
Did I read you?
Good day, Commander.
Reporting for duty. Affirmative. Orders received.
Ah.
Reporting for duty. Did I read you? Roger that. Orders, Captain? Yes, sir. Orders, Captain?
Your forces are under attack.
Good day, Commander. Make it slow.
Affirmative. Right away, sir. Yes, sir. Roger that.
Hailing frequencies open. Engage.
Your
Orders,
forces
Captain?
are under attack.
Orders
Complete.
received. Roger that.
Hailing frequencies open.
No.
Upgrade complete.
Engage. Take it slow. Set a course. Good day, Commander.
Your forces are under attack.
Receiving transmission. Set a course. Engage.
Supply limit exceeded. That's fine.
Destination.
Your forces are
Yes,
under
sir.
attack.
I'm listening. plans at HQ?
Healing frequencies open. Make it happen. Engage.
I read you. Orders, Captain?
All crews reporting.
Your forces are under attack.
Receiving transmission. Set a course. Take it slow. Good day, Commander. Engage. Take it slow.
Upgrade complete.
Receiving transmission.
Your forces are under attack.
Good day, Commander.
10k mins on the board right now. If I spend more money, I have more units. Yes, that I can't use because there's like static defenses all around the map. But now I can use them actually. I'm also 200 supply, by the way, so like chill.
Reporting for duty.
All crews reporting. Healing frequencies open.
Base is under attack.
Good day, Commander. Healing frequencies open. Make it slow.
I'm wasting too much time.
Your forces are under attack.
Good day, Commander. Make it slow.
Your forces are under attack.
Uh-oh.
Your forces are under attack.
Achtung!
Your forces are under attack.
Battle cruiser operation.
Your forces are under attack.
Orders received.
Ready to roll out.
Insufficient Vespene gas. Your
Orders,
forces
sir.
are under attack.
Receiving transmission. Battle cruiser operation. All crews required online. Engage.
Your forces are under attack.
All crews
Ready to roll out.
reporting. Receiving transmission.
Okay, maybe battlecruisers aren't that great.
Your forces are under attack.
Maybe. And also, I may have lost, like,
Goliath online.
gas there, which
Yes,
was
sir.
actually really important.
Orders, Captain? Right away, sir. Orders received.
Good day, Commander.
Hey, one base down. Time sacrifice. See, you aren't maxed out when I said that. I was like 190. I'm not maxed out at all, but I'm losing units, and like I'm stuck on gas. I can make like a bunch of. I can start making just like a bunch of vultures though
Your forces are
to
under
have a ground
attack.
army.
Proceed.
Which I'm gonna do.
Set a course.
Bring it on.
Make it slow. Receiving transmission.
Your forces are under attack.
All right, bring it on.
Battle cruiser operational.
Systems functional.
Destination.
Insufficient Vespene gas.
Pretty much, I need to protect against Trask here. I'm gonna need to resiege a couple times down in this area. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's fine. You'll make it.
Your forces are under attack.
Ah, just on time. Yeah. Perfect.
All crews reporting. Take it slow.
Wait, oh wait, this is the Overmines
Base is under
area.
attack.
Huh.
All crews reporting. Good day, Commander.
Something on your mind? Ready to roll out. No
Your
problem.
forces are under attack.
I dig.
Calling online. Target designated.
Shit.
Ready to roll out.
Base is under
Reporting for
attack.
duty. I can't build there.
Receiving transmission.
Bring it on.
Engage. Make it happen.
Your forces are under attack.
Overmind's nesting area. We can launch.
Oh, I lost my academy.
Sir.
Fuck. Oh shit.
Good day, Commander.
Your forces are under attack.
All right. Bring it on.
Good day, Commander. Healing frequencies open.
Now base is under attack.
Receiving transmission. Make it happen.
Your forces are under attack.
I read you.
Did something
All right. Bring it on. All right. Bring it on.
Good to go, sir. Affirmative. Orders, Captain?
Wait.
All right. Bring it
Right away,
on.
sir.
Your forces are under
All
attack.
crews report.
SCV, good to go, sir.
All right. Bring it
Good day,
on.
Commander.
All right. Bring it on.
Your forces are
Fuck,
under attack.
my signs.
I read you.
The fuck happened?
SCV, good
All
to go,
right.
sir.
Bring it on.
Oh, we're fighting the Tarrasque in the middle of the map. That's okay.
Your forces are under attack.
SCV, good to go, sir.
Something on your mind? Yeah, I'm going. Oh, is that it?
Your forces are under attack.
SCV, good to go, sir.
Healing frequencies open.
I read you, sir. No problem. All right, bring it on. I dig. Yeah, I'm going. Oh, is that it? Yeah, I'm going. I dig.
Nice.
All right, bring it on.
Shit. No.
All crews reporting. Receiving transmission.
Yeah. I know I'm
Reporting for duty.
fucking up, but
Yes, sir. Reporting for duty. Yes, sir.
Achtung. All right, bring it on.
okay, I only have 2 medics. I need more medics.
Right away.
And to get more medics, I need an academy. That's what I've been fucking up.
Good day, Commander. Take it slow.
All right, bring it on.
Good day, Commander.
I read you, sir. Oh, is that it? Yes, sir.
Receiving transmission.
What do you want? Something on your mind?
Receiving
What do you want?
transmission.
I read you, sir. What do you want? I read you,
System
sir.
functional.
Oh, those guys stay here.
I am eager to
Something on your mind? Identify target.
I'm a little bit confused with my control groups. Alright, oh wait, finally. Medics.
Good day, Commander. Take it slow.
I read you, sir. Something on your
Your
mind?
forces are under attack.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I'm going.
Oh, crap.
Your forces are under attack.
Need something destroyed?
I'm listening. Buckle up. I'm listening. Ken Transit HQ.
Base is under attack.
Run.
Target.
Your forces are under
Run, you
attack.
fool.
Don't keep me waiting.
Input coordinates. Buckle up.
Orders, sir.
Your forces
Yes,
are
sir.
under attack.
Moving. Proceeding. Identify target. Delighted to, sir. Yes, sir.
Where does it hurt?
Input coordinates.
State the nature of your medical emergency.
Hey, Commander.
Captain, the medics are in place and are administering the neurostim treatments to the Overmind. Excuse me, Admiral, but I'd like to introduce someone to you.
You ran? You son of a bitch. What's the meaning of it?
Okay, mass battlecruisers are weaker than I thought they would be. I couldn't just roll over the map with
What
them.
the hell are you?
I am Kerrigan. The Zerg you've killed here, and the Overmind which you've come to collect, are mine. As is our mutual friend, Lieutenant Duran. You see, Admiral, there are a number of groups in this sector who feel that your involvement here causes certain complications. My associates and I intend to make sure that your reign is short-lived.
You may find that difficult, you abomination. Seeing as how I possess the means to disrupt your control of the Zerg.
Ah, you're referring to your vaunted Psi Disruptor. It won't last you forever, Admiral. Sooner or later, I'll destroy
Can't they just reverse engineer it?
Then I'll show you what the Zerg are really capable of. Oh, and by the way, Admiral, your friend Stukov was twice the man you are. I'm glad you saved me the trouble of having to kill him.
Got him. 58 PM. Oh shit, the cutscene. That Tarask's padding saved your second base. This has been so hard. Yeah, my second base would have died right away.
Zerg! The very mention of this terrifying race was
Also, there was a path you could take with ground units that had 0 sunkens, but it was a single path. Really?
As our own forces
I didn't know about
their
that.
very homeworld of Char.
And obviously I could have made a ground army once my battlecruisers wiped out the first Zerg raid.
And now Directorate forces have taken control of the planet Char, long since rumored to cradle the malevolent Overmind of the Zerg. The Overmind itself, an enormous living brain-like entity, dictates control over all the myriad Zerg forces, and it was believed to be planning an invasion of the Earth itself. Once on the offensive, our highly trained Directorate forces were more than a match for the beast-like Zerg. Even their fiercest warrior breed could not defeat the greatest military technology in the galaxy. The Zerg forces on Char were completely decimated and their losses were tallied in the millions. But all wars have casualties, and while Directorate losses were minimal, the fleet's Vice Admiral Stukov gave his life during the final valiant assault on Char. Memorial services were held aboard the Directorate flagship Alexander. Vice Admiral Stukov truly knew the meaning of sacrifice.
Yeah, rare recall though. I didn't think you'd have the gas to support the battlecruisers, but it will. Yeah, 2 gas was enough to make a bunch of
Yet
them.
his sacrifice was not in
The
vain.
3 starports was too much. I should have done like 2 starports. Nah, the 3rd starport saved me a lot of time, actually.
Psychics and powerful drugs are keeping the creature pacified.
Ah, the 3rd starport was actually worth it.
The Overmind will undergo extensive research to ensure the continued safety of the United Earth Directorate and of all mankind.
Yeah, 3-3 battlecruisers are actually pretty strong. Well, I don't know if they are 3-3, but at some point they are 3-3. I think I upgraded them fully. Okay, a Zerg campaign now. It's so weird, like moving from one race to the other. Like obviously I'm not really familiar with the shortcuts, but this doesn't switching races doesn't help me either.
Connection with the Overmind and your renegade brethren. Understand, it's nothing personal.
Nothing personal,
I just can't risk
hehe.
you falling under their influence.
Teleport's
You're
behind you.
Serve me unquestioningly, and I let you live.
My queen, pardon me for interrupting, but the visitors you have been expecting have arrived.
Finally, they certainly took their time.
Yeah, well, none of us were in any real hurry to get here, Sarah.
Still suspicious of my motives, Jimmy?
Always.
When I contacted you both on Ire, I told you about the new Overmind and about the UED that seeks to control it. Well, the UED has done it. They've tamed the Overmind and now control most of the Zerg broods in this sector. That's why I've asked for your help.
You want us to help you defeat the UED so that you alone will rule the Zerg?
Wrong, Phoenix. I want to defeat them because if we don't, they'll clamp down on this sector and enslave us all. You know I'm right, Jim. You've studied the history of Earth. You know what the UED...
I mean, it's pretty obvious that Kerrigan wants to take over the Zerg too.
I don't know. My queen, again I beg your pardon for this interruption, but we have a very serious problem.
Perfect timing. Gentlemen, we'll need to finish this conversation later. Continue, Duran.
The Psi Disruptor signal has reached us here on Tarsonis and shattered the unity of your broods. Within the past few hours, your minions have turned on each other and left their hive clusters to run out of control.
This is just what I need. Cerebrin, take the few Zergs still under my control and do what you can to stem any further damage to the hive clusters. I can't afford to have them destroyed by my own minions.
Alright. Use the Queen's Spawn Broodling ability. Listening. Okay.
The hive cluster is under attack. My queen, the hive structures are not responding to the Cerebrate commands. There is no way to reinforce your warriors.
Cerebrate, you'll have to make do with the warriors you have. Slaughter the dissidents, sir, in my name.
I can't make. Okay.
Hive cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack.
I guess it's one of those missions. Oh, nice. More Hydras. That's actually really good. Likey. Cross the bridge. Last one. That's fine.
cluster is under attack.
Fuck, Broodlords are gonna be hard to fight. Let's get all the way under then. Nice. Cool. Oh shit.
The hive cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Oh shit, defilers. Alright, we got plenty of spellcasters, holy shit.
The hive cluster is under attack.
Oh. How do we go over here? Oh, this way? No. Gotta go. How do we go here?
Not enough energy. Not enough energy. Not enough energy.
I can't.
Our forces are under attack.
I have no overlords, nothing. How do I go over there? Oh, Nidus Canal. I'm dumb. Okay.
Our forces are under attack.
I didn't notice the Nidus. Come on. Now I gotta redo it all.
My queen, the hive structures are not responding to the Cerebrets' commands. There is no way to reinforce your warriors.
Cerebrid, you'll have to make do with the warriors you have. Slaughter the dissident Zerg in my name.
The fellas, yep. Poor Zergs. They have an incompetent commander.
Forces are under attack.
Not much they can do about it, right? They're enslaved to their overmind.
The Hive Cluster is under attack. Forces are under attack.
Okay.
The Hive Cluster is under attack.
Alright, we're quick enough. That's okay. Those guys fucking wrecked this. Yeah, control 3. You know what?
The Hive Cluster is under attack. The Hive Cluster is under attack. Hive forces are under attack.
Okay.
The Hive Cluster is under attack. Hive forces are under attack.
Where's the hive? Oh, it's over here. Can I spawn villains on the flying unit? Why not? Yeah, I'm gonna start non-ground units. That's fine.
Forces are under attack.
Okay. Can't watch you do this to my people. Rip. It's done. Oh, not yet. Cool. That wasn't too hard. Somehow still failed it once. Found Roserg. Roserg Destiny 2 in Beta orbit. Beta orbiter! Oh no!
Very serious
Roserg.
problems. Although I've regained control of my forces here, it's taking more and more concentration just to keep them in line.
Oh, my heart's breaking for you, Kerrigan. Now exactly why was it that you asked Phoenix and I to bring Minx to you?
Are you still suspicious that I'll kill him for abandoning me to the Zerg? I've gotten over it, Jim. We can't afford to let petty hatreds jeopardize our plans for the UED.
That's reassuring.
Arcturus, I presume you found your cold sleep chamber accommodating?
What is the meaning of this, Kerrigan?
Straight to the point, huh? I was hoping to chat. It's been a while.
Not long enough. Why have I been brought here?
I need your psi emitters, Arcturus.
Why?
Remember the Confederate psi disruptor that you could never find? Well, the UED found it, and it's preventing me from controlling my minions. With the help of your psi emitters, I can gather up enough Zerg to destroy the disruptor and confront the UED.
And what are you offering me in return?
Ha! Ever the politician. All right, Emperor. If you help me destroy the disruptor, I'll help you retake Korhal from the UED.
A tempting offer. What assurances do I have of you fulfilling your end of the bargain?
The only thing I can assure you of, Arcturus, is that without my help, you'll be the emperor of your own little 8x8 cell for the rest of your life.
Got him.
I see that you're still a persuasive speaker. All right, Kerrigan. I'll lend you some emitters, but this had better be worth it.
Alright, what's this mission like?
Alright, boys and girls, listen up. Our objective is to locate and disable the
It's a Terran mission?
primary power generator. Once we've done that, we'll turn over the mission to Minx and Kerrigan. Let's move out.
It's actually a Terran mission in the Zerg campaign. What's going on? It's NPCs are going on.
In transit, HQ.
Kerrigan, the generator's offline. You can send down the psi emitter at any time.
Good work, Jim.
Sick
The
drops.
psi emitter will be carried by one of my SCVs. With the disruptor's power cut, the emitter should be able to get the attention of any renegade Zerg near it. The SCV will then be able to lure the Zerg back to your base. Once the Zerg arrive there, you'll be able to assert direct control.
Assuming direct control.
I read you. Roger that. Right away, sir.
Perfect. With these Zerg, I can construct a new hive cluster. Once my forces have grown strong enough, I can assault the psi disruptor directly.
Reporting for duty. Affirmative.
Alright, what have we got? What? It's in my way. I'm playing Zerg, okay? The Zerg are a brutal people.
Orders, Captain?
Can he extract?
Orders received.
No, he can't. Oh wait, he can.
Right away, sir.
And he will be able to. Right? Should I build an extractor right away?
Orders, Captain? Orders received. I read you. Roger that.
Excellent work. Although these Zerg are now under my control, I sense that there are more Zerg out there. We must lure as many of them here as possible.
Okay. Drone larva is S, then drones.
forces are under attack.
Oh, there we go.
Reporting for duty. Affirmative.
Our forces are under attack.
Rawr.
Orders, Captain? Orders, Captain?
The fuck? Oh, tank. Oh my god. That's not good.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay, this is gonna be interesting. How the fuck do I get through one of those bunkers? I don't think I have enough at the moment to do that. Right? Probably don't. I don't know about this. What do you use the bus that physically hurts me to watch this so much necessary that? What do you mean no one's dying right now? I can make him die though. Piss me off.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay. Yeah, like that tank. Oof. I don't know how I'm gonna push into it. I genuinely do not know. What do I need the Evo chamber for? Lair. Oh. So do I go just fast Lair here? Get some mutas? Let's do that. And yeah, let's drop in the Evo chamber. Oh. Need Overlord.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay. Oh yeah, I should be making like more. That's actually what I should be making. I should be making like more attack units. And I will be. I'm gonna wait just a little bit. Let's go double Evo Chamber. And a Hydralisk then. Wait, what's the short? Oh, D. Okay. Oh, I'm dumb.
Our forces are under attack. We require more Vespene gas.
I read you.
Shit. Holy shit, that guy's fast.
Evolution complete.
Orders, Captain?
Evolution complete.
Destroy the side structure. Okay.
Orders, Captain?
With all due respect to Miss Kerrigan, sir, these critters make me nervous as hell. I sure would appreciate some immediate evac.
In transit, HQ.
Our forces are under attack. Spawn more overlords.
Okay. Wait, I can't... Okay.
Evolution complete. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Oh, shit. This is where I'm supposed to be going. I'm dumb. Uh-oh.
Our forces are under attack.
Uh-oh.
Evolution complete.
Alright,
Evolution complete.
Okay, I should do this, then this control group 4. Okay, so I can like click here and have the overlord reset there. Perfect. Holy crap, this control is...
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Wait, how do you... Oh, you hold position. Right, that's... ah, fuck. Oops. Our forces are under attack. The hive cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack. Evolution complete. Forces are under attack. On these Lings and Hydras, yeah, for sure. But I want to learn Muta control. Did they kill my Trask? Fuck. All forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Okay, how do you use... Cool. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Actually, they're low-key helping me. This is freeing up supply. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Alright. My control there was absolutely abysmal, but sorry, it's just a campaign, right? I don't know. It's gonna be rough moving on to multiplayer games. I kind of want to start doing that now. Obtain 10,000 minerals. Oh no. It's the banking mission.
I know what you
Literally
mean.
just about banking
I'd
minerals.
love to believe that she's on the level, but there's a part of me that just knows better. However, I do believe that she's serious about taking out the UED.
This makes perfect. Yeah, but I need to do like the right practice.
When she wins.
If you ask me,
It's actually destabilizing. I feel the most comfortable playing Terran for now.
Shut up,
Maybe from like watching Artosis, so I have an idea of what I'm supposed to do.
the reason she became what she
Probably
is in the
from
first
that,
place.
yeah.
You boys should really learn.
And it's also pretty straightforward. Like, the units kind of make sense and how you use them.
Nearly.
Plus,
Still
should
need
probably be pretty
substantial
easy
cache
to
of
play too.
resources in order to build up my primary hive clusters. I'm wondering if you gentlemen wouldn't mind going on a fuel raid for me.
It sounds like you've already got it.
Yeah, whatever. Just get used to macroing right. Control will come with time, but you won't get far with your macro. Sure, but the problem is this game doesn't seem to do.
Once they're infested, we'll be able to use them in our coming assault on Core Hall.
I hunger for battle. What would you ask of me? What would you ask of me?
Yeah, okay, so what I wanted to say is, no, shit, if I lose the queen now, I actually lose. Fuck.
It is difficult to believe that I am working alongside
Lost all my Zerglings already.
in order to save this sector. Fortune has been whimsical of late.
You sound like a tired old man, Phoenix.
Don't let the fact that I am 368 years older than you don't.
Haha, old jokes.
I can still.
Wow, this is amazing.
Throw down with the best of them.
I stand corrected.
What would you ask of me? Your command, immediate. Hunger for battle. For hire.
Yeah, what was I gonna say? Macro, but okay. So once again, I don't feel comfortable with the Zerg way of macroing, of like having to make plenty of hatcheries and shit like that. It's like a completely different way of building up your economy and everything.
We'll need at least 10,000 units of crystals to maintain the hive clusters. Don't come back with anything less.
Oh crap. Lost an overlord for free there. No. Okay. That's good.
The hive cluster is under attack.
Basic mutation, spawning pool. There we go. Gotta get our pool. Yeah, I don't know. Like, the thing is, I understand what you're saying. Obviously, like, I can win more games if I have good macro and bad micro than the games I'll win if I have a good micro but bad macro. But if I don't practice micro, I'm not gonna learn it either. It's easier to I know this from like learning to play music. It's easier to learn two things separately and then join them together than it is to learn one of them and then try to... Oh no, you can add a new thing on top. Oh, what I'm saying is actually wrong. Ah, it works. I don't know. Are you gonna make mostly ground army? I think so. What we are gonna need as well is figure out where we attack next. What kind of army do I make off this one base? Do I go for fast Zerglings? I can do. Yeah, fuck it. I'm not gonna be getting much gas anyway, so I actually need to be able to get value out of those duders, right? I think that makes sense. Stronger Zerglings means I get more value out of the minerals I can be making. Shit. Wait, what was D? Alright. Get some vision up here. Go up to lair. Should have been a while ago, actually. I need another hash rate. And double book this time slot. What? What do you mean, double book time slot? D is for these nuts, thanks. How do you tell Lara that Evo Chambers are researching? Seems like a waste of resources right now.
For ire.